how they could do that, you know, select children that where their last names end from A to Z, I don't know, A to F, or make it even smaller. Say you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma, and then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, "Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard." And I said, "Well, why don't you go and do that?" She goes, "Because I can't do that. I'm too scared." So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she still wasn't, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. You know, I think we needed a different government, you know? Like, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of ways, a lot of aspects need to change because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in British Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had, personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. Uh, and then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Of family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access um, medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. You know, I've probably lost 5 years of business that, you know, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact that my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that, and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative, and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And then because she's such an intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccine started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them, because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, like you had to do it. But it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position, because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people, even at that age, in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy, in my opinion. So my question really comes down to, was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family through ideology and other ideas that came through. If we can't accept each other for who we are and the choices we make, then we're fractured, and I don't believe that's healthy for anybody. Families, community, cities, provinces, federal, the world. So as everybody talks about all this unity, well, this is the first step, is we have to get to the point where we accept people's choices. And I don't believe that there was many times where we accepted everybody's choice for what they were or factored in why they made that decision.
So some of the impacts my family felt, specifically my children, was the lack of social interactions with their friends. You know, working or being online, they weren't able to go out and enjoy their times with their friends. They just, they kind of became not little hermits, but they just were a little antisocial. And the spark in their eye kind of disappeared with it because they weren't allowed to go out and hang out with their friends and just have that social aspect of being a child. So with the grade 12s that graduated in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to write their grade 12 graduate diplomas. And I fear that when they go or decide to do post-secondary, they're going to have a harder time being able to do post-secondary school because they were not able to write those diplomas. And having that aspect of writing a diploma, being in a crunch time of writing a diploma, and being able to study appropriately for that diploma, those skills are going to lack. And I think a lot of those grade 12s also, when they found out that they wouldn't have to write their diplomas, they were just like, well, what if I don't have to write it and I don't have to worry about it? Then why should I bother trying my hardest for the rest of the year? I can just kind of slack off and not put my full effort in if they're just gonna say, hey, you can just graduate anyway. I did, because with eliminating them, it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would eliminate that. Like, in my own mind, I can come up with solutions of how they could do that. You know, select children where their last names end from A to A to F, or make it even smaller. Say you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma, and then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard. And I said, well, why don't you go and do that? She goes, because I can't do that. I'm too scared. So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. You know, I think we needed a different government, you know? Like, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of ways, a lot of aspects need to change. because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in Winnipeg, Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had, personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. And then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. You know, I've probably lost 5 years of business that, you know, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who were harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact to my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative, and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and then because she's such an intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccines started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, you had to do it. But it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people, even at that age, in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy in my opinion. So my question really comes down to, was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family through ideology and other ideas that came through. If we can't accept each other for who we are and the choices we make, then we're fractured, and I don't believe that's healthy for anybody. Families, community, cities, provinces, federal, the world. So as everybody talks about all this unity, well, this is the first step, is we have to get to the point where we accept people's choices. And I don't believe that there was many times where we accepted everybody's choice for what they were or factored in why they made that decision.
So some of the impacts my family felt, specifically my children, was the lack of social interactions with their friends. Working or being online, they weren't able to go out and enjoy their times with their friends. They just, they kind of became not little hermits, but they just were a little antisocial. And the spark in their eye kind of disappeared with it because they weren't allowed to go out and hang out with their friends and just have that social aspect of being a child. So with the grade 12s that graduated in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to write their grade 12 graduate diplomas. And I fear that when they go or decide to do post-secondary, they're going to have a harder time being able to do post-secondary school because they were not able to write those diplomas. And having that aspect of writing a diploma, being in a crunch time of writing a diploma, and being able to study appropriately for that diploma, those skills are going to lack. And I think a lot of those grade 12s also, when they found out that they wouldn't have to write their diplomas, they were just like, well, what if I don't have to write it and I don't have to worry about it? Then why should I bother trying my hardest for the rest of the year? I can just kind of slack off and not put my full effort in if they're just going to say, hey, you can just graduate anyway. I did, because with eliminating them, it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would eliminate that. Like, in my own mind, I can come up with solutions of how they could do that. You know, select children where their last names end from A to, I don't know, A to F, or make it even smaller. Say, you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma. And then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard. And I said, well, why don't you go and do that? She goes, because I can't do that. I'm too scared. So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. You know, I think we needed a different government, you know? Like, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of aspects need to change. Because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in British Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had, personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. And then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. You know, I'd probably lost 5 years of business that, you know, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who were harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact that my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, or maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative, and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with like the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and then because she's such a intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that, like, hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating, with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids like in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is, like, where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent, because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccine started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them, because regardless of someone's decision, if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, like you had to do it, but it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position, because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people, even at that age, in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy, in my opinion. So my question really comes down to, like, was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family through ideology and other ideas that came through. If we can't accept each other for who we are and the choices we make, then we're fractured, and I don't believe that's healthy for anybody. Families, community, cities, provinces, federal, the world. So as everybody talks about all this unity, well, this is the first step, is we have to get to the point where we accept people's choices. And I don't believe that there was many times where we accepted everybody's choice for what they were or factored in why they made that decision.
So some of the impacts my family felt, specifically my children, was the lack of social interactions with their friends. You know, working or being online, they weren't able to go out and enjoy their times with their friends. They just, you know, they kind of became not little hermits, but they just were a little antisocial. And the spark in their eye kind of disappeared with it, because they weren't allowed to go out and hang out with their friends and just have that social aspect of being a child. So with the grade 12s that graduated in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to write their grade 12 graduate diplomas. And I fear that when they go or decide to do post-secondary, they're going to have a harder time being able to do post-secondary school, because they were not able to write those diplomas. And having that aspect of writing a diploma, being in a crunch time of writing a diploma, and being able to study appropriately for that diploma, those skills are going to lack. And I think a lot of those grade 12s also, when they found out that they wouldn't have to write their diplomas, they were just like, well, what if I don't have to write it and I don't have to worry about it? Then why should I bother trying my hardest for the rest of the year? I can just kind of slack off and not put my full effort in, if they're just gonna say, hey, you can just graduate anyway. I did, because with eliminating them, it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would eliminate that. Like, in my own mind, I can come up with solutions of how they could do that. You know, select children where their last names end from A to Z, I don't know, A to F, or make it even smaller. Say, you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma. And then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, "Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard." And I said, "Well, why don't you go and do that?" She goes, "Because I can't do that. I'm too scared." So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. I think we needed a different government, Like, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of aspects need to change. Because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in British Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had, personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. And then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. I'd probably lost 5 years of business that, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact to my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And then because she's such an intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccine started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them, because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, like you had to do it. But it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position, because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people, even at that age, in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy, in my opinion. So my question really comes down to, was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family through ideology and other ideas that came through. If we can't accept each other for who we are and the choices we make, then we're fractured, and I don't believe that's healthy for anybody. Families, community, cities, provinces, federal, the world. So as everybody talks about all this unity, well, this is the first step, is we have to get to the point where we accept people's choices. And I don't believe that there was many times where we accepted everybody's choice for what they were or factored in why they made that decision.
So some of the impacts my family felt, specifically my children, was the lack of social interactions with their friends. You know, working or being online, they weren't able to go out and enjoy their times with their friends. They just, you know, they kind of became not little hermits, but they just were a little antisocial. And the spark in their eye kind of disappeared with it because they weren't allowed to go out and hang out with their friends and just have that social aspect of being a child. So with the grade 12s that graduated in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to write their grade 12 graduate diplomas. And I fear that when they go or decide to do post-secondary, they're going to have a harder time being able to do post-secondary school because they were not able to write those diplomas. And having that aspect of writing a diploma, being in a crunch time of writing a diploma, and being able to study appropriately for that diploma, those skills are going to lack. And I think a lot of those grade 12s also, when they found out that they wouldn't have to write their diplomas, they were just like, well, what if I don't have to write it and I don't have to worry about it? Then why should I bother trying my hardest for the rest of the year? I can just kind of slack off and not put my full effort in if they're just gonna say, hey, you can just graduate anyway. I did, because with eliminating them, it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would eliminate that. Like, in my own mind, I can come up with solutions of how they could do that. You know, select children where their last names end from A to Z, I don't know, A to F, or make it even smaller. Say you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma, and then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard. And I said, well, why don't you go and do that? She goes, because I can't do that. I'm too scared. So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. You know, I think we needed a different government, you know? Like, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of ways, a lot of aspects need to change. because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in British Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had, personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. And then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. You know, I've probably lost 5 years of business that, you know, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school. And they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact to my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative, and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And then because she's such an intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccine started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, you had to do it. But it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people even at that age in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy in my opinion. So my question really comes down to was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family through ideology and other ideas that came through. If we can't accept each other for who we are and the choices we make, then we're fractured, and I don't believe that's healthy for anybody. Families, community, cities, provinces, federal, the world. So as everybody talks about all this unity, well, this is the first step, is we have to get to the point where we accept people's choices. And I don't believe that there was many times where we accepted everybody's choice for what they were or factored in why they made that decision.
So some of the impacts my family felt, specifically my children, was the lack of social interactions with their friends. Working or being online, they weren't able to go out and enjoy their times with their friends. They just, they kind of became not little hermits, but they just were a little antisocial. And the spark in their eye kind of disappeared with it because they weren't allowed to go out and hang out with their friends and just have that social aspect of being a child. So with the grade 12s that graduated in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to write their grade 12 graduate diplomas. And I fear that when they go or decide to do post-secondary, they're going to have a harder time being able to do post-secondary school because they were not able to write those diplomas. And having that aspect of writing a diploma, being in a crunch time of writing a diploma, and being able to study appropriately for that diploma, those skills are going to lack. And I think a lot of those grade 12s also, when they found out that they wouldn't have to write their diplomas, they were just like, well, what if I don't have to write it and I don't have to worry about it? Then why should I bother trying my hardest for the rest of the year? I can just kind of slack off and not put my full effort in if they're just going to say, hey, you can just graduate anyway. I did, because with eliminating them, it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would eliminate that. Like, in my own mind, I can come up with solutions of how they could do that. Select children where their last names end from A to A to F, or make it even smaller. Say you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma, and then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard. And I said, well, why don't you go and do that? She goes, because I can't do that. I'm too scared. So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. I think we needed a different government, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of aspects need to change, because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in Winnipeg, Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had, personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. And then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. You know, I'd probably lost 5 years of business that, you know, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact to my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than, younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of, back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, you know, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with like the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and then because she's such a intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that, like, you know, hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating, with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids like in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is, like, where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, you know, as the vaccine started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, you know, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, like, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, like you had to do it, but it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, you know, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people, even at that age, in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy, in my opinion. So my question really comes down to, like, was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family.
We welcome you to the Winnipeg National Citizen Inquiry hearings. For those of you that haven't followed us, we started hearings, 3 days of hearings in Truro, Nova Scotia. Thank you for joining us this morning with the National Citizens Inquiry as we begin our hearings in Winnipeg, Manitoba. For those of you that have been following us, we had 3 days of hearings in Truro, Nova Scotia. We've had 3 days of hearings in Toronto, Ontario. We are now in Winnipeg, Manitoba. We will be marching across Canada. We're moving next week to Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Red Deer, Alberta, the week following that, Vancouver, British Columbia, the week following that. We're then moving to Quebec City, and then we're concluding in our nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario. For those of you that aren't familiar with the NCI, we are a 100% citizen organized, run, and financed group that just realized that we had to have an inquiry march across Canada, giving Canadians the opportunity to share their stories so that we could find out basically what has happened, what we have experienced, that we can come up with positive recommendations as to how to do this better. And more importantly, as this process has started, so that we can come together, listen to each other, and heal. Now, I would invite everyone out there to join in and support. When I say this is citizen run and funded, I mean, we're not kidding. We don't have a single donor. We depend on people like you to donate. I think each hearing costs us roughly about $30,000 to $35,000 to run. And so we would invite you to go to our website and donate. We'd also invite you to plug us on your social networks and to push us out to your friends and family, to anyone that isn't part of the conversation about what happened. The mainstream media is not here, and they've not been here, and we anticipate that they won't be here. But we are growing at just an incredible rate online because you, the citizens, are making this happen. And we invite you to continue to participate in every way that you can. If you're a business owner and you have, you've got a tire shop and you have a TV in the waiting room, live stream us. When we don't have live hearings on, just stream one of the hearings that we have recorded on our website. But get the word out, get people involved in this conversation. The thing that I can promise you about the National Citizens Inquiry, and those of you participating online and those of you in the room with us this morning, is you cannot go through a day of this experience and not have your life changed. I attended at the Toronto hearings, and I am a changed person. And one of the things that shocked me as I reflected on that experience, as I reflected on the stories that I heard, actually was the hatred. And I'm going to speak to you a little bit this morning about hatred. That's such a sharp word. But I have to tell you that I'm also going to be speaking to myself. Often when we see something that's troubling us, it's also inside of us. And so I'll ask everyone to have an open mind as I speak about this. But we had, and you can go and watch the Toronto hearings, we have them posted at the NCI site for everyone to see. We've got them on our Rumble channel. We had Canadians telling their story, and story after story, experiences of hatred surfaced. We had stories from unvaccinated people speaking about things like social shaming. Do you remember Tom Mazzaro? He's working as a college professor, and the dean sends out an email to over 200 of the faculty and staff saying we're bringing in mandatory vaccinations. And Mr. Mazzaro emails back, a reply all, saying, well, that's, basically all fine and good, but there's some other things, there's some rights at place, and perhaps we should be having a dialogue about this. And then if you recall his testimony, somebody in a reply all said, please take me off your email list. And then somebody else, and then somebody else, and then somebody else. And then somebody on that list who actually just is clearly getting too many emails chimed in and said, can we not reply all so that I don't have to go through hundreds of emails? And then another person chimed in and said, no, we need to publicly shame Mr. Marazzo. We need to stand together in shaming this person. And so it was reply all day long to deliberately shame him. Now that is hatred. We heard testimony about unvaccinated people literally being treated as subhuman by medical workers. We heard that from patients. I recall Mr. Mark Auger, who testified he shows up at the emergency ward and he's been being treated fine. He needs to stay because he needs surgery the following day. They don't have a room, so Mr. Auger, you're going to just stay on the gurney in the hallway in emergency. And there's a conversation, and they find out he's unvaxxed, and now all of a sudden he's in a room. They don't even take him off the gurney to the bed. He spends the night on the gurney, even though he's in a room with a bed. He's hardly visited at all, and if you remember the shaming, when he had to get up to go to the bathroom, and he comes back, and on the glass door is a sticky note with one word, unvaccinated. If you recall the testimony of Scarlett Martin, who is a paramedic, about basically the hatred in both the ICU wards and in emergency towards the unvaccinated. And comments within the medical system like, well, the unvaccinated, they deserved what they got when they got sick. And we've actually all heard comments like that when we were in the midst of this, that those unvaccinated, they deserved what they got. Now that is real hatred. And we heard comments like that the unvaccinated should be denied health care. And we all remember that. In the midst of this crisis, in the midst of this fear, in the midst of this hysteria in Canada, we would be hearing publicly it put out that perhaps the unvaccinated should not be entitled to health care. So it's somewhat ironic that vaccinated people that are now injured from the vaccine are telling this commission that they are basically, in effect, being denied health care, that that's been turned around. And this is real hatred. And let's talk about the hatred towards the vaccinated. We had witnesses take the stand in Toronto to speak about tremendous injury, people that are just totally disabled, their lives are ruined, where it was difficult for us listening to the testimony not to tear up, not to choke up, not to feel tremendous empathy for the suffering that they're going through. And yet they describe to us that when they show up to the hospital with serious injury, that it's just discounted. Oh, you have anxiety. Oh, this is all in your mind. And then that basically they have to fight to get treated. They have to, and it's just not being, they're not succeeding. They're basically being treated as second class within the healthcare system that will not admit that for some reason the doctors and nurses, we can't admit that we are having vaccine injuries, and doctors and nurses are telling people that they can't admit that. But it's one thing to be cowed, to do dishonorable things from your professional organization because you're scared. But it's another thing entirely to not treat a person with kindness just because you're being bullied. And so what we have here is we have real hatred. And I think the thing that is most despicable with not treating vaccine injured people with respect is, and a couple of them said it on the stand, is basically we took one for the team. We were told to take the vaccine to protect everyone. Some were reluctant to do it, but they took one for the team, and now that they're disabled, the team is discarding them. And that is despicable. I mean, it's kind of like we're talking about hatred, and when I'm thinking about how awful it is, how we're treating people that are vaccine injured, I couldn't help but think of that video that we watched in Toronto where we have veterans at the War Memorial when the Emergency Act is being introduced, and we have all these police officers looking like stormtroopers. They're so geared up. And that one wounded war veteran, so served Canada, is wounded. We couldn't see in the video, but his medals were on his chest, basically being dragged to the ground and kicked by the police officers in Canada, one of our war veterans, decorated war veteran, who is disabled because of his service. That's hatred. So we're experiencing real hatred. And the fact that we've now moved into treating unvaxxed people or treating vaxxed people like lepers in the healthcare system is just despicable. So I have two things to say to our healthcare workers who deny vaccine-injured people kindness and respect because these healthcare workers are not willing to take personal responsibility for their actions. The first thing I want to say to you is you should pray. You should pray that you are never treated the way you are treating these people that are vaccine injured. And the second thing that I'd like to say to you is, may you may you always be treated with kindness and respect. May you always be treated with kindness and respect. Because the only way for us to move forward, is for all of us to treat everyone with kindness and respect. There's so much hatred in this country that every one of us has different ideas of how we would like this to play out. We want justice, we want vengeance, and none of that is going to work. I think it was on day one of the Toronto hearings, I tried to point out that the vaccinated and the unvaccinated really had the same experience. and that the hatred that we have for each other has come out of a place of fear. And so just to quickly recap, I mean, understand that a large number of the unvaccinated people believed that the vaccine was dangerous, believed that literally it could kill them or cause serious disablement to either them or their loved ones, like their kids. And the difficulty that they faced is you have the government then trying to force this on them and their family, and the vaccinated people participated in this social pressure, and the employers, imposed these mandates, which they didn't have to, et cetera, et cetera. So the vaccinated, in the minds of the unvaccinated, actually became a real threat to both themselves and their family. And when you feel fear, you become resentful, and then you hate. And there is a lot of hatred from unvaccinated people over what happened. And the vaccinated had the exact same experience. They believed that COVID-19 presented a serious threat to themselves and their family, that literally they or their loved ones, like their children, could die or be disabled. And there was a solution. They believed the vaccine was a solution and it would work. It would take away the threat if only those unvaccinated people would play along and get vaccinated. And so understand that to them, you unvaccinated people were a threat. You were a real threat. And then the resentment came, and then the hatred came, and there was real hatred. And so we had two groups that basically started hating each other, all out of fear, all having the same experience. But we have to forgive each other. Even if the other side doesn't owe us an apology, we have to forgive. And we have to stop hating. There is no other way. It's funny, we took a week off for Easter. And the Easter story is all about forgiveness. And as I was preparing last night, I don't decide what I'm going to say in the morning until the night before or the morning of. I'm asking myself, how the heck do I explain that we need forgiveness ourselves, and we also have to forgive others? How do I explain that to people? And then it came to me, of course, the parable of the Master, the Lord. And I'll just share it with you just because I couldn't come up with a better way of explaining the concept. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the parable, I think it was Peter goes to Jesus and says, Jesus, how many times do we have to forgive our brother who, basically sins against us? Like up to 7 times? And you have to understand, when Peter's asking that question, he's thinking the idea that you would have to forgive someone up to 7 times is really bizarre. Surely after 3 times we can kick that person loose and have nothing to do with them. So he's stretching it. He's saying, up to 7 times. And Jesus responds to him, and he wasn't expecting this. And he says, no, you forgive them 70 times 7 times. Now, Jesus wasn't meaning that, after somebody's wronged you 490 times, you can stop forgiving them. Jesus was just making the point, no, there's no cutoff point where you stop forgiving people. And then he tells this parable, and listen carefully to this parable, because it applies to Canada. It applies to our need to forgive each other. And he says there was this Lord that decided to settle his accounts with his servants. And I'll just use Canadian dollar figures. And so he has this servant brought before him and says, listen, I've lent you $150,000. And I want you to pay me back now. Right? We're settling our accounts. I want you to pay back the money that I've lent you. And the servant can't. And the master says, well, that's fine. We're going to sell all your possessions, and we're going to throw you and your family in debtor's prison. And the servant is realizing that, his life is ending. he and his family are going to be thrown into prison, and they're never going to recover from this. It's done. And so the servant does the only thing the servant can. Falls on his knees and starts weeping and begging and saying, Lord, don't. Please have mercy. And the Lord is moved with compassion and says, okay, I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you your debt. Off you go. And this very same servant then comes across another servant that he had lent $1,500 to and says, hey, buddy, you owe me that $1,500 and I want it back. This guy's, just felt challenged about money here. And the other servant doesn't have the money to pay him back. And so the one servant says, well, I'm going to have you and your family thrown into debtor prison. And this other servant, she realizes her life and her family's life is ending now. So she does the only thing she can do. She falls on her knees and starts begging for mercy. And the servant doesn't grant it, says, no, off to debtor's prison. Now, some of the Lord's servants had seen this happen and report back to the Lord who had forgiven this servant $150,000 and has this servant brought back and basically says, I forgave you a large amount and yet you wouldn't forgive a little, and says, so off you go to debtor's prison. And what this parable explains to us is I hope it helps us understand we have wronged other people. And in this COVID experience, no matter where you are on the conversation, you have wronged other people. And you have decided to hate. Most of us have decided to hate, and I'm speaking to myself. But the second more important thing is others have wronged us, or we think others have wronged us, and we have to forgive them. This is the whole point. We are the only ones that can get rid of our hatred by forgiving them. We can stop hating, and we learned in Toronto that we have to. The amount of hatred that we have seen. We can choose to act with kindness, because that's what Canadians used to be about. We used to treat each other with respect and kindness. And so I would like to announce to you today that we are free to be Canadians again. And by participating in this process, I hope that we will keep an open mind and an open heart and start treating each other like we used to before. So those are my opening remarks, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Buckley, initial S. I'm attending this morning to assist with the Commission Administrator, the Honourable Mr. Chess Crosby, who is present to help guide these proceedings today and who I hope will be giving us a closing summary at the end of the day. We have quite an impressive line of witnesses, both expert and lay witnesses, and our first witness that we have attending virtually is Jessica Rose. And so, Jessica, can you hear us?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well. I just wanted to start by asking if you could state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
My name is Jessica Rose, Jessicarose.
And Jessica, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, my understanding is that you are a Canadian researcher. You've got a bachelor's degree in applied mathematics and a master's degree in immunology from Memorial University of Newfoundland, that you also hold a PhD in computational biology from Bar Ilan University, and following your PhD, you have done 2 postdoctorate degrees, one in molecular biology from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and one in biochemistry from the Technion Institute of Technology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And my understanding is you were also accepted for a 2-month program as a senior researcher at the Wiseman Institute prior to the completion of your last postdoctorate degree.
Correct.
And your most recent research efforts are aimed at basically what we would call a descriptive analysis of the vaccine adverse event reporting system. And you've analyzed this in efforts to make this data accessible to the public?
Yes.
Now, you have sent us a CV, which I've had marked as an exhibit WI4. Is it fair to say that the CV you sent us is an accurate description of your experience in education?
If it's the one that I sent, then yes.
Okay, yeah. No, I didn't. I promise you I didn't change it. So you've researched the effect of the vaccines, and you've done a whole bunch of research on the VAERS system. And we're inviting you to tell the Commission about your findings. So I'll just invite you to start presenting your findings.
Sure. I'm going to share my screen. And so if you can just let me know if you can see my PowerPoint presentation. Can you see that?
We can. We've got up there what dinosaurs would look like according to Neil Ferguson's models.
Yeah. So first of all, I want to thank you for inviting me to provide testimony. Anytime I'm invited to speak or given any kind of platform to disseminate information is taken upon me. And I always like to start out with jokes, just to lighten the mood, because we not only need to forgive each other, we need to forgive ourselves, and laughter is medicine. So I saw this on Twitter the other day, and it made me laugh so hard. For those of you who don't know, Neil Ferguson is the modeler for which his models basically were used as the justification to impose lockdowns on all of us. And if you read the articles that I've listed here at the bottom right, you'll see very clearly that he's kind of notorious for making bad predictions with his models. So it's kind of interesting that the policymakers went to this person in order to justify the lockdowns, isn't it? So I thought this was hilarious, that this is what dinosaurs would look like according to his models. And I needed to add this point as well. It's not really about the virus or anything, but it is about, it's relevant to what we've been going through in the past 3 years. It was very shortly, less than a day after you guys, the National Citizens Inquiry, posted that I would be presenting testimony here, that somebody posted a Reuters fact check, which was basically a hit piece written on me with the claim that I was making false claims of death using VAERS data because I had not understood the data and that I was misrepresenting it. So whenever this kind of thing happens, sadly, I'm not a stranger to this kind of treatment at this point, but it usually means that you're over the target. So well done to you guys. And I leave it to everybody listening to this live and afterwards to make up their own mind as to whether or not I'm misinterpreting any data here, because usually what I do is I present it in its raw form. So this is my background. I'm not going to dwell on this. I do have a few degrees. But the most important thing that people should know is that data analysis has always been a critical component in each of these fields or disciplines that I've participated in. Doing your experiments isn't enough. You have to be able to present them and analyze the data in a clear way to your colleagues. So this is very important. I really need to reinforce the fact that we're dealing with products in terms of the COVID-19 products, especially the mRNA, that were rushed through clinical trial testing. Normally, a conventional vaccine takes approximately 10 years to get to market. And we reduced this time frame down to less than a year. And these trials are basically the foundations upon which all the decisions were made, and the mantra that we've been hearing for 3 years, safe and effective, are based on. Not only that, but these are kind of the springboard upon which all subsequent trials were based on. And these trials are exceedingly bad. And they not only do not provide evidence of safety and efficacy, they actually provide the opposite, in my opinion. And I've gotten pretty deep into this data. The exclusion criteria list for the phase 3 trial were huge. Basically, only people who were healthy and of a certain age requirement were allowed to participate. And so it's very difficult for me to understand how anybody could make claims of safety and or efficacy when there simply wasn't enough time. Genuine safety testing was impossible. That is a fact. And furthermore, instead of a 2-year follow-up, what happened in the case of the Pfizer clinical trial, number here, is that the placebo participants were unblinded and injected with the product. So the placebo group was intentionally lost. And if you don't know what that means, it basically means that if you had any kind of trial or experimental data that was being collected at some point, it's lost at this point. Without a placebo group, you have no comparison. So at this point, the whole thing should have been called off, if you ask me. There are so many stopgaps within the last 3 years. I'm going to play this video and hopefully you can hear. This is Rachel Zhang.
I'm not quite sure I'm going to address your question, but I guess with the study P203, as I mentioned, because of the availability of an alternate COVID-19 vaccine, after a certain period of time, after basically end of May, we have lost the placebo group, so we cannot really say anything about the duration of vaccine efficacy because there's no more efficacy data, basically.
So exactly what she said is correct. If you heard what she said, she confirmed the fact that the placebo group was lost and that we can't say anything about efficacy after that. But what she missed out on saying is that we can't say anything about safety either. So the biological products being rushed like this is absolutely unprecedented. And I'm talking about conventional vaccines when I say these words. It hasn't been done like this before. And the effects of doing this Operation Warp Speed rushed clinical trial thing in the context of novel transfection technologies is absolutely unknown. This is a fact. We don't know the effects. We should have done studies for years, perhaps even decades, to see if this was going to become a problem from a genomic point of view. And just a really quick word on transfection for people who don't know. This is as opposed to exposure to foreign proteins, which is what conventional vaccines traditionally do. We either kill a virus or we send in proteins in a package. And the idea is to get the immune system to mount a response against these proteins. But that's very different from this. And I'm going to get a bit deeper on this. This is deliberate introduction of nucleic acids that form, say, a modified mRNA, which is foreign, into the eukaryotic cells of the human for translation by the human cells, by the host cells. This is completely different from anything we've done before. And if we have time at the end, you should ask me about this last step. And my question here for anybody listening comes down to informed consent. I really would like to know how many people of the billions who were injected with these products knew that they were being injected with something that wasn't a traditional vaccine. I'd really like to know, because I can pretty much guarantee that most people didn't. I don't even think people know today. A lot of even medical professionals, they don't know this because they're turning a blind ear to it when it's suggested to them, because it's been made out to be some kind of conspiracy theory. A very important point, and I will provide some background on VAERS, but I want to throw this up here. It's very important. We had enough of a safety signal from VAERS to stop the rollout of these products from a safety signal perspective in January. I'm talking like the first month after the rollout started in December 17th. So on the left here, and these are absolute numbers, which I chose to show here because I want to reinforce that these are people, not data points. We had almost 90,000 entries into VAERS, spread across many age groups, and almost 700 deaths. Now, the last time, to my knowledge, a product went onto the market and killed more than 50 people, that product was pulled. VAERS has functioned and does function as a pharmacovigilance tool in that when a safety signal is detected, such as was the case in 1999, when a handful of intussusception cases was detected in VAERS, causality assessment was done, and the rotavirus vaccine was subsequently pulled. So my question here, this isn't intussusception, this is death. What's the cutoff for the number of people who are considered allowed to die or become disabled or have neurological conditions or et cetera, before the product is pulled? An even better question might be, why aren't we even asking questions? Why aren't the CDC, the HHS, and the FDA, the owners of this data, asking questions? Why aren't they doing the assessments that they always have been doing in the past, such as causality assessments or Bayesian analyses or PRR studies? Why? So I propose something here, if I may, because VAERS was introduced 30 years ago as a trade-off for immunity from liability from pharmaceutical companies. We got VAERS and they got immunity from liability. So if they're not going to be using, since they are not using VAERS as a pharmacovigilance tool now, they've waived this tool, then I propose that the immunity from liability also be waived. It only seems fair, does it not? So VAERS is a pharmacovigilance tool. All this means is that the safety signals that might originate from VAERS are used in causality assessments or any kind of assessment in order to determine whether or not these safety signals comprise a danger to human health in the context of a product. Now, one of the main problems with VAERS, contrary to what you might have heard, is underreporting. There have been studies done that actually claim that only 1% of reports are ever filed to VAERS. That means for every 100 people who are suffering, only one of them might report. Now, I don't know if that's accurate in the COVID context, but you get the drift. There's only a percentage of people who are ever going to file a report to VAERS. Now, this is a chart that demonstrates one of the things that I don't think you can confuse with interpretation. This is the raw data. I'm showing on the left the change, for some reason, into 2021 of the file size in VAERS. So VAERS is a database that's very easily to access. You can just download CSV files, and they're of a certain size every week. Every week it's updated in megabyte format. So for the last 10 years, if you look at the file size and plot it like this on a two-dimensional plot, pretty simple, it's gone up a little bit over the last 10 years, and that makes sense because there are more products on the market and there are more shots going out. So there's a proportional increase in the number of reports, normal, right? This that you see in 2021 is not normal. Something is strange there. Something is different. Something is atypical. And there's no way to misinterpret this. This is just what it is. So this is the signal that you just can't look away from once you see it. It has to be addressed in some way. And on the right are the number of VAERS IDs. And naturally, this is just for 2021 domestic data, by the way. It's far worse than this. You see the same, which isn't a surprise. So we have a 1,400% increase in file size and 1,300% increase in the number of reports in the domestic set. There's no interpretation required here. This is the same data up to date as of April 7th, distributed by age group. This is according to CDC age grouping. On the left, you can see the absolute counts. And again, I like to show this because these aren't simply, data points. These are people. who have submitted reports of injury and or suffering in the context of a biological product that was meant to be prophylactic for a virus that has a near zero infection fatality rate. And on the right is the normalized data. I think that's important to show so that you can see within each age group how many people per 100,000 doses, for example, were reporting. And I can tell you that the 0 to 4 age group, the reporting rate is going up faster than I saw it go up for all these other age groups. So something is going on there as well, which again needs to be addressed by the owners of the data. So there's no age group that is immune from damages and or reporting. So why are we seeing these adverse events in association with these particular shots? So a good question to ask is what's in them. So the Pfizer and the Moderna products both have modified mRNA. They're modified in specific ways, which I'll explain very quickly and briefly. And basically, they're useless without these lipid nanoparticle envelopes. So this is a very important secondary technology that's novel in this context. Moderna and Pfizer both have their own recipes for these for the lipid nanoparticles. They comprise 4 lipids each, 2 of which include the stealth PEG, polyethylene glycol molecules, which coat the surface hopefully homogeneically so that it can distribute efficiently, and cationic lipids, which are notoriously toxic. It's been the bane of the existence of this industry to design cationic lipids for use in humans that aren't hypertoxic. So magically, just about the same time when we needed them, both of these companies developed ionizable cationic lipids, which they only become active at certain pH. That's the so-called magic. At exactly the same time that are allegedly safe for use in humans. Now, the thing about this is, in all of my research, I couldn't find safety data sheets that actually explicitly state that either of these have a version that's safe for use in humans. I'm looking for those documents if anybody has them. The safety data sheets both explicitly state that these 2 products are not safe for use in humans or for veterinary use. So that's a big question mark for me. And I'm always an Occam's razor person, and PEG does have a well-documented allergenic profile in humans. It induces anaphylaxis, and cationic lipids have a well-documented toxicity profile. So for me, that makes me ask more questions than just to become docile and accept that it's safe. The modified mRNA is modified in very specific ways, like I said, and I don't want to dwell on this, but what everybody really needs to know is that these things are very stable and stealthy. There are many papers that have been published to date that show that these things are very durable and long-lasting in the human. They're optimized for maximum protein expression using codon optimization. They have long poly A tails and 5' caps to optimize protein synthesis and durability. They also, you've heard this before, they have had their pseudouridines swapped, or their uridines swapped out for pseudouridines. And what this does essentially is allow these mRNAs to evade immune detection by evading toll-like receptors, which are these little molecules that detect danger signals. So the bottom line here, without dwelling on this, is that these things were designed to be very stable and very durable and long-lasting. And the byproduct is this spike protein and a couple more modifications that included a couple of proline substitutions, which apparently made this version of the spike protein that was in the closed conformation. I guess they did this to ensure stability, again, durability, and so that maybe it didn't bind ACE2, I'm not sure. And beyond that, and again, I'm not going to dwell on this because I don't have time in this short presentation, but there are many insertions, let's call them, that raise question marks, such as the furin cleavage site, which makes this much more infectious. It also isn't found in the original version of SARS, which is one of the biggest question marks of all. It's surrounded by cutting sites, etc. So Oh, and by the way, I should mention that this has also been identified as a nuclear location site, which means that it allows for the translocation of this thing to the nucleus. And there's another published paper that shows that the presence of full-length spike protein in the nucleus prevents double-stranded DNA repair break. So all of these papers, I think that I've put here that you should all read. There are a number of different things that are questionable about this spike protein from the original Wuhan strain, which is upon which the spike in the shots have been mimicked after. So it raises serious questions about the way that spike is doing damage. And I'm going to get to a few of these if I have time. Now, Laura Braden has showed you the figure on the right. We all know that the pharmacokinetic studies have been FOIA requested that tested where these lipid nanoparticles and the PEG from the Pfizer shots go, and if they go these places, where they go and how they accumulate. So shockingly, they do traffic to the ovaries and accumulate there. I'm not going to dwell on that. I've given many talks about the potential dangers associated this. For the sake of time, I'm going to the left here and focusing on the liver, because the liver is one of the organs where these things are found at the highest concentrations, I think second only to the injection site itself. And this is problematic. And the reason it's problematic, it's for two big reasons I can think of off the top of my head. What you're looking at here are two systems that are in the human body that control blood pressure, electrolyte levels in the case of the one on the left, which is the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system, and on the right is the coagulation pathway. So the liver is the source of many, many, many molecules and proteins that are absolutely essential to the closed loop functioning of both of these systems. My point here is if you happen to throw a wrench in either of these works, you're going to have clinical effects. That's a fact. So the reason it's interesting, and I made a video about this, you can watch on YouTube about the RAS on the left, is that one of the mediators, one of the molecules which is essential to this closed loop system is ACE2. It binds angiotensin 2, which is another mediator which converts to something called angiotensin 1,7. And all you need to know about that is this ebb and flow of vascular constriction and dilation is regulated by these molecules. Now imagine you have something like a wrench that you throw into the system that binds ACE2. What binds ACE2? Well, we know that spike protein binds ACE2, don't we? We know that it binds in the form of the virus. Maybe it also binds in the form of the free spike that's manufactured by the body as a byproduct of being injected with these products. I can very easily imagine that if you throw a wrench in this system, it could get dysregulated. I'm not saying that it does, I'm saying that it could, and it needs to be studied. But more concerning is what might happen on the right, because we're seeing massive reports, massive numbers of reports of thrombotic events, clotting, and microclotting. And it's also been documented that there are dysregulations in the clotting pathway itself in the context of the spike protein, either SARS-associated or these injection-associated spikes. So the liver produces prothrombin and all these other mediators, which subsequently make the ebb and flow system of the clots and the things that break down the clots. And that's just as important as the clots themselves. This is all normal stuff. But if you imagine that you throw a wrench in this system as well, and you have problems with the development of fibrin or the degradation of the clots, you can imagine that you're going to have thrombotic issues. So there might be a common etiology here with regard to many, many, many of the adverse events that we're seeing submitted to pharmacovigilance databases that revolve around these potential dysfunctions associated with the liver. And the reason why I'm starting to think that this is absolutely the case is because the liver is the place where the lipid nanoparticles traffic preferentially and accumulate. And if they are in fact dumping their modified mRNA payload, and those mRNAs are getting translated into spike protein in copious amounts, I can't imagine that the liver wouldn't be affected. So this is my idea. The coagulation, clotting, and wound healing mechanisms, they might have their off button modified somehow by these spike proteins. So all of these factors that you can see on the left, the platelets and the fibrin and the clots themselves that are formed, are scaffolds, so to say, to make bridges across wounds that are induced by the presence of spike protein. For example, say spike protein gets embedded in whatever cells that are in proximity, or they're mounted on MHC molecules for targeting from the immune system for destruction, and you get this this clotting happening. So imagine that you have a problem with that. So I'll get back to that, but I want to interject another critical component of the liver, and that's a protein called transthyretin. Amyloidosis, one of the two main types, is caused when these transthyretin proteins that are made in the liver misfold. And this can have direct negative effects for the heart in particular, all sorts of organs. But I just wanted to throw this in here because I'm going to circle back to this at the end if I have time. And I just want to point out another essential protein made by the liver. The liver is the big detox organ, by the way. This is a paper that has shown recently that spike mRNA is persistent in hepatocytes, and hepatocytes are the main cells in the liver, and wherever you have spike mRNA, there's going to be spike. And this is just one of many, many, many studies that are going to start rolling in. Trust me, I'm going to circle back to that as well. But just to get back to VAERS for a moment, to put some numbers on this, this is just a sample of some of the keywords that I used, like hepato and liver from VAERS, to get an idea of how many reports are being filed by age group. And there are tens of thousands. Again, I want to reiterate here, if I haven't said so already, the numbers that I report never include an underreporting factor. So whatever you believe it should be, from 1 to 30, 41, whatever, multiply these numbers by that, and you'll get a more accurate estimate of how many people are actually suffering. So again, I normalize the data on the right, and you can see that no one is immune, and the 0 to 4-year-olds are definitely involved here. I want to again remind everyone that the fibrinogen, the fibers that make these clots possible, and the plasminogen, which is the precursor to plasmin, which is this very important molecule that degrades the clots once they're formed, are both made in liver. So if you have a defect in the production or distribution of fibrin, for example, this is just an example here, you can have all of these listed clinical problems in this chart. So I just want to give you an idea of some of the things that can go wrong in one of the parts of this pathway, the coagulation pathway. And you'll see bleeding, amyloidosis, thrombosis, et cetera. These are just 8 that are just pulled off of this chart. But everybody has to know that at this time point in VAERS, only in the context of the COVID products, there are 4 now, there are over 15,000 adverse event types listed, and that's of a possible 25,000 different measure codes that you can choose from. And to put that into context, I went back to 2021 and I pulled out all of the adverse event types for the 14 flu vaccines that had been reported to VAERS that year, and there were just over 1,700 different types. And if you go and look at the COVID adverse event types for 2021, same thing, you find over almost 11,000. It's well over 10,000. So there's 10 times more types
and
of adverse events.
Can I just
Yes.
clarify something? So when you're showing us this figure of 15,000 adverse events just connected to the liver, that would just be, using some estimates, just 1% of the actual adverse reactions connected to the liver?
Well, these are the types, and this is not just liver associated. These are all of the different measure codes that are used to describe what that person might have been suffering from. So you can have death, you can have chills, you can have fever. All of these things are called measure codes. So the most important thing to know here is that the range of reported adverse event types is far, far, far greater than we've ever seen in the past for any and all of the vaccines combined, as a matter of fact, which also, this is evidence. It's not proof, but it's very strong, compelling evidence that there's something very different about these shots. And that probably is liver related. But this is this involves the circulatory system, the immunological system, everything, every system you can think of is basically affected here in some people. So just to put some numbers on this and to incorporate this underreporting factor, if I put a number on each of these 8 adverse events here that are associated with clotting pathway dysregulation, you get something that looks like this on the left. And the reason I used an underreporting factor, or ERF here, of 31 is because this is a calculation that I've actually made and published in a peer-reviewed journal article, which is based on Pfizer's phase 3 clinical trial data and their rate of severe adverse event occurrence, which was 0.7. So I calculated an ERF of 31. So if you multiply these numbers, these absolute counts on the left by 31, you get these numbers on the right. And so this is a much more realistic depiction of how many people might actually be suffering here. And it's not an exaggeration, in my opinion. If anything, it's an underestimation. And nobody that I know who's looking at this data would argue with that. They're probably looking at these numbers now and they're saying, wow, Jess, you really went under the line here. We're talking about hundreds of millions, I think, in total. So this is a serious problem. Another paper was recently published that provided evidence that spike was directly responsible for worse clotting. And they propose that this has to do with some kind of dysregulation of plasmin. And again, this is the molecule that breaks down the clots. So we're talking about clots that are really resistant to degradation in the context of the spike protein. This is SARS and or the spike protein associated with the shots. There are 2 more papers that confirm this. The one on the left did a study that confirmed ARDS in influenza and ARDS acute respiratory distress syndrome in COVID. And this other paper did a similar analysis. And they both found that the clots that are produced in the context of the the spike protein are bigger and hardier. And I'm wondering if, in addition to clotting dysregulation, something along the pathway that's being messed up, if this isn't being irritated, let's say, by the addition of amyloids. And I'm going to get into what that means and why I might think that. Because amyloids they're proteins that are very, very degradation resistant. They're unwanted proteins, absolutely. Misfolded proteins. We don't want them around. And just to reinforce here, if these dysregulations and if these adverse events are actually spike mediated, and there's a large community of people that really stands behind this now, in addition to lipid nanoparticle mediated, this is really bad news because, like I said, there are published papers now that confirm that the spike and the mRNA are really durable and persistent. We found spike protein and mRNA up to 60 days in the germinal centers of lymph nodes. This is just when they stopped measuring, by the way. So keep that in mind. not to freak everyone out, but when you hear people talking about detoxing from spike, it might actually be a really good idea for us to put our energies into doing this, because this stuff seems to be really persistent, and it's very inflammatory, and it seems to be very, very cytotoxic as well. We're not just finding it in the germinal centers of lymph nodes, we're finding them in epithelial cells. This is from a teenager, more recent. And everybody needs to watch Arnie Burkhardt's presentation of a presentation he gave at a recent conference in Sweden that I also spoke at, and look at his slides. He's got probably thousands of slides showing the presence of spike protein deposition in various and sundry places. And even earlier than that, this is Sukarit Bhakti on the right here, presenting some of his work at a conference in Vienna, and it shows the presence of the spike proteins in the capillaries of the brain and the small vessels of the myocardium, and he found it everywhere. So go watch that. There's a link at the bottom. And to bring this back to VAERS, I pulled out thrombotic events, and again, this is an underestimate. I'm just giving you an idea of what we're seeing here, but we're well into the 100,000 mark without the underreporting factor, distributed across all ages. No one is immune, not even the babies. So this is definitely a thing, let's say. These reports are very prolific. And beyond VAERS, I mean, beyond pharmacovigilance databases, all you have to do is talk to clinicians or anyone on the ground, and you're hearing about this. It's ubiquitous right now. But this is a worse situation than just dysregulation of normal functions if amyloids are actually involved here. And I'm going back to this now. If these clots, the scaffold created naturally as part of the clotting pathway are not being degraded in the first place because of some dysfunction in that mechanism, and amyloids, which are basically just like additional pieces of glue, a glued fabric, like being thrown on a ball, you can imagine what's going to happen. That ball is going to grow, and it's going to cause physiological problems. There's a paper that's been published in a material science paper, which is really interesting, that shows that amyloidogenic protein or peptides are actually a part of the spike protein, which is quite alarming. It's been shown in this paper that there's an enzyme called neutrophil elastase, which is the byproduct of a particular kind of lymphocyte called a neutrophil, that can cut the spike protein into smaller peptides. And one of these peptides that they managed to find and investigate were amyloidogenic, which means that they cause amyloids. They are fibrils. They can create these plaques that are notoriously bad for human health. It's basically like out of control protein deposition wherever they are. So this is a little slide that I made. Sorry, there's a lot of information here, but it's pretty basic. So on the right here, this is one of the peptides that they found as part of their study. So what a peptide is just a short chain of amino acids. So this spike protein on the left, this is a crystal structure of a spike protein, is what we call the quaternary structure. But it all boils down to this original chain of amino acids that you see in colorful beads here. So if you have just a segment of these, this chain of amino acids, this is called a peptide. So this peptide is 10 amino acids long that they found, and it's absolutely has amyloidogenic properties, and this came from the spike. So it begs the question, is this what we've been seeing in terms of the emphasized problems with clotting? Because we have blood clots on one hand, which is this grape jelly stuff, and then we have proteinaceous collagen-rich deposits on the other. And we have these things together. So is this what we're seeing? The embalmers talking about? I really have to wonder.
Dr. Rose, can I just step in? So did you see the presentation of the embalmer, Laura
I
Jeffrey?
did.
So, and there were some photographs shown, basically, I mean, they almost looked like earthworms or spaghetti. Is that the type of thing that you're now discussing?
Yes, that's the idea in my head. Now, I'm not an embalmer. I haven't seen these things with my own eyes. But what I have seen are white, rubbery, very, very strong, like rubber band strong things that the embalmers are claiming that they're pulling out of the bodies and that are making it hard for them to actually do their work because something, not blood clots, something is restricting the flow of the embalming fluid when they turn on their machine. And so from what I understand, you have to actually physically cut open specific sites and take out these proteinaceous deposits, which actually fill the entire vessel cavity before you can have the flow of the embalming fluid go through and flush out the actual clots, which are, just jelly. So it's possible that that's what this is. I mean, I actually am pretty damn sure now that what we're seeing is systemic amyloidosis. It's fibrin-rich, collagen-rich, proteinaceous deposits wherever this spike is. Basically, that's what I think is happening. And just to reinforce that point, I think that's maybe why the range of adverse events that I was talking about, this 15,000, refers to just about any problem you can imagine having physiologically. The problems from the very beginning, by the way, when I was looking at this in January 2021, there's a systemic nature to the adverse events that are being reported. It's not exclusive to the cardiovascular system or to the neurological system or to the immunological system. I mean, the immunological system is the basis, but it's affecting everything. So it's like, what's the consensus here? So this is my last point, and this is just my own idea. Myocarditis is one of the things that has been my meat in all of this, in the descriptive analysis of VAERS data. I penned a paper with Peter McCullough that got withdrawn. And interestingly enough, this was 5 days before this open public hearing that I was speaking at. I'm not going to play this video now because I don't have time, but I've submitted it as part of my testimony so you can hear this, and it's also online. And it's interesting because this hearing was to provide an opportunity for us, the medical scientists research community, to tell the FDA why we shouldn't put these things in 5 to 11-year-olds. And the main finding of the paper was this, besides a much higher background reporting rate of myocarditis in kids. So what you're looking at here are the myocarditis reports, the reports that were filed diagnosis myocarditis in VAERS for all the people, all age groups, as per dose. So this is dose 1, 2, 3. And this is the Moderna, the Pfizer, and the Janssen products in this plot. So what you see here in green is something like a 4 times higher reporting rate of myocarditis in young people. So this is a very, very, very compelling slide in terms of causality, because if there was no effect, if there was no impact on subsequent shots, then we wouldn't see this difference. And this is not seen, and I looked, in any other type of adverse event. This is very unique to myocarditis in kids. And again, I just want to reiterate, this is not a secret. Everybody's talking about this. Even the CDC has admitted that this is a problem. I think they even have this on package inserts now. This is not a secret. This is well known. So this was one of the main findings that was in the paper that got published with Peter, that was subsequently forced withdrawn. By the way, it remains in.
So can I just interject? And I just want to make sure that everyone listening to you fully understands what you're saying. So you were co-author and the lead author on a paper with Dr. Peter McCullough, who is a renowned cardiologist. And that paper was accepted in a peer-reviewed journal to be published and was published. But a few days before there is a meeting to determine whether or not these vaccines should be approved for use in children, the journal pulls your report or your publication from the journal.
That's right. So you can see that here. This is prior to the title being tagged with temporarily withdrawn and then subsequently withdrawn from this journal. And yes, it was 5 days before the testimony. So I don't believe in coincidences. I think this was done intentionally. And the reason that was given was that it was their prerogative to do so. They said at any point during the publication process, even in the final stages, they can decide not to publish. So that was the reason. There was nothing wrong with the science. There was nobody argued that what we had said was questionable. Nothing wrong with the content whatsoever. And wow, yeah, there were a lot of people who did hit pieces on this. So. Yeah, that's the story. And like I said, it remains in limbo, and it's real heartbreak for me because I cannot imagine this had gained so much traction in the stages that lead up to final publication. Like tens of thousands of people had downloaded it type thing. It's something that everybody wanted to read about. The pediatricians, the researchers, the parents. I mean, and the thing that breaks my heart the most is that people didn't have an opportunity to freely read this material that was peer-reviewed and make their own damn mind up. That's criminal because so many kids have been injected with this stuff because they thought it was safe and effective because of this, the hearing they voted 16-0, that this was perfectly fine to put it into 5 to 11-year-old kids after this meeting, despite my testimony and everybody else's. Yeah, it's a tragedy. There's no other word for it. It's an absolute tragedy.
And Dr. Rose, I'll just let the commissioners know. So this report, titled A Report on Myocarditis Adverse Events in the U.S. Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, VAERS, in association with COVID-19 injectable biological products, that is entered as Exhibit WI4C. So both you and people following the NCI can see that. And Dr. Rose, we're also going to enter as exhibits your report on the U.S. Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, VAERS, of the COVID-19 messenger ribonucleic acid biologicals, and your report on the clinical appraisal of VAERS pharmacovigilance. Is the U.S. Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, VAERS, a functioning pharmacovigilance system? And I'll just ask, there might have been some changes in your opinion since you wrote those. Would you make any additions to those at this point in time, or are they still, would be your full opinion?
Oh yeah, they're all valid. Who came up with those titles though? Oh my God. That was me. I'm just making a joke. No, they remain valid. The first paper that you mentioned is, it's just my first descriptive analysis, which showed two things. It showed that there were clustering of reports related to neurological and cardiovascular and immunological damages. That's what I was talking about before. From the get-go, I noticed that there was no organ system that was immune from damage here. And the second one was a test of the pharmacovigilance of VAERS. I wanted to see what was going on with regard to reports that VAERS reports were going missing. And this was coming from people who had filed, who said, where's my VAERS report? It's absolutely true. And I showed you, go read that paper, that VAERS reports are just removed. Following this extremely difficult procedure of getting a VAERS report filed and entered on the front-end system. I think everyone should go to Open VAERS. This is a very good friend of mine who has written a lot of articles on the ins and outs of VAERS and how there are probably up to 3 sets of books of VAERS data. Please go there and read her stuff. I don't really have enough time to go into the details, but the VAERS front-end data set from which I'm doing my analyses is, again, it's an underestimate galore of what's actually going on. It's a nice representation. It's a sample. We have 1.5 million reports, which is a nice size data set, but it's still just a fraction of what's going on. So go read those papers and go to OpenVAERS. And I'm going to close with my last point. I'm wondering if the myocarditis diagnosis being made, because cardiac amyloidosis is very often under and misdiagnosed. It looks a lot like myocarditis, and myocarditis is basically just a general descriptive term for inflammation of the myocardium, which is the middle muscly layer of the heart that allows it to beat. So if there was a further examination in the right way and the right testing was done to examine the nature of the scar tissue of the myocardium, I'm almost certain that we would find out that these myocarditis cases could actually be referred to as cardiac amyloidosis, deposition of fibrous tissue and scar tissue on the myocardium. So this is just leaves rustling in the wind, some more VAERS data, but I looked in VAERS for reports related to amyloids, fibrin, and syncope, which is fainting, because amyloidosis, when there's heart involvement, is often associated with syncope or pre-syncope. So I looked at this and I noticed something I don't notice when I look at many other types of adverse events or clusters, and that's a clustering of reports in the younger age groups between 12 and 39. And so something's definitely going on here in our young people. And I don't think anybody can refute that at this point either, because we're seeing a lot of young people, in fact, dying. And I'm wondering if the ones that are related to cardiac issues don't have, say, myocardial tissue replaced with scar tissue so that their little hearts can't beat anymore. It's just an idea. I'm not a cardiologist, but it's just one of the ideas that I had. So I think everybody needs to follow Arnie Burkhart's methodology. He's a pathologist and he's done brilliant work. Like I've said, he probably has thousands of images of spike deposition in and around every single part of the body. He's doing autopsies. He's staining for amyloids. He's staining for spike specific protein or spike protein deposition. And he's finding a lot. I don't have time to show you any of his work, but here's a link at the bottom where you can watch an entire presentation in Sweden. It was quite the honor to watch this live. I literally took a photograph with my camera of every single one of his slides. It was extremely compelling.
Dr. Rose, we will enter your slideshow as a exhibit so that both the commissioners and anyone following the NCI can view that. I'm wondering if you would be open to questions from the commissioners at this time.
Yes, I'm done anyway. What perfect timing. Here's a Buckminster Fuller slide who I love. So yes, I'm absolutely open to questions. Well done, Jess. Good timing. I can't hear anything. Oh.
Okay, are there any questions from the commission? Yes, so there are.
Is it open? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rose, for your very thorough and enlightening presentation. I have a number of questions, but I guess that we have to review your material in detail to dive deeper in a lot of the thing that you're showing. I'm a little puzzled by some analysis and study that have shown that there are indeed in some study protection from COVID death following vaccination. So if you just focus on cases where you could actually document reasonably well protection from death from the vaccine, and this argument is used over and over again as a line to promote vaccination and booster, repeated booster, and so on. So what is your thought on these studies that have been done to show potential protection from death following vaccination?
Well, to be honest with you, the studies that I've seen, there are some coming out of Israel, they don't show that at all. As a matter of fact, what I've seen, maybe I haven't seen the right study, but the studies that I've reviewed show more people are ending up in the hospital and dying in the group that were injected. There are also a number of problems with repeat injections that are related to issues of tolerance by the immune system. It seems like there's a very clear story developing now that that tolerance is being induced by repeated exposure to the spike antigen. And basically what that means is that you're not going to be mounting any kind of immune response to that protein or anything related to it. So basically, if you're exposed to this virus, challenged by it, then you're not going to mount an effective immune response. And so I'm not sure I agree that these products have saved many lives. I'm much more focused on the damages that they've done. That's my meat. That's what I'm primarily focused on, because I don't think that the people who are injured have a voice. It's been taken away from them, and I want to be a voice for them. So this is my focus. And I was going to say something else, but I don't remember.
Okay, my other question would have to do with the cytotoxicity of spike, which is now actually, I would say, fairly well documented by many, many reports. It seems to me that this knowledge that spike could be potentially cytotoxic was probably known somewhat in the scientific literature before we decided to go ahead. So why is it that it was dismissed or ignored?
I don't know. It's an excellent question. I can't imagine that the people who are working on this didn't hypothesize that, since the modus operans of this technology is to induce an immune response, an inflammatory response against the spike protein, that they wouldn't have anticipated that wherever the spike was going to be presented on MHC molecules or embedded in whatever cell, that an immune response wasn't going to be mounted in order to kill those cells, and that would cause, in some people, hyperinflammation. I mean, this comes back to the original trials where the exclusion criteria lists were so long. They discounted people with pre-existing autoimmune conditions, for example, and a lot of these have to do with hyperinflammation or a hyperinflamed state. So it could be, this is one of the things that I've hypothesized, that we're seeing the worst effects of these products in people who had pre-existing conditions, like some kind of hyperinflamed state, which a lot of people have. So I find it impossible to imagine that they didn't anticipate a potential problem, or the potential problem that most people who are reporting adverse events are reporting on. And this is the systemic notorious damage being done, say, to blood vessels or wherever the spike protein lands, like I said. And just to reinforce this, we were explicitly told that the contents of the needle were going to remain primarily at the injection site. We were really, this was hammered home. And they also knew, I want to reiterate this and make this very clear, as we know from the FOIA-requested pharmacokinetic data, and also from a paper, which you can find in the supplementary material in my slides, from 11 years ago, that confirms that they knew, this is published in the literature, that these types of lipid nanoparticles traffic to the ovaries in the same animals. And the reason we do animal models is because we basically have the same organ system. So traffics to the ovaries in Wistar rats or mice, probably traffics to the ovaries in humans. And lo and behold, it does. So there's a lot of things, I know it's a long-winded answer, but there are a lot of things that they did know. And we know that they knew now because of forced FOIA requests. We wouldn't know this, half of what we know about the data or the studies that they did and didn't do, if we weren't asking for this data that they don't want to reveal. So I dare say that there's a lot that they knew. There's a lot that they know now, and they're obfuscating from the public because it would be bad for the program.
If I can ask one last question. What could be a little bit misleading is that spike will be produced from the viral infection, and should you be unlucky and get the virus invading the blood circulation, you will get spike protein produced from the virus. So it could actually probably trigger all kinds of phenomenon that the one you're describing in the adverse event. What would be, in your opinion, the differences between the spike protein produced from, say, an infection that is not properly controlled versus the spike protein that you are producing following the injection of the messenger RNA?
It's the scale. It's very, very simple, quick answer. The transfection technology is designed to make massive amounts of spike protein. And with repeated injections, you're going to have massive amounts of spike protein being continuously produced. This is very, very, very different from being exposed to a virus with many, many, many different proteins. You don't just have the spike protein. Where's my camera? You have all these other proteins against which your body will form, say, antibodies and mount T-cell responses against. So you're going to have a robust, multi-fold fighting force aimed at a number of proteins. It's a systemic fight against a viral pathogen, let's say. You have the introduction of the virus, you have viral expansion, you have the immune response kicking in, and then you have the decline. So there's this natural process, this ebb and flow between the introduction of a foreign pathogen like virus and the immune system. This is not that. This is massive in comparison. So there are many people who know the numbers. I don't know them off the top of my head, but it's multi-folds higher amounts of spike protein. It's a deluge. And in some cases, let's say where the lipid nanoparticle is trafficking to, let's say it gets into the blood because the person wasn't aspirated, and it disseminates everywhere. And wherever those lipid nanoparticles dump that payload, that spike protein is going to be manufactured. It's so different from the natural immunity course. It's the scale.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Dr. Rose.
Morning.
In your presentation, you talk about the VAERS system. In Canada, we have a system that most people have never heard of. It's called the CAFIS system. And what we heard from previous testimony was that reports to the CAFIS system were being screened or triaged, if you will, by public health officers, and doctors were suspended and punished for making reports to that CAFIS system. Was that the case with VAERS as well, or are you aware of what went on in Canada with the CAFIS system?
I am. It's appalling, but from what I understand, it was far worse in Canada. Now, that's not to say that this absolutely wasn't happening, not only in the US, but in the UK with the yellow card system and the UDRA system for the EU and the Dane system in Australia. It's been kind of a global phenomenon where reporting adverse events is not only not the first thing that someone would do necessarily. Maybe it's because they just had a 14-hour shift in the ER, but because it was discouraged. This is what I've heard from doctors in hospitals, the ones on the ground, and the nurses. And nurses know everything. They're saying that they feel there's like an air of threat if you even suggest that someone might have suffered an adverse event in the context of the shot. So it was very highly discouraged to file a report. That's why it's kind of remarkable to me that there are still over 1.5 million in the VAERS system. And that's why I also made the comment about the fact that this is just, it might even just be the tip of an iceberg. I'm not sure how bad it is, but certainly when you factor in the underreporting factor, which, it definitely is contained within medical professionals being discouraged to report. There's also the human component. I mean, some people just will never be compelled to report something because maybe they won't think of it. Maybe, I'm vaccinated out the yin yang for most things, not these things, but like if something had happened to me, I can't think of something, but I never in a million years would have thought it was because of one of the vaccines I got. I'm one of those people. I really empathize with this because, there's so many reasons why people wouldn't be reporting, but I can absolutely tell you that it was discouraged.
Next question. You had referenced Dr. Braden, I believe, in one of your reports, and we had her give a presentation to us in Truro, Nova Scotia some weeks ago. Some of the things that Dr. Braden talked about was I don't want to put words in her mouth, but in my interpretation, a systematic failure from the system from the theoretical point of view right up to application. And what she was talking about was she questioned the mRNA technology itself. She questioned the manufacturing process in that she referenced a number of tests of the actual vaccines which showed a number of foreign particles and all kinds of unknown things. I believe she referenced that there were portions, and this is an engineer talking, not a doctor, there were portions of RNA that had remained in the E. coli they used to create this stuff, and so there was a potential that this RNA or had affected the genome, and it was in E. coli. And then the last thing she talked about, and you referenced a couple of times, had to do with the actual administration of the injections, and that the manufacturer said that it was going to be intermuscular, but many of the injections were not aspirated. And if I understand, aspiration is when you put the needle in, you pull the plunger back to see if you're in a vein or not, and if you're not in a vein, you go ahead. Can you comment on how all of those different things might be contributing to the 15,000 or so different types or classifications of adverse events out of a total of 24,000?
Yeah, I sure can. And I love that you've put all this together because this is such a tricky pony. There are so many factors that could lend to the outcome. The predictability here is absolutely almost zero, in my opinion, because it's going to be based on the person's age, the person's immune age, what other vaccines they have, if they're on medication, if they have cofactors, how the needle went in, what was in that syringe, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are so many factors that are going to lend to the outcome. I can't stress that enough. So my idea of a worst case scenario is this, that will bring up all of the things that you asked about. Aspiration, first of all, is when you pull back on the syringe, and if you hit a vessel, you're going to get some red, and that means you're in the wrong place, right? You don't want to inject it into the blood because that's not where it's supposed to go. It's supposed to go into the muscle, like you said. So they were actually recommending, and by they I mean the CDC on their website, not to aspirate. And I can't figure out why they would have been doing that, because everyone should have been doing that. So what that would mean is that you would get dissemination of the lipid nanoparticles carrying the payload where they weren't supposed to go necessarily. That's number one. That could be bad news in terms of adverse event. Number two is this polyethylene glycol. This is the molecule that coats the lipid nanoparticle. And if it's coated homogeneously, which means that it's evenly coated around the whole surface, then it's going to be the nice slippery little ball that it's supposed to be that can traffic to wherever and get wherever it's going optimally. So if, for example, if you have a bunch of vials that weren't handled properly, or in the manufacturing process, the lipid nanoparticles weren't coated homogeneously, and you have, like, say, holes in the sphere where they're supposed to be PEG, that's actually going to bode well, in my opinion, for the person who's injected. Let's say that they got their injection into the muscle. Because those lipid nanoparticles aren't homogeneously coated, they're going to break down much easier at that site. So you're not going to have dissemination of either the lipid nanoparticles or the payload. That's number two. It's just an idea, but I think it has merit. There's a working group of German researchers who actually proposed this as well. It's in one of my presentations. And as for contamination, a colleague of mine has recently been sequencing. He started with the bivalent products, the Pfizer and the Moderna, and he's moved on to sequencing the monovalent products and has found double-stranded DNA contamination in all of them, not some, all of them. And what this double-stranded DNA contamination is are the plasmids that are used in the production line to produce the mRNA. And what's supposed to happen at the end of the production line, you'll appreciate this as an engineer, there's like 5 steps that I showed in my slide, is that the mRNA is supposed to be purified. You're supposed to take that out at the end stage. It's expensive to do this. And because we have so many evidences now that good manufacturing processes weren't abided by, it's possible, I will say, I'll be generous, that the mRNA wasn't purified properly. That's exactly what this indicates, because the presence of the double-stranded DNA is not explainable otherwise. It shouldn't be there. And so we can't say definitively what the clinical outcome of that contamination is going to be, but we can say, based on his findings that he has recently put to preprint, is that the levels of double-stranded DNA that are EMA permissible far exceed any levels that they've written down in the literature. So we know that there's contamination of certain kinds, and it's kind of scary to think about, because if corners were cut, we know that corners were cut all along the way here. I mean, there just simply wasn't enough time to do everything right. That's a fact. But it's scary to think about what actually might be in the vials themselves. And even if, I want to make one more point here, even if everything was done perfectly and we had our homogeneously coated lipid nanoparticles with our full-length spike protein, I didn't even mention percent RNA integrity here, I don't have time, but we have our full-length spike protein, which when delivered translates to full-length spike. This is probably the worst scenario you can have, because of the papers that have been released that show that the double-stranded DNA repair mechanisms are impaired when spike is found in the nucleus, and it does get trafficked there because of the serine cleavage site. So no aspiration, full-length spike protein, homogeneously coated LNP, and somebody with, say, a pre-existing autoimmune condition or is hyperinflamed and old, perhaps infirm. This is the worst case scenario, in my opinion.
Last question, and that had to do with a previous witness had talked about the potential contamination of the genome. And I think you mentioned yourself about that this has been found in the nucleus of cells. If this has penetrated all of the organs of the body, and if you're finding it in the nucleus of the cells, can you comment on the potential for an effect on the overall genome?
Let me just say that I think the potential is there. The proof of integration is not there yet, but I have no doubt in my mind that this paper is on the way, based on the evidences that we've accumulated to date. I don't think, I want to be careful here about what I say because I don't know yet. I don't think that it's impossible that germline integration is going to be something that we're talking about soon. I think that if it happens, it's going to be a rare event. But the thing about it is, if it happens at all, again, it's absolutely inexcusable, because I cannot imagine that all of the brilliant minds behind this technology couldn't have anticipated the possibility here. If they knew that about the reverse transcription, which has been shown, if this is in the literature now, that that line 1, which is an endogenous retrotransposon in humans, can convert this mRNA back to DNA, then why wouldn't it be able to integrate? I mean, again, I'm not saying that we have definitive proof of that yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if that paper's in the pipeline right now.
Well, and I apologize, I said that was my last question, but it just occurred to me in listening to you. You know, I got up this morning and I looked at the news, and there was this incredible story about the James Webb Telescope. And it was looking into the eternal reaches of our universe, and it had taken these incredible pictures of Jupiter, and it was gathering all this data that was so far away. And yet, when we were in Toronto, we had an embalmer telling us about these fibrous masses in the veins, and to my knowledge, and to the knowledge of that witness, no one had dived in like the James Webb Telescope to find out what these things were. And my question is, do we not have the technology to go to a funeral home when someone's reporting this and take a sample and test it and tell me what it is?
And I have the same question. I'm dying to know why. This isn't like, it's the same thing to me about the autopsies. I'm dying to know why we're not autopsying everyone now. Like, why are people whose kids are dying demanding autopsies? I mean, that's what I would do. So in addition to, like, this is like the microscope into the forensic data collection of why the person passed away. I mean, it's like the most important thing of all. So I can't answer you because I just don't know. What I can suggest is that there's a movement to suppress this from being done, just like there was a movement to suppress autopsies from being done because it was too dangerous in the beginning. So, okay, fine, we'll give you that. It was too dangerous back then, before we had all this figured out, quote unquote. What's stopping us now? I don't understand. And there is one a group who analyzed this proteinaceous stuff, and they found, the only thing that I remember that they found is that they classified it as organic, and that makes a lot of sense to me because I think it's just collagen. So, I mean, if I'm not in a lab now, but if I was in a lab, that would be the very first thing I would do. I'm like, I got to find out what this material is, because if it's collagen and it's just, the natural things of the body in on mode, like I said, then basically that confirms what I said, and then we can solve the problem. And well, actually the first stage of solving the problem is to stop injecting these things into people, because they are causing problems in some people. And because we're not being allowed to acknowledge this or ask questions, we're not able to come up with viable solutions out in the open. I mean, we humans are so much better together. So, even if the people who are promoting this stuff came to so-called our side and our brains got put together and we collaborated, we could solve this like real quick. I'm the forever optimist, so.
Thank you, Dr. Rose.
Oh, he's a happy guy. Oh, he's happy.
It's my cat. He's very happy.
So
Say
we
hi.
have one more question for you.
Okay.
Hi, Dr. Rose. Thank you so much for your testimony today. I think I heard you say that part of your, or a number of your studies involved you downloading a lot of VAERS data. And I understand that your expertise is in the VAERS data and not our CAFIS Canadian database. But I'm just wondering if you know whether or not the same type of data is downloadable from the Canadian CAFIS database.
I'm going on memory now, and I got to tell you, my memory's not so good. I don't think so. I think definitely, I know this. VAERS is the database that I chose because it was very accessible. You literally just go to the VAERS website and download a CSV file. Very large now. And if you're going to have a crack at this, I don't recommend using Excel because it gets stuck. I recommend using R. But as for the CAFIS system, I'm trying to remember if I even tried, but if I did, I know that I looked at it once. I don't have a good answer.
Okay. And then my last question is about the VAERS database itself, since that's where your expertise is. If you could make one improvement to it to help gather better data and do better analysis, what would that be?
Hand it over to different owners. That's what I would do. I was actually like in a kind of task force at the very beginning of this to try and design a new system. And the fact of the matter is, VAERS is very antiquated. The move to like paper forms to online has been kind of, it's a good attempt type thing. All that aside, though, like I said, it still works. It's annoying, it's underreported, but it still works. The problem with VAERS right now is not all of those things. It's not the fact that it's antiquated. It's not the fact that it's underreported. It's the fact that the data they're in, the people they're in who are filing reports are being ignored. The people who own the data are not handling the data in an appropriate way. They're ignoring it. And not only that, but there are smear campaigns out there against people like me who are like public citizens who are trying to bring this data to light so that people understand that this isn't an interpretation thing. This isn't about, the fact that they put so many shots into people. I've done a napkin math to show that that's not true. This is literally about the owners of the data not doing what they've always done. Josh Getsko is a friend and colleague of mine, and he's done many FOIA requests to show that they're not doing PRR analysis, which they've always done. They're not doing Bayesian analysis, which they said they would do in lieu of the PRR, and they're absolutely not doing causality assessments, which is like the main claim to fame here. I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous for anybody to claim that if you have half of any subset of adverse events like death being reported within 48 hours of injection, that there's no causal effect. I mean, come on now. Come on now. Why aren't the alarm bells being rung? And clearly it's because they're not motivated to do so. So long answer short, I would change the owners.
Thank you.
Dr. Rose, I think those are our questions. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I sincerely thank you for taking the time to share with us today. Your testimony is appreciated.
Thanks so much. It was my pleasure. And let's keep talking.
Commissioners, I would suggest that we take a break and change the order of our witnesses. We have scheduled for 11 o'clock virtually Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. And so I propose that we adjourn to just slightly before 11, and then after Dr. Bhattacharya pick up with our lay witnesses that we're skipping over, if that's agreeable. So everyone will adjourn, if we can adjourn for 8 minutes to just try and be ready for 11. Thank you.
As a result of the government's mandates, I was affected on many levels. Financially, I lost 2 streams of income immediately. I'm a musician, a performing musician, and that went away immediately. I would perform in seniors' homes that closed down. I would perform in public places that ended abruptly. And I'm also a yoga teacher, And once the mandates hit, I was unable to enter the studio to continue to teach. So those are immediate impacts that I felt financially. Personally, emotionally, it was devastating. From the beginning of the pandemic, it was devastating for all of us. Once the narrative began about vaccinated versus unvaccinated, then it got really dark for me because I chose to remain unvaccinated. And from September of 2021, when the mandates came down that the vaccine passports, all those requirements, it became suddenly a very dark time for me. I was ostracized at work. I was shamed and blamed by colleagues, by family, by friends. And there was a point in my darkest days, I actually considered taking my own life. I was in so much personal pain. It was the most difficult pain I'd ever endured. I had been through a divorce, but I suddenly felt like I was being divorced from my family. My siblings, 3 out of 4 of them would have nothing more to do with me. They called me names. They called me selfish. They told me I most definitely had made people sick and I probably killed people. And I was in a very, very dark place. And it was so exacerbated going out to see those signs on cafes and stores, food fairs and malls, where suddenly we were the damned. We were vilified, and it was just never clearly explained. And it was devastating how many people totally believed that. And my family, my friends, my colleagues would just step away when they would see me. Like suddenly I was this dark, contagious, nasty person. So it was emotionally a very dark time. So it hit me financially, it hit me emotionally, and I certainly noticed that I'm a different person now. I view the world through a different lens. I'm no longer as optimistic. I struggle sometimes just to see the overall good. I'm different. And I don't like the way that I am different. I struggle to see things as positively as I used to. So it had a huge impact. I don't believe the government gave us any options health-wise. It was A or B. Well, it was really A, get vaccinated. As a person who's always been very focused on health and wellness, I struggled with the fact that there was no instruction or information about how do we build our immune system? How do we become resistant? How do we become a healthier society? What can we do? How can we eat better? How can we become stronger and more resistant as a society against this situation and others? How can we lessen the burden on our healthcare system? There were never any options or any other information offered. It was get vaccinated, period, or suffer the consequences. Well, this all hit in March of 2020, and it was all new for everybody. Everybody was taken aback, and everybody was asking questions, what do we do now? From the beginning, I don't believe there was information about let's just all get healthier, get stronger. Whatever this is, and we don't know a lot about it yet, let's get ourselves healthier. What can we do to become stronger, to build our immune systems, and honor our body's natural protection, its natural tendencies to want to stay healthy? I was never personally fearful of the virus. I wasn't afraid of getting it. I knew that I was healthy and strong enough to handle whatever would come at me. But I was fearful of the fear It was the fear that was breaking down immune systems and making people less healthy. Fear will do that. Initially, when it all came down in 2020, I wasn't afraid, I was confused and in disbelief. When we heard the schools were closing, I was like, no, that can't happen. And then I work in a school. We said goodbye to our students that Monday, I believe it was a Monday. They went out the door. We fully expected to see them again. We never saw them again. The grade 9s were out the door. We never saw them again. And I was never scared. I was just so confused and baffled. And as time went by, when I saw how things were being handled, how it almost turned into like living in a police state. It was dystopian. It was like a dystopian novel that sits on the shelves of our library at school. It was unbelievable. And then the measures that were taken as it all progressed into the fall of 2021 and even into the spring of 2022, it was horrifying. And that was frightening. I was never frightened of the virus. I was frightened of the behaviors that I was seeing around me, frightened of the government's actions, frightened of the police state, frightened of what we had become as a society and where we might be going. One of the most difficult times has been, during this whole time, has been, I have a nephew who's been so dear to me since his birth. We've been so close. We've been each other's confidant. And last spring, he wrote me an email basically just again saying that I had certainly made people sick. I'd probably kill people. And he wouldn't cut me off entirely because of his mother. However, he has. I have not heard from him since. His father won't speak to me. This relationship between my sister and I, his mother, is so strained. And the things, the barbs that have been just shot at me, they're still in the air and it's still not healed. So it is just always just a stone in my heart that this relationship has it ended? I hope not. But it's certainly on hold, and I don't know how to heal it until they are willing to look at things through a different lens and perhaps consider that there are maybe different layers of truth here. And because I made a decision doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. And as opposed to what Prime Minister Trudeau said, I'm not a racist. I'm not a woman hater, and I'm not one of those people. But that's the narrative that was presented, and sadly, some of the people dearest to me believe that. And seemingly they still do. That's very painful and continues to be painful. I have 2 kids. They're currently 20 and 22, and they're doing okay. It was hard and confusing. Neither of them had a school graduation, which was really hard. They both managed as best they could through that. As a mother, it was very hard to see. They both made a choice to get vaccinated, not because they wanted to, but because they wanted to live their lives. They wanted to have jobs. They wanted to see their friends. And I think they were both just very confused about that. Now, they're both very strong individuals. I'm very pleased and blessed with that they have come out seemingly pretty strong and not as affected by it as I see some other young people being affected by it. But it was just very confusing. The messaging was so confusing. And they did something that they didn't want to do. Healing. How are we going to heal as a society? I think as a society, we just need truth. We need honest truth. And the government admitting that, hey, mistakes were made, decisions were made without perhaps a lot of thought or research or data or evidence. Healing happens when people say they're sorry, when people admit that maybe they've made mistakes, when they ask for forgiveness. And I think as a society, within families, with our government, if we can just be honest and have open hearts, ask for truth, ask for forgiveness, not being afraid of having a fierce conversation, asking hard questions, and being open to whatever the answers might be. I think that's the road to healing, is honesty and truth and transparency. Maybe some tears. Because it's been really hard.
So welcome back to the National Citizens Inquiry as we continue with our first day of testimony. We have joining us now virtually Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. Jay, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. And so I'd like to just start by asking you to state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
My name is Jayanta Bhattacharya, Jayanta, Bhattacharya, Bhattacharya.
And Dr. Bhattacharya, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And now my understanding, and I think a lot of people are familiar with you, and I'll tell you, you sent us a rather impressive CV that we've entered as Exhibit WY8B. But my understanding is that you are currently a professor at Stanford University Medical School.
I am.
And you're also a physician.
Yes, I have an MD.
Yeah, and you're an epidemiologist?
I publish and teach epidemiology and through for decades.
And then you're a health economist?
Yes, my PhD is in economics.
And you are a public health policy expert focusing on infectious diseases and vulnerable populations?
Yes.
And you are one of the three authors of the Great Barrington Declaration?
Yes.
Now, we've invited you here today to speak about several issues. And one of them is you have participated in doing an expert report concerning a lawsuit in the province of Alberta. Can you share with us why you did that and a little bit about that?
Yes. Well, it stems from the ideas in the Great Barrington Declaration. The primary goal that I had in participating in that lawsuit, which was a lawsuit aimed at changing the Alberta policy of lockdowns away from lockdowns toward a more focused protection policy. It exactly was what we wrote in the Great Barrington Declaration. And the ideas of the Great Barrington Declaration are based on two incontrovertible scientific facts. The first is that there's a very steep age gradient in the mortality risk from COVID infection. It's older people who die at 1,000 times or more higher rates on infection than young people. For children, it's especially healthy children, the risk of dying from COVID is vanishingly small. Whereas for older people, it's much, much higher. That's incontrovertible, and I think universally acknowledged. The second fact, again, incontrovertible, and I think universally acknowledged, is that the lockdown policies that we have followed, and Canada has followed, has caused tremendous harm, especially to the lives of young people. And I mean, I don't just mean economic harm. I mean health harms, psychological harms, a whole host of harms that will play themselves out over a long period of time and have already caused major health problems for the Canadian people. So the right strategy, the Great Barrington Declaration, what it says is, let's use our resources to protect vulnerable older people from the disease, while at the same time lifting lockdowns, which have caused so much harm to the lives of young people. It's the standard pandemic strategy that we followed for a century of respiratory virus pandemics before this one, which and it worked. So that was my main motivation for participating as an expert in that Alberta case, was to provide the scientific documentation for that strategy.
So, and I'll just ask, being that you started talking about those two things, can you elaborate more on, you're saying the lockdowns, especially for the younger, were very detrimental on several levels: physical, psychological, social isolation. Can you just elaborate a little more on that, so that the commissioners and then the people listening understand exactly what you're referring to?
Yeah, so I brought some statistics just to give some sense of it, but it's not possible to do it full justice, because the extent of the harms caused by the lockdowns on population health are so extensive. Just to give a smattering of the flavor of this, during the 2020 and 2021, when the lockdowns were sort of primarily in force, a lot of the emphasis was on making sure hospital systems and healthcare systems were not overwhelmed. One way that this happened was by essentially causing people to fear to come into hospital systems, or being told explicitly not to come into healthcare systems for the conduct of basic preventive care. So, for instance, many people skipped cancer screening that's recommended: colon cancer screening, cervical cancer screening, a whole host of other recommended cancer screenings, and as a breast cancer screenings. As a result, many men and women will show up now with later stage breast cancer or prostate cancer or whatnot that should have been caught at an earlier stage, and they will die from it when they would have survived it had it been detected earlier. Another major health harm from the sort of lockdown policies have to do with mental health. There are reports from Canada from 2021, even as early as 2020, suggesting that the psychological distress caused by lockdown policies, the isolation from others, the disruption of normal rhythms of normal daily life, led a tremendous number of Canadians, especially young Canadians, to overdose with drugs. The rate of excess death among the young from drug overdoses in Canada increased sharply, even as early as 2020, according to a Statistics Canada report that was issued in 2021. The CBC reported that 1 in 5 Canadians need mental health services. The demand for mental health services in Canada climbed substantially, even as wait times for specialists got longer and longer. So at the moment when Canadians needed the most help from medical health professionals, it was the least available because of the lockdowns. The consequences, like I said, the consequences are hard to summarize in a very, very simple way, because the health effects of investments in health by healthcare systems is so important and so pervasive in life. And ending those or stopping those or pausing those, even for short periods of time, can have long-term consequences on the health of populations. One measure of this, if it's possible for me to share the screen, I'd like to share one slide.
Absolutely, you can share the screen. It should be set up for you to be able to do that.
Oh, perfect. I'm just going to share one slide. So one sort of summary measure of this is the cumulative age-adjusted all-cause mortality rate in Canada. And I wanted to do it relative to a comparison country, Sweden, which followed a much closer to a focused protection approach than Canada did. Much more aligned with the Great Barrington Declaration we discussed earlier. The way that cumulative all-cause age-adjusted excess mortality is calculated is you look at baseline mortality rates. In this case, I think from 2015 to 2019, in each country, adjusted for age, so that you're comparing like with like. So older populations, of course, are likely to die at higher rates, and then track over time from the beginning of the pandemic. Here on the left side of the graph is February 2020 all the way to now. How much above that baseline expected mortality rate you actually see. The red line here is Canada, and the blue line here is Sweden. All-cause excess deaths, age-adjusted mortality rates. So the way the blue line, the Canadian all-cause excess deaths, sometime around May 2021, crossed the blue line, Sweden's all-cause excess mortality rate, and what you see is that the rate of death, the cumulative all-cause excess death in Canada, as of the late 2022, was actually about 50% higher than that experienced by Sweden, which did not impose the kind of draconian lockdown policies that Canada followed during the pandemic. It's like almost a 50% higher all-cause excess death rates. Now, most of that, I think, or much of that is not actually due to COVID, because the COVID rates in Canada were actually relatively well controlled. Most of that is due to lockdown harms, I think. Whereas Sweden, which didn't impose lockdowns, had much more voluntary policies and a greater emphasis on focused protection of vulnerable elder people rather than trying to protect hospital systems, had much lower all-cause excess deaths because they invested in the health of the population, the normal investments in the health of preventive care and so on, the health of the population, didn't panic the population. And as you can see, the results over time, it's gotten worse and worse for Canada and better for Sweden.
Now, I think in Canada, we all recall actually the mainstream media criticizing Sweden at the time for the role that they were taking. I imagine that you saw similar reports in the United States media.
I did. I saw in the United States media that the Swedish strategy was characterized as reckless, as just letting the virus rip.
Right, but now with hindsight, we can see that it wasn't reckless in any way.
No, it was not.
So as I understand this focused protection, so basically this premise of the Great Barrington Declaration is once we knew that it was affecting the older populations, so we focused the resources there, but not do things like lockdown, younger people. Now, in Canada, our media and definitely children were being taught that they basically should be doing their part to protect old people. And I'm wondering if you can comment on basically the risk of children spreading the disease and whether or not it was proper to be locking down children.
Absolutely. So first, from very early in the pandemic, it was clear from the scientific evidence that children were not super spreaders. Children, of course, can get the disease and, of course, can spread the disease. They're not like perfect sinks in that sense. However, the risk of children spreading the disease is in some ways, in measured rates, are lower than adults. Let me give you two pieces of scientific advice that were available from very early on in the pandemic. In Iceland, there was a study done in March 2020 where the scientific group sampled, I think, 12% of the Icelandic population and did a test to see if the patients that they sampled had active cases of COVID, including sampling the standard PCR test to measure whether the virus is present, and then a non-standard sequencing test to look at the virus and see what mutations the virus had. They paired this with a very, very detailed contact tracing approach to see who the people that who were positive had come in contact with. And from this kind of approach, you can distinguish whether somebody, like if two people come into contact with each other, contact tracing normally can't tell who passed the virus to who, because you just know that these two people were near each other. But and they may have been, of course, near other people. But with the sequencing analysis, you can say, okay, well, the two people that are in contact with each other, they share, the viruses share the mutation patterns. So they may have passed the virus to each other, whereas people who have very, very different disparate mutation patterns of the virus that they have are unlikely to have passed the virus to each other. The striking finding from this Icelandic study was that while there were many, many instances of parents passing the virus on to children, there was not a single instance in the study of a child passing the disease on to their parents. The children were not super spreaders. Now, as I said, kids can spread the disease, especially older kids. The younger kids, I think, are less likely. So let me talk about a second study, this time out of Sweden. Sweden, even in spring of 2020, did not close its primary and early secondary schools, and every child under the age of 16, I think, experienced no disruption in their schooling at all because those schools were not closed in Sweden. A study was conducted by Swedish researchers looking at the mortality rate of teachers in those schools relative to COVID mortality rates of other workers in the population. And what it found was that teachers actually had a lower risk of COVID mortality than the average risk faced by other workers in the Swedish population during that period. In a sense, working in schools protected teachers against COVID relative to the rest of the population, at least empirically based on that. Based on these findings, it was really clear early on that closing schools was a tremendous mistake, that it was unnecessary to protect older people in this way. Alternate policies would have been better to protect older people and would not have caused the harm to children. If I may I talk a little bit about what the harms to children actually are?
Oh, actually, please do.
So if you go back in the social science literature decades, what you find is a very common theme about how important investments in children are in terms of schooling. And it's not just that our schools provide education, which is important for future job prospects and so on. That's true, they do. But in fact, they are absolutely crucial to the health of children. On an immediate sense, schools are where many children receive much of the nutrition for the day. If you close schools, you reduce the amount of nutrition available to children. Of course, Ontario, I know, closed schools for a time. The other thing is that, again, schools are places where social services are provided. Child abuse is often picked up at schools because it's teachers who see the results of child abuse and then report it to authorities. When you close schools, child abuse continues to happen, but you won't pick it up because there's the outside people who care about children aren't there to look. So both of those things happened during the pandemic in places that closed schools. Worse nutrition for children skipping meals as a result, and also child abuse not being picked up and reported. The long-run effects are even worse of closing schools. The key thing is that when you have children miss school for even relatively short periods of time in their lives, according to social science literature, it has long-term negative health consequences. Children who miss school for even, again, in the social science literature for short periods of time end up having shorter, less healthy lives because they lead poorer lives. One estimate published in the pediatrics literature early in the pandemic in the United States found that just the American school closures in spring 2020 cost American school kids nearly 5.5 million life years in expectation over their lifetimes. So the consequences are not trivial. You're essentially taking life years away from children, exposing them to abuse that needed to get corrected. Schools are absolutely vital, and closing them was a tremendous mistake that harmed children. Now, if I may, can I talk a little bit about what focus protection, the failure of focus protection in Canada? And I just wanted to bring up a couple of data points.
Yes, please do.
One from very early in the pandemic. A public health policy that's focused that that recognized the unique risk that the COVID posed to older people would have moved heaven and earth to protect the lives of older people. Especially early in the pandemic, where we didn't have very good treatments or vaccines or whatnot. The key idea was to find where the vulnerable older people lived and devote resources to protecting them. Instead, what happened in Canada, and it's not just unique to Canada, but happened elsewhere as well, is that places like care homes and nursing homes where the most vulnerable older people lived became places where essentially of neglect and abuse. And in fact, became places where COVID was spread. So in Montreal, for instance, in the early stages of the pandemic, there are reports, again in the Canadian press, that the staff of nursing homes in Montreal abandoned their post in part because they were so afraid of getting COVID, and left older patients with dementia to die from dehydration and neglect. You have in many places, in the United States, for instance, in New York, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, you had governors sending COVID-infected patients from out of hospitals early into nursing homes, where then the disease then spread rapidly, infecting the most vulnerable people. The reason why this happened, it wasn't I don't think a criminal act. I think it was actually an act as a result of ignorance about who the most vulnerable, what to do about the most vulnerable people. Instead of making protection of vulnerable people the central goal, focused protection, the central goal of pandemic policy, instead the goal was to empty hospital systems, keep hospital systems not overwhelmed. In a sense, we inverted the normal relationship between the public and medicine. Normally, you would think about people in medicine, public health, serving the public, but the rhetoric and the reality flipped that, where the idea was that the public would serve healthcare systems. We made we recruited the public as a way to protect hospital systems, healthcare systems, rather than hospital systems and healthcare systems serving the public. And one consequence of that was that we forgot about focused protection and sent COVID-infected patients back to nursing homes, killing many people who would otherwise be potentially have survived much longer as a result if that had not happened. So what you have, and let me give you one last data point from the Canadian experience that I know of. In Ontario, in the district of Haldimand, Norfolk, there was a health minister named Dr. Matthew Strauss, who explicitly adopted the idea of focused protection, did not impose mask mandates, did not prioritize, when the vaccine became available, prioritized high-risk individuals for the vaccines, put out centers for the infusion of monoclonal antibodies, an effective treatment for much of the pandemic, made available antivirals rapidly as soon as they became available. And as a result of his approach, which eschewed mandates, did not adopt any of the sort of restrictions that were imposed in much of the rest of Ontario. As a result, the age-adjusted mortality from COVID in Haldimand, Norfolk was actually 30% lower than the rest of the province. Focused protection works. Focused protection would have worked better in Canada than the lockdown-focused policy, and it would not have harmed the children in the way that they were harmed as a result of the lockdown policies that were followed.
Now, you've spoken about restrictions on children. Can you also comment on young adults?
Yes. So there hasn't been as much attention paid to this, but I think it's quite important. The experience of young adults in society is tremendously important for the rest of their lives. In the 2008 recession, for instance, the joblessness among young adults resulted in long-term decreases in life opportunities for those same young adults, and including the reductions in worsening health, the kind of unemployment induced by lockdowns, which happened in Canada for years, has especially bad long-term consequences for young adults. The importance of young adults to socialize with one another is critically important for their mental health. And there's evidence that as a consequence of lockdowns and the isolation of lockdowns, those kinds of mental health problems that I mentioned earlier, 1 in 5 Canadians needing professional help, those were exacerbated by the lockdowns, particularly among young adults. The same thing I think is true to explain the rise in overdoses of illicit drugs in Canada. It's primarily young adults that face that, and it's not a surprise given the mental health consequences of isolation and anxiety caused by the lockdown policies that Canada followed.
Another thing I wanted to ask you before we move on to the topic, because I want to cover the topic of censorship with you and some of your experiences there. But in Canada, basically the federal government and every single province was very aggressive on taking measures to, I'll use the word encourage, but really it was coercion to be vaccinated. And there was basically zero allowance for natural immunity. And I'm wondering if you can comment on the policy of basically mandating vaccines and ignoring natural immunity and your thoughts on that.
Yeah. So I think a couple of things about the science of the vaccines is really important to understand. If you wanted to understand why those vaccine mandates were both unnecessary and a bad idea. So first of all, as I've already mentioned, there is a very sharp gradient in the mortality risk from COVID. Now, the vaccines, when the randomized trials of the vaccines were conducted in 2020, what those randomized trials showed was that against a placebo group, a group that received a placebo rather than the vaccines protected people against symptomatic infection for about 2 months after the vaccination. That was how long the trials lasted before they ended. The median person was followed for about 2 months. So you have 95% protection for 2 months against symptomatic infection. That sounds impressive, and it is impressive. The question then is, but it's actually not the key epidemiological endpoint that you care about from a policy perspective. But from a policy perspective, there's 2 potential epidemiological endpoints you might care about, separate from prevention of symptomatic infection. First, is protection against severe disease. Does the vaccine stop you from dying if you get infected? The trial did not answer that question because it didn't have that as a primary endpoint, and it didn't have sufficient numbers of people enrolled to be able to answer that question with any statistical confidence.
So I just want to make sure that we understand what you're saying. So so let's use the Pfizer trial as an example. You're basically saying they weren't actually measuring as an endpoint whether or not it would reduce serious illness.
Yes, they didn't have that as a primary statistical endpoint. And if they would have needed to design the trial differently to have that as a primary statistical endpoint, they would have needed either many more people than the 40-some thousand, whatever they enrolled, or they would have needed to primarily have conducted the trial in a high-risk population like the elderly. Both would have been defensible. Of course, the first would have been much harder. Instead, they had prevention of symptomatic infection.
See, because sorry, but I think this is important to Canadians because we endured some pretty draconian lockdowns, some very significant messaging that to this day we are totally divided, and basically it was to prevent us from getting seriously ill, including dying. That really would have been why people were participating in this, and you're telling us they weren't even measuring for those things as an outcome.
Yeah, they didn't have that. They didn't power the trial to measure that as a primary outcome.
And can I also just ask you, you use this 95% figure, but my understanding is that that wouldn't be an absolute risk figure, that would be just a relative risk figure that was used?
Yeah, so 95% relative risk reduction. That's actually pretty standard in vaccine trials. So I'm not terribly exercised by that. The absolute risk reduction has to do with more than just the trial itself. But so for instance, if the virus is not spreading in a population, a very highly efficacious vaccine will produce zero absolute risk reduction because there's just no risk in the population of getting the virus. So it's the absolute risk reduction is both a function of the vaccine itself and also whether the virus is spreading when the measurement takes place.
Right, okay. And then you were going to talk about natural immunity, but I didn't want to cut you short on the vaccine, so.
No, yeah. So, I think that I wanted to get to natural immunity. I just wanted to tell the story about the vaccines because it's related, it's very closely related to the vaccine mandates and the need, or the lack of necessity for them. So I mentioned that it's symptomatic infection prevention. It didn't check for whether it prevented the trial was not statistically powered to test whether prevention of COVID, death from COVID. On the other hand, you also could have used the trial to check whether the vaccine prevents you from getting any infection. Any infection, of course, is distinct from symptomatic infection because you can get a non-symptomatic infection, asymptomatic infection. You could also have checked to see if the vaccine protects against transmission of the disease. If I have the vaccine, even maybe it protects, although I may get sick, I still might, it might reduce the risk of my spreading the disease to others. The trials did not check for either of those endpoints. So what we knew was 2 months of prevention of symptomatic disease, and that's it. Now, the other thing about the trial that's important is that the trial explicitly excluded from its efficacy calculations patients who had already previously had COVID and recovered. There are subgroups in that subgroup of the trial actually turned out to have almost no cases of COVID at all after they'd recovered. And so they wouldn't have been able to find much effect of the vaccine in that group. And if you read the supplementary appendices in the vaccine trials, what you'll see is that those groups, while they were recruited in order to check the safety of the vaccine, were actually excluded from the efficacy calculations in the randomized trials that were published in 2020. The reason is simple. There's a tremendous amount of evidence, again, from 2020 on, that the patients who get COVID and recover have very substantial protection against both subsequent infection and also severe disease on reinfection. Now, a new variant, what we've learned is a new variant can escape that immunity so that if you'd had COVID in the first wave in 2020, you may get it again. I may have gotten it again in 2021 during the time of a new variant. But the protection against severe disease is long lasting. So if you got COVID and recovered the first time, it's very likely that the second time you get it, maybe with a new variant, will be milder, at least less likely to produce severe disease and death than the first time you've got it.
And so you're referring to what we would call natural immunity.
Yeah, so I'd like to say recovered immunity, just to distinguish. Sometimes people say natural immunity, and they what they mean is that even before you're exposed, you have some like substantial protection. You do, but it's not the same kind of protection as you get after you've had COVID and recovered. That immunity is durable. It's very effective against reducing the risk of severe disease and death on reinfection.
Using your term recovered immunity, can you give us a comparison then? So you're saying that that's robust vis-a-vis, significant disease coming forward. How would that compare with the protection offered by the COVID-19 vaccines? So going forward, are they providing a similar robust protection?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some scientific discussion and debate about exactly it, but I think the general consensus is that the amount of immunity provided in terms of reinfection risk is better if you've had recovered immunity than an immune naive person who just has the vaccine. And the protection against severe disease and death, I think, is at least as good as as someone who's immune naive and has the vaccine. Just to give one data point again on this, there was a study out of Bergamo, Italy, in 2021 that was published that looked at patients who'd had COVID in the first wave during that big wave in Italy in 2020 and tracked them for a year, and only 0.3% of that group was reinfected during that whole entire year after that initial infection. That's better protection against infection than the vaccines, which in studies like careful epidemiological studies done in places like Qatar and Sweden and elsewhere, found that after 2 or 3 months, the efficacy against infection, even symptomatic infection, drops pretty substantially, down to 20%, sometimes near 0%, maybe just 3 or 4 or 5, 6 months after you've had the vaccine. It's very, very common to have had the vaccine and then gotten infected just a few months after you had it. That actually happened to me. I was vaccinated in April of 2021 using the Pfizer vaccine, and then 4 months later, in August of 2021, I got COVID.
So now, from a public policy perspective, for trying to get the best health outcomes, would you agree then that it would have been prudent to take into account natural or recovered immunity and permit people to opt out of a vaccine mandate?
Yes. And that's for a number of reasons. So first of all, let me just, before I answer that directly, if you don't mind, let me talk a little bit about why these scientific facts we just talked about means that the necessary conditions that you would want for a vaccine mandate are not actually there. Now, I believe that the vaccine does reduce the risk of all-cause mortality. It wasn't in the trial, but there are a number of, I think, high-quality epidemiological studies done by people who were not affiliated with any of the drug companies, high-quality, very skilled epidemiologists using careful cohort approaches that demonstrate that the vaccine does reduce mortality risk from COVID, I think for up to 6 or 7 months after you've had it. So let's take that as given. The right use then for the vaccine is in the population, to recommend it very strongly in the population that faces the highest risk from COVID, the elderly. The vaccine should have been used for focused protection of the elderly. Right? That's essentially what Dr. Strauss did, for instance, in Hallam and Norfolk. It's very important then, from a personal health point of view, that high-risk individuals get vaccinated. On the other hand, for low-risk individuals, from a personal health point of view, it's much less important that they get vaccinated because the absolute risk reduction for them, that is, for instance, for younger people, is small. That means the expected benefit from the vaccine for a low-risk person is low, just by the basic math of it, right? If you face a zero risk of dying from COVID, the vaccine produces zero benefit because you can't go below zero. And on the other hand, the vaccine is not without side effects. We've learned, for instance, that the vaccine, especially in young men, produces myocarditis, which is the inflammation of the heart muscle. It can be a very serious condition resulting in death, I think at unacceptably high rates, given the small benefit of the vaccine in young men, especially from the second dose or the boosters. And so from a private health perspective, private meaning from an individual patient's perspective, whether the vaccine is a wise thing will depend on how old you are, your health condition, a whole host of other things. It's things that you normally would expect to be able to talk to your doctor about and decide for yourself whether the vaccine is right for you. On the other hand, from a public health perspective, if a vaccine does not stop transmission of the disease or only has a very limited effect on the transmission of disease for a short period of time, well, the idea that you need to vaccinate other people so that I'm protected is just false. Normally, with other vaccines, like the measles vaccine that does stop transmission, that idea isn't false. The protection provided by the measles vaccine is against transmission means that when I'm around patients or people who've had the measles vaccine, I'm very unlikely to get measles because those people are not susceptible to getting measles. That's essentially a kind of herd immunity provided by vaccines. By the way, recovered immunity can provide the very similar kind of effect. But this vaccine, this COVID vaccine, does not stop transmission. And in fact, in those same careful epidemiological studies that I just mentioned, where they found reductions in the risk of mortality after the vaccine, they find that the protection against infection is very short-lived. And what that means then is that the public benefit, public meaning my vaccination protects you, is very, very limited from this vaccine. But that public benefit is a necessary condition, I think, for imposing a mandate. Because the idea of the mandate is that, well, there are people that are not getting the vaccine, endangering the public by not doing so. Well, that's just not true for this vaccine. So if you are lacking in that necessary condition for the vaccine mandate, it's not wise public policy to impose it. It's because it doesn't actually end up protecting the public, and the public thinks they are protected. But I think there's even broader or even deeper reasons why I think the vaccine mandates were such an unwise idea. First, I think it created this almost like this sort of like this idea that there was an unclean group of people walking around. It demonized people who, for whatever reason, chose against getting the vaccine. It essentially gave open season to discriminate against them. People lost their jobs. In Canada, unlike most Western countries, I think even in most of the rest of the world, unvaccinated individuals were not allowed to travel internally for years. That's a gross violation of human rights. And it essentially demonized people who for whatever medical reason or whatever reason chose not to get the vaccine. For them who chose not to get the vaccine, it should always have remained a private medical decision, given the epidemiologic facts I've said. It should never have become an issue of public health in the sense of like forcing them to get the vaccine. It was so it essentially created social divisions that were absolutely unnecessary for public health to induce. And actually, the second knock-on effect of that is I think it undermined trust in public health and in vaccines more generally among a substantial fraction of the population. The vaccine skeptics movement that I've seen throughout my career has always been a relatively small group of people. What I've seen now in Canada and in the United States and elsewhere is that group has grown very, very sharply. And they question not simply the COVID vaccine, but but other vaccines as well, and public health more generally. A lot of the protests, for instance, the truckers movement was induced by the civil rights violations on the back of these vaccine mandates that were put in place in Canada, and the vaccine-related movement restrictions are put in place in Canada. The same thing, by the way, has happened in the United States, although it didn't have movement restrictions of the same kind. It had vaccine passports. We had vaccine passports, vaccine mandates that have induced a very similar kind of entirely predictable reaction by people who were upset by this policy, this absolutely unnecessary policy from an epidemiological point of view. And we're going to be facing those problems for years and years.
No, I'd asked you generally about public health policy with the vaccines and taking into account recovered immunity, and I'm just wondering if I could focus you a little more then specifically with children, because you were suggesting, I think you were suggesting that, the risk that children would face for, serious illness or death from COVID is zero or for all intents and purposes non-existent. So from the individual perspective, the parents making a decision, should I be vaccinating, not vaccinating, clearly you'd say, well, why would I do this? But you had spoken earlier, and I think this goes to the public health thing about protecting others, that children were also such a low risk for spreading the virus. So can you comment on those two things, and then your thoughts on, well, from a public health policy, because we're still pushing to vaccinate children quite aggressively in Canada, and so we'd appreciate your comments today on our current policy.
So I tend to have a philosophy that you should make those kinds of decisions in careful consultation with a physician to decide whether your child should or should not have any particular medical treatment. Parents should be involved, physicians should be involved in that. I think that the risk of mortality for a healthy child, while not zero from COVID, is very, 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 very low. And so that means the benefit from the vaccine in terms of preventing those severe outcomes, again, is also very, 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 very low for the vast majority of children. That is not to say that there may be some small numbers of children who have particular medical conditions that make the risk of dying from COVID or other respiratory infections higher, and maybe they might benefit from the vaccine relative to the risk they face from taking the vaccine. So I think this should be a decision that should be made without pressure by parents consulting carefully with children, consulting about their children with their physicians. The role of public health then is to reassure parents that while most of their children don't face a very low risk from COVID, and that it's important for the lives and the health of children have their regular lives go again, that there may be, if their child has is immunocompromised or has some other particular medical conditions, to go seek advice from their doctor. I mean, that's the kind of reassuring advice I would have expected professional public health people to make regarding children. That the idea that there should be universal vaccination of COVID for children, I don't think is aligned with basic evidence-based medicine practices. In evidence-based medicine, when you have an uncertainty, for instance, we don't know the full extent of the side effects of the vaccine when given to children. We do know, for instance, as young men have high rates of myocarditis, and the benefit is low. Generally, the advice is that you would err on the side of caution and not give that therapy. I think that's likely the case for the vast majority of children, that it's not actually wise to get it. But there may be children for whom it is wise, and I think that's the key thing is like you need to have those decisions made in careful consultation between parents and doctors.
Now, Dr. Bhattacharya, I want to switch gears just briefly, and then I want to allow time for the commissioners to ask you questions. But I want to switch to kind of the area of censorship, because for one reason or another, you have been kind of placed in the forefront. I want you to, first of all, speak about what happened with the Canadian media when you came out as one of the three founding authors of the Great Barrington Declaration.
So almost immediately after we published the Great Barrington Declaration, just a short, I think less than a week or so after, the CBC held a roundtable with two or three scientists who really didn't like the declaration. But I don't think they understood the declaration. The CBC essentially allowed them to say on the air, paid for by the Canadian taxpayers, that the Great Barrington Declaration was calling for letting the virus rip, essentially letting everyone get infected. And in fact, the Great Barrington Declaration, as I've said, was the opposite of that. It was a strategy of focused protection of vulnerable older people. The idea wasn't to let the virus rip. The idea was to let young people live their normal lives. It's very clear that when there was a threat to older people, the people in their private lives would undertake voluntary actions to try to, when the disease is spreading rapidly or at high rates in the population, people would take voluntary action to try to reduce the risk faced by older people. And Great Barrington Declaration is entirely consistent with that. It was also consistent with devoting resources and ingenuity to protecting older people who faced a high risk. So, for instance, deploying monoclonal antibodies in October 2020, those had just become available. Rapidly deploying them at scale would have so that older people, if they got sick, would have access to them. That would have been a very wise thing to do. Again, entirely consistent with the Great Barrington Declaration. The idea wasn't to let the virus strip. The idea was focused protection of vulnerable older people. In a sense, the CDC empaneled a group of scientists who slandered us, accused us essentially of wanting to kill people. And then when a Canadian lawyer that we were in contact with complained, the ombudsman, the CBC, basically said, no, it was a fair report and didn't allow us to have any response. So the Canadian people were robbed of the opportunity to understand what exactly we were proposing. And just to be clear, it wasn't just me. I teach at Stanford University, but also there was Martin Kulldorff of Harvard University and an epidemiologist and fantastic biostatistician. And then Sunetra Gupta of Oxford University. She's the professor of theoretical epidemiology at Oxford. And tens of thousands of other scientists and doctors, including a Nobel Prize winner here at Stanford, signed on to this. This was a major scientific proposal put out by credentialed scientists. It deserved a fair hearing, not a slandering. And the Canadian people were robbed of that opportunity by the CBC, which essentially impaneled slander against it. You asked about censorship. I think it's important for the Canadian people to know that this was a systematic effort, not just by the media, but by government actors. There was a report in 2020, for instance, that the Canadian military used propaganda techniques on the Canadian citizens to combat disobedience against lockdowns in 2020. The physicians organizations which license physicians and oversee the conduct of physicians in Canada used its power to silence dissent by doctors. For instance, in Ontario, there's a doctor named Kulvinder Gill who posted on Twitter messages essentially saying that lockdowns were a very bad idea, that focused protection was a good idea, entirely consistent with the science. And as a result, the CPSO, the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario, has threatened her license. It was a systematic campaign by Canadian government and quasi-governmental organizations to silence dissent so that Canadians got the impression that there was no alternative to lockdown, when in fact the scientific community had proposed a very effective alternative to lockdowns that would have worked had it been adopted in Canada.
Now, my understanding is that you're involved in a lawsuit in the United States. So the state of Louisiana and the state of Missouri and other parties are suing the Biden administration over censorship issues. And can you briefly share with us some of the things that you've discovered about censorship and this COVID experience?
Yeah, so the United States has done no better than Canada on this, in many ways worse. The lawsuit that I'm involved with is a federal lawsuit, and it's still advancing through the courts. But what the judges allowed us to do is to depose a number of prominent individuals inside the Biden administration and the Health and Human Services bureaucracy of the United States, including Dr. Tony Fauci. We've also had access through discovery to a huge trove of email communications between a dozen federal government agencies in the United States and social media companies, including Facebook, Google, Twitter, and so on. The content of these emails and these depositions reveal an enormous effort by the federal government to threaten social media companies from a regulatory perspective if they didn't comply with censorship demands. Often these emails have demands on people to censor, posts to censor, ideas to censor, all in the name of combating disinformation. But the disinformation that they're combating is often true information, including information for instance, about the efficacy of recovered immunity, or the harms of lockdowns, and so on. These in the United States, this is to me a very clear violation of the American First Amendment right to free speech, and maybe even more importantly than that it's violated a fundamental civil right. It robbed the American people, it robbed the world, frankly, of access to accurate scientific information that had it been available, that we might have adopted very, very different policies. It created this impression, this illusion that there was a scientific consensus around lockdowns that didn't actually exist. It's one of these things where if you'd asked me before the pandemic, could such a thing exist in the United States, I would have told you there's no possibility. The American First Amendment protects against it. But in fact, it's true. It's the American government that acted to make sure social media discussions about the efficacy of lockdowns, the harms from lockdowns, recovered immunity, the proper use of the vaccines, all of those discussions essentially were censored in favor of the government's favored policies, whereas like prominent credentialed individuals who dissented against those kinds of that government narrative were silenced or censored or smeared or in other ways. It's an absolutely shocking kind of intrusion on the rights of the people of the world to have done this, and I hope that we can, when we win this lawsuit, this whole censorship regime can be dismantled.
And I will indicate you've provided us with, and I think people want to clap. You provided us with a document called the Plaintiff's Proposed Findings of Fact in support of their motion for a preliminary injunction. I'll advise the commissioners and those people watching that we've entered that as Exhibit WI-8, and that is basically, my understanding is the court has accepted the plaintiff's proposed findings of fact as true.
So that we've had so far what we've had is a motion dismissed by the government that's been rejected by the court in primary part. They haven't yet addressed the preliminary injunction, so that's still pending. But if you read the rejection of the government's motion to dismiss, it's a very favorable ruling in our favor, which seems on its face to accept many of those, much of that document that I shared with you. Those documents are based on true facts, but those are based on actual emails we've had from discovery, and they're submitted under oath by the Louisiana Attorney General's Office to a federal court.
Okay, and before I turn you over to commission questions, I'll also just let you know that we've entered as Exhibit WI-8A, the Great Barrington Declaration, and we've entered your expert report on COVID-19 response in Alberta, Canada, dated January 20th, 21 as WI-8C, and you did a supplementary report called Supplementary Expert Report on the COVID Epidemic Response in Alberta, Canada. We've entered that as WI-83. And I'll just let the commissioners know, although I'm going to turn you over to their questions, you're also part of a group called the Norfolk Group, which has gone through tremendous effort to list questions that should be answered, flowing from the world's experience on COVID-19. I think it's 80 pages long of questions, and we've entered that as WI-8E, and you've participated in that initiative in helping to formulate those questions. I just wanted you to know that those will be before the commissioners for them to consider. And so I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions at this time. And they do.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Bhattacharya, for your very interesting presentation. I have a few questions, some of which are probably simpler. This whole notion that has been documented in Iceland and Sweden, that the transmission from children to adult didn't seem to be that important. Is it something that is unique to this particular virus, or is it something that was known before? My understanding was with flu, I mean, children can actually probably transmit it. So what's your take on that?
So I was surprised by the result. I did not expect it because the general idea was that children actually do spread respiratory viruses at higher rates than adults spread it. It's not that children can't spread this virus. It's just that they're not unique super spreaders. I think a lot of the school closures and restrictions on the lives of children was premised on this false notion that they, like other respiratory viruses, they're super spreaders for this one. Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't correspond with the actual reality as measured in the studies that came out early in 2020. And so we shouldn't have acted as if that were the case. The restricting the lives of children was not a necessary precondition to protecting older people. Active focused protection measures were possible to protect older people without restricting the lives of children, and that's the key thing. Children were not were essentially demonized, made to be seen as grandma killers, and that was never the case relative to the scientific evidence.
You've done a very interesting study early on to show that, in fact, the rate of the virus was much more prevalent than we initially thought. So is it possible that because children typically exchange their germs, if you want, more readily than adults, is it possible that children would have generated the recovered immunity faster than adults because of the way they exchange?
I mean, I think that's certainly possible. I think the key reason why children respond much less harshly to the infection by this is that children's immune systems essentially are pluripotent. They're designed to respond to new threats because almost every threat when they're a very young child is new. And so they don't have the disease for as long. It's more likely to be asymptomatic. And it's very likely that they have it for a shorter time, and that's partly why they don't spread the disease. You know, there's a really interesting study which I didn't mention, but I think I wrote in one of my reports about the mortality risk faced by parents of young children. If you match them against adults of similar age who aren't exposed to young children all the time, they actually in 2020 have lower risk of dying from COVID. It's almost as if the parents are inoculated by the children with maybe other coronaviruses. The mechanism is not clear, but the fact is clear that somehow children serve as more of a protective role as opposed to a threat as far as infection from this virus goes.
So one of the things that actually triggered the mandate for the vaccine was the hope, I would say, that it would prevent transmission. There was no data to support that initially, and I'm not aware of any data showing that injecting a vaccine in the arm would actually prevent respiratory virus transmission. But then when the Delta wave became pretty intense in the States, we had this statement by the CDC that the vaccine can no longer prevent transmission. So is it because the initial strain, for whatever reason, was somewhat different and could actually be somewhat prevented by the vaccine, and the Delta was being more transmissible than even more so, and when we saw it with Omicron, that the protection was completely overwhelmed by any possible way. So do you think that this idea that the transmission was something that was potentially real from the get-go is something that was misleading based on real data that we've got from epidemiology and made us believe at one point that maybe it was working? What's your take on that?
Yeah, it's almost impossible to answer that question with any rigor, because even almost just as the vaccine was being released in December of 2020, the very first variant of concern was identified. I think it was the alpha variant, is what they called it eventually. So the vaccine never was tested against transmission in the trials. That would have answered that question. And so we don't know for certain if the vaccine would have prevented transmission for a very long time. We just know that it prevented symptomatic infection for 2 months. What we do know is that the vaccine, when it was used in the real world, within just 2 or 3 months after vaccination, the efficacy against infection dropped very sharply, again, in high-quality epidemiological studies. And so the reality from the moment we started using the vaccine was that it wasn't, given the variant that was actually abroad in the world, it wasn't going to protect against transmission. You could see this very early on in 2021. Heavily vaccinated countries and regions were experiencing big cases. I think the very first one I saw was in the Seychelles Islands. I think it was March or April 2021. They'd used the Chinese vaccine. They experienced the 90% vaccinated or very high percent vaccinated, and they had a huge outbreak of cases. There was another outbreak of cases in Gibraltar, again heavily vaccinated, this time I think with the AstraZeneca vaccine, and of course Israel in 2021 very quickly vaccinated a very large fraction of its population and then experienced a very large outbreak of cases. The evidence was there from within months of the vaccination campaign starting that the vaccine was not going to stop transmission, was not going to protect people from getting infected.
In terms of protection against severe outcomes or death, I mean, we have indeed a study showing that the vaccine seems to have done a reasonable job, but with the, I would say, less virulent, or we think it's less virulent, Omicron strain, do you think that we have generated or we can generate data to show that convincingly at this point?
I think it'd be very hard. I think a very large fraction of the population, the Canadian population, have been infected with Omicron, and as a result, most of the Canadian population, that mean all of them who have been infected and recovered, have recovered immunity. And so, with patients who have recovered immunity, the marginal benefit of the vaccine is going to be lower because the recovered immunity by itself provides a protection against severe disease and death. There is a literature that suggests something called hybrid immunity. So you're vaccinated and you have had recovered immunity, COVID recovered. You have sort of a different kind of level of protection than someone who's just simply had recovered immunity or someone who simply had the vaccine. To me, these are like esoteric questions because the actual risk reduction from any of those is very, very high relative to an immune naive person. So that's why we're in such a different place now in April of 2023 than we were in March of 2020. Such a large fraction of the population has recovered immunity. Such a large fraction of the population has had the vaccine. We don't need to worry so much about COVID because of the durable protection against severe disease provided by those two facts. That especially recovered immunity it seems to me is probably more important, but there's scientists that disagree.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I have a couple of questions, and the first one is, you were talking about, I believe you said that there's been some credible studies that seem to indicate that the vax does reduce mortality due to COVID. And my question on that is, we've had a significant number of witnesses prior to yourself come on and tell us that there were issues with the vaccine from inception to putting it in arms. And, non-aspiration, it was my understanding from the testimony that manufacturers recommended not to mix different manufacturers, and that was done. There were issues with, or at least alleged issues of quality control in the production. And I would like you to comment on, in these studies that indicated or seemed to indicate that the vaccine reduced the potential for death, were those production vaccines given to those test subjects the same as they were done to the general population? Or were they not necessarily the same production vial that Joe Black got at the pharmacy in Winnipeg.
Yeah, so I can't speak to Winnipeg in particular, but I can say that the studies are based on population records. They're observational studies where they're tracking at scale regular people that had got the vaccine. You know, like for instance in Qatar or in Sweden or in Denmark, or Northern California, where some of these studies were conducted. So it wasn't that they were like special test subjects. They were actually just regular people getting the regular vaccine. I have seen, by the way, that some of that literature, and some of it is actually quite concerning. I'm not surprised in some sense. Like the vaccine testing and the rollout was done at a very rapid clip. Normally, something like this would have taken years and years and years of testing, and I can understand why. Like you have a big threat to especially vulnerable older people. You wanna like rapidly test and roll out a vaccine. That makes a lot of sense to me. And then it also makes sense that given the speed at which it's done, there are mistakes made that can happen, and we learn things over time about how to administer and so on. So none of that is surprising to me. The key question to me is, like, given all of those mistakes, what effect did it have at the population level? Ideally, I would have liked to see a long-term randomized study done over, not just where you track patients for 2 months, but for a year or longer to see what the effects of the vaccines were, including the side effect profiles. That's not possible after December of 2020, when they ceased those big large-scale trials, and we don't have any more of those large-scale randomized trials. The best we have available are these epidemiological studies that I cite in that Alberta report, and those are the kinds of studies that I work with the U.S. Food and Drug Administration on vaccine safety, for instance. Those are very similar to the kinds of studies that I've done and conducted, where the idea is to carefully match patients who've had the vaccine with patients who haven't, as best you can, given it's not randomized, and then track them over time using passive data systems like electronic health records, like medical claims, and then conduct this longitudinal analysis comparing the outcomes of patients who've had and had not had the vaccine. That's essentially what those studies do. They're not perfect. They're not randomized. They're unfortunately the best we have.
As a policy analyst, my understanding, as you being a policy analyst, not me, by the way, but as a policy analyst, my understanding of policy is when you examine issues or problems, you examine suggested solutions, and then you try to understand how those solutions to that problem will affect the overall tapestry of our culture or our world in this matter. I mean, we seem to impose things that tugged on every fiber of our society. We locked people down. We isolated old people and in old folks' homes. We censored people. So we almost tugged on every single fabric of our society. And my question to you then is, as a policy analyst, are you aware of any cost-benefit studies, detailed cost-benefit studies on these things that were done in Canada or United States?
No, none. And I think it was a malpractice, public policy malpractice, not to have done such a thing. Essentially, what we decided, public health acted as if all that mattered was COVID risk, and not just COVID risk, but like the spread of COVID, and adopted policies, tremendously destructive policies like lockdowns, like school closures, without an eye toward any of the other so easily predictable social consequences and health consequences from those policies. A honest and responsible public health considers both the costs and benefits, the harms and benefits from policies it recommends. It looks at public health holistically, not in the sense that the World Health Organization only means it. Health is a very, very broad, multifaceted thing. It's not simply the prevention of a single infectious disease. And so when you adopt policies that are aimed at simply the protection against a single infectious disease, you're almost automatically going to harm other aspects of health, and that's exactly what's happened.
You know, as a professional myself, I understand the importance of explaining to my client in terms that they can understand what exactly I'm talking about. You know, as a professional, yourself included, we can use all kinds of terminology that is normal to us that our clients can't understand. In this particular instance, and from what I observed, this was probably the most significant time where folks needed to understand what was going on in order to give informed consent. And you spoke a little bit earlier about efficacy, and you talked about relative efficacy versus absolute efficacy, and you said, well, that was a reasonable thing to you as a professional. But what I'm asking you is, do you think that the general public, when they were told that they had a 97% efficacy, understood the difference between absolute efficacy and relative efficacy?
No, I don't. I think that a lot of times people use that 95% number without actually telling people, as they should have, what the caveats about that number, right? So, for instance, I think the most important caveat is it did not measure 95% efficacy against severe disease and death.
Yes.
It only measured efficacy for the first 2 months after the vaccination. Those caveats should have been told to the public at large. You used the words informed consent. I think there was a mass violation of informed consent in the way that the vaccines was rolled out. The force applied to people to take the vaccines through the mandates and the social discrimination and the passports and movement restrictions, all of that was a mass ethical violation at scale.
You know, once again, as a professional, I'm trained to understand the difference between real risks, weigh them against potential risks, and then decide on what an action is. And I thought what I heard you saying in a number of instances was that there were potential risks. One of the previous witnesses talked about, and I apologize, I can't remember the name of the doctor who did the studies that said the whole world was going to die. You know, I'm exaggerating that point, but and then there were studies by Pfizer that followed their test subjects for 2 months and then injected all of the placebo group, so there was no placebo group past 2 months. There were doctors coming on TV that were telling us that the vaccines prevented spread when there was no studies on that. So to me, those are all potential risks. The absolute risks were you locked a child up in their bedroom for 2 months and they couldn't go to school and what the consequences of that might be, or you took a dementia patient that we've heard testimony on in a number of instances where they just locked them up and abandoned them to die. And I guess my question is it not standard practice in public health or in the practice of medicine to understand the difference between absolute and relative risk and weigh those two things together and come up with an appropriate solution given those two different types of risk?
In the public health world that I grew up in, I thought that was absolutely bog standard, that you would evaluate the evidence based on the quality of it. You would prioritize high quality versus low quality evidence. You would try to understand the implications, the reasonable implications could be drawn from evidence, and not make inferences outside of what's reasonably inferable. If you'd had models, you would check the models against reality to see if the models are actually doing well enough. You would think about a whole wide range of outcomes from a policy, not just simply the putative benefits of a policy, but also the potential harms of the policy before you adopt it. All of these I thought were absolutely bog standard in public health, and I think so many of those principles were thrown aside during in the decision making around COVID and COVID policy. Mm-hmm. It's been disheartening for me to watch as a public health professional.
You know, it almost seems that the fundamentals that we based our society on almost all levels were ignored or trampled on here. You talked about censorship. You talked about public health. Basic science, I'm a scientist, and in basic science, you know, you observe something, you guess what you think it is. You do some testing, you develop a theory, and then you observe some more and you take another guess. But science is a loop that keeps going round and round and round and round, a basic fundamental of everything in our technological life. And somehow, in this instance, we went around it, we seem to have went around in a single loop, and then it became dogma. Is that something that you've observed before in your scientific career?
Never. So my colleague, Martin Kulldorff of Harvard University, who co-authored the Great Barrington Declaration, at one point, I think in late 2020, he wrote that this was the end of the age of the Enlightenment. And at first I thought he was being hyperbolic, but you know what? He was right. Essentially, you had a scientific dogma, a relatively small, narrow-minded group of individuals with tremendous power who dominated the scientific life of the world for a time, and didn't brook any dissent. When we wrote the Great Barrington Declaration, 4 days after we wrote it, the head of the National Institute of Health, Francis Collins in the United States, wrote an email to Tony Fauci calling me, Martin Kulldorff, and Sunetra Gupta fringe epidemiologists, and then calling for a devastating takedown of the premises of the declaration. I was subject to death threats, propaganda attacks, slander. I mentioned already the CBC slander, saying that I wanted to let the virus rip when in fact I wanted to focus protection. It was a systematic attack on the very foundations of science that operate exactly the way you say. You have hypotheses. I would just add one thing to your excellent description of how science works with logic and hypothesis and experiment. It happens in conversation with others who disagree with you. In my experience, in my life, in my scientific life, I've learned a tremendous amount from people who disagree with me. It's how science advances. And when the disagreement results in an experiment where one idea is proved right and one idea is wrong, that's exactly how science advances. If you don't brook disagreement in science, you're not doing science.
Yeah, I mean, science is a combination of many minds, not one. That's the evolutionary process, if you will. If you're a single monolithic solution to a large problem, everybody's at risk by whether it's correct or not. You have multiple solutions and you have multiple opinions, you're protected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions from the commissioners? There are. Okay.
When I think of the principle of content neutrality in defining the scope of Section 2B of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as I recall, it's no matter how offensive or unpopular or disturbing a comment might be, it still needs protection. But here we're speaking about a bias against truth. Can you comment?
I have to say, in 2020, it seemed to me like the basic protections for free speech in the United States and Canada were essentially thrown away. The United States, the First Amendment seems to have made some comeback here, and I still have some hope that our lawsuit will succeed. I'm very worried about Canada. My experience in the Canadian lawsuits that I've been involved with, one in Alberta, one in Manitoba against the lockdowns, and then another in Montreal, I have seen very little inclination from the Canadian courts to protect those basic charter rights. And you're absolutely right. This is even more fundamental than somebody just saying bad words on the internet or something. Although I think those are free speech rights that ought to be protected. What you have here is a fundamental suppression of scientific discussion. And it was a suppression both directly with direct censorship efforts, but also by smearing and demonizing people who disagreed with the narrative. Credentialed people, doctors, scientists, where the idea was to, in the minds of Canadians just watching CBC, for them to think that, okay, these are the bad guys, the public health authorities who are making all these lockdown decisions are the good guys, and you should just ignore them because they're fringe, they're outsiders, they're somehow underqualified. Although, I mean, the key thing to me is like that kind of idea is dangerous, not just from the perspective from a legal perspective, where you violate fundamental civil rights of peoples, which it absolutely is, but also from a public health perspective. When public health authorities make mistakes, you have to permit dissent. You have to allow that kind of correction to happen. And if it's going to happen from the outside, where else would it happen if you have a monolithic public health authority that's speaking in one voice? You can't simultaneously allow that public health authority then to control the organs of the media and allow it to demonize opponents not with logic, but essentially by drowning out or by deplatforming. That's unfortunately what happened, and I think it harmed the health of Canadians.
Thank you.
Dr. Bhattacharya, it appears that the commissioners are finished with their questions, and I'd like to just, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, sincerely thank you for taking the time to share with us. Your testimony is greatly appreciated as we jointly just try to find out what happened and figure out how to proceed and heal as a nation. So thank you so much for your contribution.
Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to be able to do that.
Commissioners, we've had just some really key witnesses that have interested you and you've questioned. I'm going to suggest that we take a lunch break and reconvene shortly before 1 o'clock. We have another virtual expert, Dr. Deanna McLeod, and then after that we will be switching to lay witnesses for the rest of the day. But that way we time her for a virtual appearance if we were to take our lunch break now, if that's agreeable. So everyone, if we can adjourn then to about 5 minutes to 1. And thank you again, Dr. Bhattacharya.
I took the first vaccine as told to, recommended. The first time round, I was in the hospital in the ER within a few hours. I felt like my heart was going to beat out of my chest. Like if you've had a baby and you know that feeling when they're kicking, it was in my chest. I've never felt my heart like that before. I went there, they caught sinus tachycardia when I was standing. So it was like my heart rate was around 130 when I was just standing up. I've never felt that before. They walked me around the ER and my heart rate maintained high. The ER doctor sent me home with request to an emergency Holter. And the emergency Holter came back normal. Then they did an echo, that came back normal. Was sent to a second cardiologist who was going to do a POTS tilt test. So POTS is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. So it's where a person stands up, their heart rate will usually spike to 130 plus, and their blood pressure can either plummet or skyrocket. So the cardiologist at the Royal Alec thought that might be what I had. At this point, I'd never passed out or fainted. I just had a slew of symptoms, like probably 20 plus at this point. My GI was a problem after coming back home from the hospital. My heart rate continued to rise. I was out of work for about 5 to 7 weeks before I was able to take on a client again. I was a massage therapist, professional for humans and horses prior to the first vaccine. I slowly started taking on one client at a time or so, 5 to 7 weeks after. And then it was months before I was able to get the tilt test, unfortunately, because COVID and the hospitals were busy and restrictions and everything. So I had the first vaccine in April, and it wasn't until November that I finally got my tilt test. The cardiologist at this point had told me not to get the second vaccine because he needed to do more, he wanted to do more research on me and needed to figure out why I had a reaction. At the same time, without the cardiologists acknowledging it, Alberta Health put on a whole set of doctors themselves to determine whether or not I had an adverse reaction in the first place. This was also my personal family doctor, who's been my doctor for, at that point, 5+ years, didn't know about Alberta Health putting on doctors on my case. He had no idea. So in addition to the tilt test, my cardiologist had said I did not have POTS at the time because I didn't pass out. That was what he had told me. In the same conversation, he told me that I had to have a personal responsibility to know, to get the second vaccine. And he left the room, and the resident cardiologist that was also watching stayed and continued to talk to me about getting the second vaccine alongside the nurse that was there to help me with the tilt test. So they lectured me for probably about together 15 minutes straight about me getting the second vaccine, and that this was just a coincidence, and that they were really worried for me because I had a past blood clot. So with COVID causing blood clots, the cardiologists were like, you need to get the second vaccine. I don't have POTS apparently because I didn't pass out. They dismissed everything else and told me to see a neurologist for my anxiety. So my family doctor was never on board with me getting the second vaccination. Immediately after the first one, he said, don't do it, that's a reaction. But Alberta Health called me and told me that based on everything that they've seen, all of my tests are normal, and this was after the tilt test. Alberta Health's doctors pushed forward and said that I need to get the second vaccination. There is no adverse reaction. So even though I was in the ER hours after and out of work for weeks and continued to have symptoms and never got back to my full work ethic, they told me that I needed to get the second vaccine. I ended up getting the second vaccine. I felt extremely pressured, and I was scared both ways around. I was afraid to get COVID. I was afraid to get the second vaccine, but I didn't understand what was going on with me. Around December, early January of 2022, 2021 into 2022, I did get a little better. I started taking on about 5 clients a day. I was doing a little bit more yoga. I used to teach yoga as well prior to all of this. But it was still not quite what it was, but I could tell, I could stand up, I could do things a little bit more normally. That, again, from April to December, that was the amount of time that had happened. So January, I took the second vaccine, January 8th, 2022. Within 24 hours, I was passing out. So, the slew of symptoms that I had before not only came back, but they came back tenfold, and I had more symptoms. I was not able to communicate with anyone like I am right now. I'm on a lot of different medications right now to get past brain fog and the neurological symptoms that POTS causes. My doctor was really, really upset. He didn't know what to do. I went to the ER at the U of A hospital is where I went. And the doctor there and the cardiologist there and the neurologist there, all of them basically had their hands in the air. My tests were coming back okay, but the sinus tachycardia was there. So I had to do my own research on POTS, and I found Standing Up for POTS organization on Facebook and dysautonomiainternational.org. So through them, I found Dr. Raj, who's he's a cardiologist, autonomic specialist in Calgary, who handles POTS. So after that, my doctor gave me the referral to him. It definitely felt like the doctors were being pushed between a rock and a hard wall with the government. In particular, mine, several times, like I said, he's been my family doctor now for over 6 years, and I had never seen him so distraught. I would come in over my symptoms and what to do, and he just would slump in his chair and just like, he didn't know what to do with me. He didn't know how to handle anything, and he just kept saying, the government shouldn't have pushed this so hard. And he actually didn't get his boosters because of me as well, because he doesn't trust what's going on quite yet. He wants more research to be done. But yeah, the doctors were pretty all clearly told to push the vaccine regardless of potential issues. And I'm now still taking constant medication throughout the day. I need all of this, and this is more than just like I need it in the morning, I need it in the afternoon, and in the evening. I started taking beta blockers at 32 years old for my heart. I'm on blood pressure medication, both because I was diagnosed with hyperPOTS, this year. So hyperpots means I get tons of adrenaline dumps randomly. So basically your normal adrenaline times 6 is what I get randomly. And it happens when I'm sleeping and my heart rate will spike to 170, 180. Me getting up without medication, doing like normal things, 200 for my heart rate. Like it's insane. So yeah. Like I said before, I was really, really active with the community, with my family, with my kids especially. Now, mornings are not okay for me. Like I can't function normally in the morning. Getting up, again, my heart rate every morning, it's insane. So before I get out of bed, I have to take medication, but the medication takes half hour, 45 minutes to kick in. So I'm kind of idle in those moments. I'm really not able to be present at all with anyone in the morning. And honestly, for about 3 hours after I wake up, just my brain is, everything is slow. I don't understand things the right way. Sometimes my hearing will even be off. Like my digestive system, like eating is, I can't, my diet has changed insanely. I can't have anything I used to have. Having a meal with my family, I always have to have something different pretty much than what they have, unless it's like fresh meat and fresh everything. I can't do gluten or dairy, so, you know, going for ice cream with the kids, you know, it's getting them something and I just don't. I can no longer, you know, walk my kids to school. I can no longer go to their school without having to plan days in advance because I know it's going to take a lot of energy for me to be present with a bunch of other people because my nervous system has to take that all in. So riding in the car, like anything you have to do that your nervous system has to do, mine is like a switch and I don't get to decide who's pulling the switch. It just happens. So eye dilation, like pretty much everything you can think about with your body, it is no longer normal for me. On a good day, I need a cane and sometimes I can walk a while without it, like around the house, as long as I'm medicated, as long as I'm doing all of my salt as well. So before, within 3 hours of being awake, I need to take in at least 3 liters of water. And in addition to 3 liters of water, I need about 10,000 to 12,000 milligrams of salt and sodium. So this is what, I just did a comparison. So this is what a normal person needs, about 1.9 grams, and this is what I need in a day now. So the reason I need so much salt is because my body gets rid of it and it constantly is dehydrated. Adding salt and water helps my blood volume try to go up to my brain and my heart. A part of people with POTS, when we stand up, our blood volume goes down. We're basically allergic to gravity. So when I stand, if I don't have a bunch of water, this is one of the reasons we can pass out. Like our blood volume does not get to our heart and head properly. So I have to wear, these are not just normal like yoga leggings. These are medical grade compression garments. And I have to wear a full corset or medical grade abdominal binder as well, because the blood pools in my abdomen, it pools in my thighs. If you have POTS, compression socks are not enough. You need full compression above your hips and into your abdomen. So this is my daily attire. I often without it, I don't feel great. Exercise. So I've become extremely exercise intolerant. So going for walks with my family, that's not happening easily. It just doesn't. To get better with POTS right now, the cure is, there's no cure. It's a diagnosis for life and you have to take care of yourself. So I have to do water, compression, salt, and then I attempt to exercise, but it is very hard. So recumbent bike, so things that are on like lower, things that I can, you know, nothing standing, nothing elevated, but even then some, like as long as I can go the first 10 minutes like rowing without passing out. I can usually make it through 45 minutes, which is, 45 minutes 5 times a week is what my goal is, but half the time I end up passing out, or I have to stop because I have to get sick. I physically get sick. Working out for me is an extreme challenge. On occasion though, I can finish the workout and I actually do feel better after for a little bit, but it's like a massive wave. And now we're, let's see, it's March, end of March. So I was diagnosed last April officially, or it was April or May that I was diagnosed with hyperPOTS, vasovagal syncope, and suspected MCAS, which is mast cell activation syndrome. And at this point, I'm living better than I was, but it's in part due to it's not because my condition is gone, it's because we've all had to change. My kids know that I'm not there in the morning. They know that they both can't come at me at the same time with something exciting or with something awful. Dealing with fights is awful. There's so much that has changed. Nothing about our life is the same. Like, nothing. No, I am actually in the vaccine injury program. So it's a program that Canada has for people like myself who have injuries directly after the vaccinations. However, I will say that this program is insane. So I applied to it last June. I am just now in phase 2. So phase 1 is they get all the information that they can on you, essentially, and they decide whether or not it's worthwhile to take you. So they decided for me it was worthwhile, but now they're on the medical board, so they're collecting all of my medical records for the last 3 years to see my health records prior to the vaccinations and then directly after. So it's taking a lot of time. It could take, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe it's set up to 18 months to decide whether or not I am actually vaccine injured. And I, at this point, also am being represented by James S.M. Kitchen because he is fantastic and understands that I was absolutely healthy prior to this and I am now disabled, unable to do anything I was normally able to do. And the we have not received any help at all. We've not received help. I had a career and I was often bringing in income through different sources like massage therapy, yoga, art, lots of different things. And my health is so inconsistent right now. There are days like I'm with you right now and I'm able to be with you right now, but there are days where I can't talk and I can't do anything because my head just hurts because I can feel my heart rate. And there are days where I can't eat anything and I try and I just puke. It just doesn't happen. No matter what I do, I'm still chronically ill. Yeah. Honestly, before this, I had never had doctors to the extent that they did just tell me something like that this is anxiety. I heard that so consistently throughout taking the first vaccine, throughout the second, and after the second vaccine, sitting in the Alberta University Hospital, the cardiologist, Gordon, I forget his name, but he was the head cardiologist for his department. He was kind, and at this point I had been accepted into Dr. Raj, so I told him I was going to see Dr. Raj, the autonomic specialist. But before I had said that, and he came in to see me in the ER, he tried to tell me, well, this could be an anxiety attack. And this is the first time at this point, second vaccine, I'm passing out now, I'm sick all over the place. This doctor is trying to tell me it's anxiety. It's just like, I put my hand up. I was like, no, you don't get to tell me that now. I listened to, it took 11 or 12 doctors to finally get a diagnosis, and most of those doctors are specialists. Those are neurologists, cardiologists, Multiple times I heard anxiety. I was a yoga educator for a decade. I understand anxiety. I have 2 children. I have moved countries to be with my husband. I understand anxiety. What I have, this is not anxiety. It causes anxiety because I can't go someplace now without worrying about passing out and freaking someone out. I can't live my life normally. Yeah, it causes anxiety. But the doctors gaslighting, telling me it is anxiety, it's in your head. Basically, this is not POTS, this is not something bigger than what it is. I don't know about your other symptoms. Yeah, and I know that there are hundreds of other people out there being gaslit by their doctors, and it's not, I have to put blame on the doctors and the government for this one, because the doctors should be able to say, I don't know. And I'm tired of doctors telling me it's something it isn't because they don't know, or because the government, oh, well, this is so new, the COVID-19 with the vaccine, it's so new. I kept hearing that too. Yes, so then admit that it's new and that there are going to be problems, and you need to help the people that it's being a problem for. There's 3 sides to this. It's not just black and white. And when there's a freaking pandemic, you would think that doctors and government would work together to help people, not just to be like, oh, look, fluff, we covered it. We did that. We did something. Now we're making our doctors say something about this. We're making them tell patients that if they have extra stuff, that it's anxiety because the doctors have to push the vaccinations. There's just so much to this that's wrong. I have no clue. I have joined a lot of different dysautonomia pages, which is POTS falls under this dysautonomia umbrella, and everyone with POTS is very different. You can have POTS and not pass out, which is, I fully believe I had POTS after the first vaccination, I had POTS. I just didn't have an autonomic specialist to tell me that because our tests all come back normal. So other than autonomic testing. But my future, I'm hoping at some point I can do what I did. I miss yoga. I miss horseback riding. I miss helping horses, being around horses. I miss being a mother, like the mom guilt like that you have throughout the pandemic normally. Yeah, that was bad. Mom guilt and then becoming disabled on top of that. Like, there's nothing that could have prepared me for this. Nothing. And no one, like, everyone, I don't know. Everyone else is seeming to move on and live and be able to do things, whereas my family has to very carefully step forward. We have to very carefully do things, and honestly, we're pinned in a corner still waiting for help, like, from the government. I'm lucky that my parents are who they are and that they've been able to help me pay for my medication. Like, I had nothing before, nothing. This is like, I take like tons of pills a day now, and I need them. Without them, I am bedbound. So I'm hopeful that, you know, I hear stories from POTS patients that they just keep pushing through, keep drinking the water, keep trying to exercise, continue. But that's what my future is right now, is keep trying to be normal. And even once I get there, I still have POTS. This will always loom over me. This, you could pass out. Like, a lot of people do go into remission with POTS, and then suddenly they're just out again and hit like a brick. So I'm hopeful that I can get into more of a remission state, that I am able to talk to you now, which wouldn't have happened this time last year. But I'm not sure what my future holds. I have no idea. I cannot do anything normal. Holding a job, there's no way I could hold a normal job. Like a typical, I couldn't get clients right now. I couldn't schedule them. I'd have to reschedule half of them, if not more. And yeah, my health is just really unpredictable. So I'm hopeful for some sort of a future beyond my house. That'd be great. And yeah, feeling like being 33, feeling like you're a senior citizen waiting on life just to come to you. That's really hard. It's really hard. So you get messages from friends who care, and you know that everyone cares, but no one knows how to help, and you don't know how to say, I don't know how to ask for help in the ways that I need, because a lot of the time it's with POTS, it's hard to be around people. It takes energy, and you're only, you know, they have the spoon theory with pots. I like to think of it as a point system because I don't understand this. I don't know why they use spoons. But every day I'm given a set of points, say 5 points in the morning, and every day's different. So one day it could be 5 points, one day it could be 1, one day it could be 12. But normally it's around 5, and each activity takes points. So getting up to go to the restroom, that takes points. Yeah, like anything position changing, like, oh shoot, I dropped something, I have to bend down. Well, that's 3 points. Now you're gonna have to sit down for an hour because you just used up your points. That was it. Like it's yeah, it's awful. It's not living, it's surviving. Yeah. Why aren't you helping me? Where's your excuse? Has this been over a year that I've been like this? Where, why? My family didn't need this. Like, if we didn't have my families to help me, we would have lost everything by now. My house, everything, everything. But why is this vaccine injury program the only thing available for someone like myself? It's unacceptable. And why did you tell the doctors to continue to push the vaccinations when they come to you after the first one with any issue after any vaccination, after any shot, the flu shot, anything? That's a reaction. If you have something happen to you after, that is a reaction. My pharmacist immediately knew you had a reaction. My doctor, family doctor who's known me for years, that's a reaction. Why can't the government admit that? Why did they have to put a full team that was unknown to my doctor on my case to tell me that I didn't actually have a reaction? Why are you gaslighting me? Why? I'm smarter than that. I'm an educated woman. I am a mother, I'm a wife, and have been a really awesome part of my community for a long time. So why would you not want to help someone like me? Anyone struggling? It's just like they just wanted, I don't understand their goal here with this, any of this. It is worse than any hell I could have ever imagined. Imagine literally waking up one morning and you can no longer eat what you love. You can no longer do activities that you love. You can no longer visit with people that you love because you physically can't. You can no longer leave your house easily without consequence. I can't drive anymore. And I used to take my kids driving. Like, I used to going out to all the range roads so that I could visit horses. Like, everything's different. And the response from the government is not only wrong, it's inhumane. It's not okay to have citizens feeling and going through everything that I've gone through. I have solid diagnoses. Like, I have a 5+ page paper from Dr. Raj, and it notes all of my reaction after the vaccinations. So I don't understand what there is to argue. I have specialists, I have doctors that are behind me now. So why is the government not? Doesn't make sense. I did exactly what they asked me to do. And they're just like, you could apply for the $600, refund for March. It's like, do you know what it's like to feed a family of 4 for a couple months? You think $600 extra for help is really gonna no. No. So
it changed a lot of things for me because obviously I had to switch to online school as a student. Student athlete, couldn't play basketball anymore for the school, and I couldn't even go to the gym and work out because everything was shut down, right? And as an engineering student, it was hard also because it's hard to do labs online. It just didn't make any sense because we had to go buy our own stuff, create our own space at home to be able to do the labs and do the projects that we were assigned. And it just would have been so much easier for me to be able to go on campus and, actually use the facility and everything they have there in the school. Well, again, I wouldn't really know because we're all online, right? We're all basically on our own. So I wouldn't really know, but I'm sure there were students that struggled, more than I did, man. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I just did whatever I could at home, pretty much, because like I said, because I played basketball through the school, right? And I love playing basketball, and just because of the whole thing, I wasn't able to, we weren't able to play basketball for the school anymore. And on top of that, I couldn't go even get shots up at the gym, at the rec center, or even work out. So I had to manage at home. I didn't have a basketball hoop at home, so I just, kind of did whatever I could, push-ups and whatever, in the basement. And yeah, I just had to figure it out. But, I just didn't have the access to everything I was accustomed to. For me personally, it wasn't that big of an issue because generally I don't have a huge amount of friends personally, or people that I keep close contact with. I just have a few. Obviously, I have other friends, but I just don't keep as close contact as the closest ones I have, and they all go to our church, and and we were able to meet sometimes when the church would allow us, and we were able to even through FaceTime and things like that, just keep in touch, talk to each other. So it wasn't, that side of things wasn't really that big of a deal for me, at least. There's a few people because a lot of people at church, I knew a couple of people around my age, they have friends close friends in the schools and stuff, and at work even. But for me, just wasn't the case, like I said. So they wouldn't be able to see their friends or their close friends from school and work, and I think it impacted them because they would have the habit of going to on trips and stuff like that with their friends. And again, like I said, for me, that wasn't really the case because that's not really what I do that much. So. They would have been in grade 11 actually when it kind of started, when the pandemic kind of started. So I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, they would have ended their season halfway through or something in grade 11, and then wouldn't have been able to play the entire grade 12 year. So just from the people I've talked to, they were obviously angry, and because like I said, that's the time to get it. That's the shot to get a scholarship. It's your final year. If you want to go, unless you already have one from the previous years, but most of the athletes don't, right? So it's your final year, and you want to get a scholarship if you want to play post-secondary basketball, and just not even being able to show your ability to coaches and stuff, right? And then you have to, since you can't play your senior year, you have to try to find a school that will take you and offer you and give you a scholarship during the summer. And if you want to go to school in the fall in September, it's just there might not even be enough time for you to find a school that wants you to play on the basketball team and then apply and get accepted in your program at the school. So, I think a lot of them ended up actually taking the year off and then just trying to figure it out from there. It was hard. Like I feel them. It was hard. So, like I said, it's earlier. It's the Lord, and I just had to, trust. There's like a beautiful scripture that says, it says, "Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and you perish in your way." So, and that kind of got me through that, and it basically just means like just look to, to Jesus, because obviously he has the high perspective. Like I don't know what's going on. No one knows what's going on, but he is above all else, and he is looking down, so he can see how it's going to play out. And through that, I was able to have clarity, and he was able to guide me, and just trusting him, because at that point I'm like, he's brought me this far, like all the things like my family has been through, like even just being able to come to Canada, he's like been with us. So why not just keep trusting and looking to him and for guidance and as an example. So, and that's what got me through. It's just my faith. Yeah. Yeah, I think they probably would have. They probably trusted in something, or hoped in something, and I think we see the evidence, the results of that, and I think for the most part, like we see the consequences. Like it didn't turn out good for a lot of people. Like I think, like if your hope isn't in the one, right, then like everything else is gonna fail. So, and I think we see the evidence and the consequences of that. So.
Inquiry in Winnipeg. I'm pleased to announce our next lawyer who is going to be calling the next witness, Deanna McLeod. Wayne Lanhard has graciously agreed to come and participate and help us. And Wayne, I'll just invite you up to call your next witness, Deanna McLeod.
Thank you, Sean. I'm not completely up on your technology here, so this is going to be a virtual witness. Have we got that teed up, Sean?
Yeah, she's right. She's right here.
Oh, here she is.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you start asking.
Oh, there we go.
And she's good to go.
Yeah. I have a CV for you, Deanna, and it's fairly impressive. It goes back all the way to 1991, where you've published articles and done research and whatnot. I don't have your degrees, though, so perhaps you could tell me what those are, and then we need to go through the little formality of swearing you in as a witness, and it looks like you've got some interesting topics to share with us. So
yes, for sure. So you asked about my my educational background. So I studied at McMaster University, which is the home of evidence-based medicine, and was trained as such. My focus was in immunology and cognitive psychology. So that's pretty helpful these days. And I basically, instead of pursuing the degree in pre-med, which I trained for, or medicine, which I trained for, I actually shifted to the pharmaceutical industry and spent 10 years there. So that's a little bit about me. Did you want to do the swearing in, or
okay.
do you need to know about?
So the formality is, can you give us your full name and perhaps spell it for us for the record?
Sure. So my name is Deanna McLeod. That's D-E-A-N-N-A. McLeod is M-C capital L-E-O-D.
Okay. And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during these proceedings?
I definitely do swear to tell you the whole truth to the best of my knowledge and abilities.
Okay. I see that you've given us 6 topics that you'd like to cover. I think we have an hour to do that. So one of them is Pfizer's 6-month data. Second is safety surveillance issues, trial data for children, Omicron boosters, and conflicts of interest. So I think what I'll do is just turn you loose to give your testimony. The commissioners may have some questions. So if you're going to change topics on us, perhaps we could stop and see if there are any questions. And if not, then we'll just proceed to the end of your time.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
The floor is yours.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen here. Let me know when you can see it. So the topic that I'll be addressing today, I believe I'm going to be testifying a few times, but the one that the inquiry had asked for me to look into today, or the one that I wanted to pursue today, was a combination of conflicts of interest as well as the safety of the COVID-19 vaccines. And I believe that there's been probably a number of presentations addressing safety issues, maybe in the form of a patient, somebody who's been vaccine injured, or perhaps a number of very capable scientists who've come in and looked at adverse event reporting databases. What I'd like to do is I'd like to dial back a little bit. My particular expertise in the last 20 years has been in preparing evidence-based guidelines. My firm, which I started in 2000, works with clinical oncologists people who treat cancer. And we work with them to survey the literature, analyze clinical trials, and prepare guidance documents in the form of either systematic reviews or clinical guidelines that basically help them guide therapy. And so what we do is we apply the practice of evidence-based medicine. So we look at a clinical trial, we weigh the evidence, we survey the doctors that we're working with to see the degree of consensus, and then weighing a combination of the level of evidence and the degree of consensus, they'll make either a strong or a weak or not so strong recommendation. And so we're very, very familiar, my team and I, in weighing evidence and analyzing it. And so what I'd like to do today is I'd like to take you through the evidence that these vaccines are safe, because our public health officials have been claiming that they're safe. And also, interestingly enough, I know Sean's on this call, I've taken a deep dive into some of the regulatory issues that explain some of the safety data that we've seen in the COVID-19 crisis, the COVID-19 moment. And so I'd like to have a conversation about the connection between those two things. And at the very end, what I'd like to do is bring the people's attention to the fact that Health Canada is proposing further amendments to the food and drug regulations in order to expand the capacity to push through drugs like novel technologies like the COVID-19 vaccines via a back door that they created in 2019. And so what I'd like to do is just, show you what a change in regulation means in terms of side effects, and then maybe loop back and talk about how the proposed extension to that regulations, or the further amendments, or the further proposed amendments, what that may mean for Canadians. So with that very long-winded introduction, I'm just going to jump right into it. I'm going to call this regulatory responsibility. I'm not a lawyer like Sean, who is familiar with regulatory stuff, but we do consider regulations and the burden of proof whenever we're looking at various, when we're weighing evidence to prepare a guideline. And so I have a working knowledge of that area. But one of the things that I'd like to emphasize right away is that our current system is based on testing to prove something. So in this context, when we're looking at the COVID-19 vaccines, or perhaps the changes in the upcoming regulation, what we need to know is understand historically, especially as it relates to vaccines, what the standard for testing is. And so the standard for testing at the very top is anywhere between 1 to 10 years. We surveyed the literature, and we basically noted that each step can vary in terms of its time, but in general, there's a sequence of steps that are always done in order to ensure safety. And so I'm just going to walk you through those right now. The first one is in vitro and animal model studies. So that's called preclinical. So before it gets into people in the clinic, you do extensive animal testing, and some of these tests can take up to 3 years. And generally speaking, you want to demonstrate safety in things that aren't human, so that when you do proceed to humans in clinical trials, you know that there's a degree of safety, and that you know what to expect and what not to expect, to some degree that you can then design your studies in order to be able to monitor potential safety issues. And so we like to call it, you test safety in cells, tissues, and animals before you move on to humans. And that has been one of the cornerstones of our clinical development process, has been to do that. And so when a regulator, Health Canada, wants to consider approving a drug, the pharmaceutical company or the manufacturer will submit a dossier of clinical trials, and they'll need to prove, generally speaking, that the preclinical data doesn't show any concerning safety issues. And then when they go to clinical trial, the ethics boards will allow them to go to clinical trial to see if the preclinical data is sufficiently safe, or there's no safety signals, and they'll allow them to go to a clinical trial. And they'll make sure that that clinical trial is appropriately designed in order to be able to monitor potential safety signals that showed up in the preclinical data. So the other principle that applies when we're doing clinical research is you start with phase 1 studies. And generally speaking, in my particular area, phase 1 study could have up to 20 patients in it. And so you test it in a very, very small group, a new drug in a very, very small group of patients, and then you work your way up. A phase 2 study might be, could be 20 patients, could be a little bit more, especially if it's looking promising. They might add it to about 80 patients. And then a phase 3 trial, depending on what kind of study it is, whether it's treatment or prevention, will have either hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands if you're looking to try a novel technology in humans that are healthy. So the greater you need to test it in a greater and greater sample, depending on how many people and how healthy they are. Because what you want to do is you want to make sure that there's no risk of drug injury when you're looking at these particular drugs and whenever you're considering the data. So the principle then is extraordinary caution and careful study over time, in order to ensure that when you start to roll something out to the very broad population, that all of the possible safety signals have been detected, not only in the short term, but over time. And so you can see here that this band, vaccine development has taken up to about 10 years at times. There have been rare cases where, we've seen that time frame compressed to 5 years. A lot of people would say that that's a great success because they got a helpful vaccine out into the market earlier. But every time we compress that safety, the timeline, we basically sacrifice or compromise on long-term safety, because there's no way to figure out the safety of something, in great detail, and to fully characterize a safety profile if you've only done it in a short time. So that's one of the principles. And so when Health Canada looks at a submission or a dossier that's been submitted for review, they basically look to make sure that each and every one of those steps has been carefully checked, that over time there aren't any safety signals, and that all the steps have been carefully done in order to be able to ensure at the end that you can say that something is both safe and effective. And I was mentioning too that you want more study and more time when you're considering using something in a healthy population. And also you would want to have more study and more time when you're considering novel technology. Novel meaning you don't know very much about it. You haven't used it in very many areas. We don't have very much experience with it. And also, you want to be able to be careful and more cautious when you're using high-risk products where the adverse events profile is known to be where there's a known adverse effects profile. So with that said, there's Sean. I actually put your picture in there, Sean. So basically, this is something that he wrote that I read recently, and it's the test that you would need in order to be able to allow for a drug to be authorized in Canada. And so he's, of course, given many presentations on this, and so I don't really want to go into it much further than to say that in order to get authorization to market a drug in Canada, a manufacturer must meet the test that a drug demonstrates both safety and efficacy and that the benefits outweigh the risk. And so just with that in mind, that is our prudent, cautious regulatory framework, which sets a very high standard and protects people from potential drug harm by having that high standard. So I just want to step into my particular area, which is this hierarchy of evidence. And this is going to, make some people's eyes roll back. But it's very important to know that not all science is the same. And I know that through the COVID-19 pandemic and the COVID-19 crisis, you've got a lot of politicians setting up and saying, we're following the science. If you don't follow the science, then you're, fill in the blank. But it is really, really important to know that not all science is the same. Not all studies are the same, that you have different types of clinical trials and different types of studies, and each study can do and can do different things, but there's only one study that can ever prove something, and that's the gold standard. That's a randomized controlled trial, and it's considered level 1 evidence, or the highest level of evidence. And so what we want to see and what we look for when we're setting guidelines is level 1 proof that something is safe and effective. So what that means for us is that you have an investigational agent that's been compared to a standard of care. The comparator is very important, ideally, and that it shows that it improves outcomes for clinically meaningful benefit. So, for instance, if you want to try and save lives, something that makes your skin clear is not going to be a clinically meaningful benefit, or something that works for a short time but doesn't work in the long time, that's not going to be a clinically meaningful benefit. So you want to make sure that the study is properly and appropriately designed to show a clear benefit in an area of clinical benefit. So with that said, Health Canada, generally, at least in the area that I work in cancer, relies very, very heavily on level 1 evidence in order to seek approval. There's very few circumstances when they'll give access to a drug or market access to a drug for less evidence, and then there's lots of follow-up that's required in terms of safety monitoring. But generally speaking, level 1 evidence is the standard that is used to ensure that any product that enters the Canadian market is both safe and effective, and that the benefits outweigh the cost. And that is really rooted in the Hippocratic Oath, which is to first do no harm. And there was a time at which there was a considerably more deregulation, where regulations were much more flexible. And basically, a drug called thalidomide was promoted, and that drug basically was intended to help relieve morning sickness for mothers, and it was considered safe, or it was purported to be safe. It was approved and given to a large number of women, so it was widespread use. However, it hadn't been proven safe, so when these babies were born, they had limb malformations. And so that led to considerable regulatory reform in Canada, US, and the UK. And the establishment of the precautionary principle, being careful, overly cautious when it comes to drug approvals, so that we avoid any undue harm, as in these children who were born with unusable, at times, arms and legs. So I'm just going to shift gears and talk about biologics. We deal with biologics all the time, and they basically, are types of biological products that are used to, at least in the area that I work with, to treat cancer, for instance. So They can target a given receptor, or they can they're a small molecule that acts to shut down a pathway or turn on a pathway, depending on what we want to do in terms of treating cancer. But one of the things that is very, very clear when the biologics first began to be used, almost 2 decades ago, was that considerable caution needed to be applied, because it is understood that the risks related to these drugs can be serious and life-threatening. So biologics would be classified as high-risk drugs, and therefore the burden of proof needed to ensure safety is higher than, for instance, a drug that it has very few side effects. So then an abundance of caution basically characterizes our approach to biologics. And of course, in cancer, we have the desire to help people because sometimes they have advanced cancer that might very well progress and result in the death of the person who has it. So then what we want to do is we definitely want to experiment and consider novel technology or new biologics because they have such promising outcomes. But at the same time, the last thing that we want to do is add to the burden of disease of somebody who already has cancer. And therefore, there's an extraordinary push to make sure that these biologics are safe before use. And I've added a little bit of a note there, including gene therapy. So gene therapy is one of the highest risk biologics that there are, and the FDA basically requires that up to 15 years of long-term safety study be used when looking at gene therapy. That was the standard that was set out by the FDA, and it has been set out. And so in cancer treatment, there are a few areas where gene therapy is being developed. However, because it's so risky and because the safety profile can be very diverse, difficult to detect, and that safety issues can happen long term, it hasn't really moved forward in any considerable fashion. And so, again, when we're considering the precautionary principle, the area where we should be the most cautious would be if we're using something like gene therapy, which is one of the riskiest or highest risk biologics, in populations which are otherwise healthy. So I just want to talk about a loophole that I discovered in reading a number of different papers recently, and this is the one that Sean has mentioned at different times. But a loophole was created in our regulatory framework where the standard is that you prove safety, efficacy, and that the benefits outweigh the risks. Probably as early as 2016, a powerful advocacy group started championing for changes to our regulatory framework in Canada. And this is a paper by Varul, and it provides this amazing timeline where there was an advanced council for economic growth that was founded by our standing government shortly, in 2016. And so the mandate of that economic growth group, think tank, was to basically figure out how you could grow the Canadian economy. Out of that particular think tank came 6 what we would call economic strategic tables, or economic tables, where they would basically sit down and say, the health and biosciences table, for instance, the health and biosciences and economic strategy table is one of them. And the goal of that particular group was to sit down and say, how can we grow the health and biosciences sector in Canada? So I just want to mention to you at this point that this has nothing to do with regulation and clinical treatment, in the sense that it is the pipeline for novel treatments, but the goal here is an industry for-profit motivated group that is basically now going to say, well, if we want to attract investments to Canada in the health and biosciences area, if we want international groups, global entities to invest in Canadian, in Canada and our economy, then we basically need to initiate. And in the conversations, one of the things that came forward was that Canada has these pesky little barriers to innovation called high standards and high regulatory standards. And then basically this group put out a report, and the report was designed to basically revamp or create a loophole in our regulatory framework that would allow novel therapies, as yet fully undescribed, not fully characterized, to get through a back door in our regulatory framework. And so the pathway for creating this loophole was basically introduced through an omnibus bill C-97 that was pushed through at the 11th hour in December 2020 by our standing government. And basically the goal of that particular bill was to allow for an exception clause, it's like a loophole, an exception, a backdoor, whereby the minister could designate certain drugs as exceptions to the rule, and that they could go through a different type of pathway, not that 10-year pathway that is so pesky and a deterrent to innovation in Canada, but a pathway that is allowing them to do a number of changes. I'm just going to say what they are. So adaptive clinical trial design is one of them. Rolling reviews, which is taking early looks and considering approvals based on early data. And the last one would be changing the terms and conditions of authorization. So those are kind of three crazy words, but what happened shortly after the passing of that particular bill is that in March, late in March 2020, the data for the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine, was ready. And so the Minister of Health issued an interim order that enabled the COVID-19 vaccines to access this expedited pathway. So there were a number of at least two orders that I identified. The first one was authorizing the change to clinical trials. So that's the adaptive clinical trials. And the second one was allowing them to start with rolling reviews. There were a few others, for instance, but I don't think that they relate so much to the safety issue, so I won't get into those too much. So basically what that did is it allowed them to fast track this COVID-19 vaccine, clearly because there was a perceived public health emergency, so that they could get this novel technology, this novel therapy onto the market to, of course, save lives. So that's the little bit of backdrop behind that. And so this is the Honorable Jean-Yves Duclos. And I've just put his brief bio up there. It's nothing too much, but I want to emphasize that Yves Duclos does not have a medical background per se, but that he is an economic expert. And one of the things that we need to consider when we're looking at, guidelines is we're always very, very sensitive to what we would call a conflict of interest. And a conflict of interest is when somebody who has something to gain, potentially financially, politically, career-wise, influences a guideline or a recommendation process, or participates in the development of something that would then lead to them profiting long term. So we've already learned that our government had a intention to grow the economy, and that was the impetus for regulatory reform. It wasn't because our regulatory system wasn't doing a good job keeping people safe. It was because it was a corner of the government that basically wanted to grow the economy and wanted to attract investment from global entities, and therefore, at the behest of that group and those people who are going to profit from these regulatory reforms, Mr. Yves Duclos, who's an economic expert, basically allowed the process of regulatory reform to actually begin. And he's the one that issued the interim order that allowed the first product to go through this new framework and access this pathway of expedited review. And this is a little bit
Could
of
I just ask you a question, please?
Sure.
Was there any mechanism for fast-tracking this type of a vaccine prior to Duclos doing this?
That's a really good question. So in my particular area, which is cancer, there is something called an NOC, Notice of Compliance with Conditions, which is kind of like this pathway, but it's used very, very exceptionally and only in small groups of people with very rare diseases where there's no other option.
Okay. Was it ever done in the past, or was it ever used in the past?
So the Notice of Compliance with Conditions has been used for rare diseases in the past, but this particular regulatory loophole, this backdoor that was created, the COVID-19 vaccines were the very first novel, or what they would call advanced therapeutic, to move through this system.
Yeah, the timeline is fascinating here.
Yeah, it is. So this is just text from the announcement about this advanced therapeutic pathway that they created, and small text, and we don't have a lot of time, but I do want to highlight a few things. So one of the things is they want to ensure high standards of patient safety, product quality, efficacy, and effectiveness. So that's stated in their thing. But before the safety bullet, you can see that they want to maintain an appropriate yet flexible, i.e., being able to lower the standard or increase the standard depending on what they would like to do, regulatory oversight, or maybe we'll have some oversight, or maybe we won't have some oversight. So the flexibility and oversight is the thing that's emphasized here. And then the second one, which should be very concerning to everybody, is the second bullet point is to promote innovation. So that is not a health-related outcome whenever you're considering that the impetus for this change is because there's a group of people in Canada that basically want to increase their profits and draw business to Canada. Now, in the actual document, and I don't have that here, one of the things that they say is they want to, this flexible regulation that they're saying is they want to move beyond, meaning they want to do away with the gold standard randomized controlled trial. So what we need to translate that and say is we don't want to have to prove that something is safe and effective or that the benefits outweigh the risks when we're seeking authorization of our products. We want to be able to move our products through, and we want you to give us a regulatory nod, even if we haven't proven them to be safe, and even though the benefits don't outweigh the risks. And I want to highlight the last one, reduce barriers to bringing ATPs to market. So the barrier that they're referring to is they say, we want to reduce the regulatory standards that we need to bring these advanced therapeutic products to market in Canada. And one might, when they position it as, we want these products to get to patients in need faster, right? And so they put themselves in the position of champion and people who are life-saving. However, one of the things that everybody needs to understand is that the difference between early market access and late market access for a pharmaceutical company can sometimes be billions of dollars. So if you can think about the billions of dollars that were earned by the COVID-19 vaccines by the pharmaceutical companies before they actually even received regulatory approval, will give you some reason why this would be in the interest of pharmaceutical companies. And I also want to just pause and mention that, when we were thinking about the cancer patient, so if somebody has, even somebody who has a very, severe disease, if you push through a novel therapy and it's harmful, then you haven't helped that person at all. what you've done is you've added to the burden of their disease by adding adverse events or injuries to the burden of the disease. And so that is not helpful at all. The only way that we can actually help somebody is if we prove that what we're giving them is beneficial and that the benefits outweigh the harms. And that even then, if there is a risk-benefit ratio, that's clearly articulated to the person receiving the agent, so that they can make an educated and informed choice about whether they feel that it's warranted or not. That's not something that can be imposed by somebody else. So just to finish up on this particular slide regarding this advanced therapeutics pathway that they initiated, what they're asking to do is they want to prioritize innovation over safety. So you can see that innovation over safety. And they want the safety standards to be flexible. They don't want to have to always prove safety. They want to kind of maybe put something through and then just hope for the best or something like that. Or maybe, try and figure out a way to measure safety after people have been injured, or to assess the degree of injury and then make safety calls. So it is really, really important to say that there is absolutely no way that you can be helping people if you're pushing through unsafe products. And especially because it profits pharma. So let's take a look at these products that they pushed through. The first one that they pushed through in this particular pathway. So again, whenever we're thinking about how rigorously you want to review something, how rigorously you want to study something, the degree of the standard that you want to set in order to put something through, you need to think about the nature of the product. So I have here that the COVID-19 vaccines are genetic therapy, gene therapy. They're basically things that teach your body. They introduce mRNA, which is basically like an instruction manual. That mRNA gets delivered through these little lipid nanoparticles into your cells. The lipid nanoparticles are designed to go everywhere in your body and to cross barriers that your body has, protective barriers that your body has there for a reason, so that things can't get into there. And then they introduce these instruction packets into your cell, and they teach your cells to produce a known pathogen. And a pathogen means something that is known to cause disease, which is the spike protein. So it basically introduces a pathogenic protein into healthy cells. And when your cells basically express this protein, it goes and sits on the outside of the cell, then your immune system sees that cell and says, this is a foreign cell, I need to basically attack that cell. So basically what it does is it is something that's engineered to cause your body to attack healthy tissue. It would be very hard for me to understand how this could be helpful for anybody who's healthy. However, that is the nature of the product. It's a biologic product that is basically introducing mRNA that causes your body to produce harmful proteins. It was known before in the early data that it could have caused, we also know this for sure now, that even in the very, very early studies, that this could cause clotting, right? And it is very easy to measure clotting, or the potential for clotting in the blood before clotting actually happens, called a D-dimer test. We also know that it causes inflammation. So based on all of these things, what we should have been doing is putting this into extensive years of testing to ensure that we can produce something that is very safe by careful study. So careful study, then at the end, when it passes the test, then we can call it safe. However, what they were able to do is the minister has they changed the test for approval for this particular thing, for approving the COVID-19 vaccines. And now you only have to have sufficient evidence to support the conclusion that the benefits associated with the drug outweigh the risks. So there's a little bit of word gymnastics there, as Sean has mentioned many times over, that now you don't actually have to prove safety or efficacy. Remember, flexible studies, flexible standards. You just have to produce some evidence that would support that conclusion. So the bar has been dramatically lowered. And this means that now potentially high risk unsafe products, under-tested products are going to be hitting the market and being delivered to people. The thing is a public health need, and of course there's no objective criteria to say what a need is, and anybody can generate a need for something depending on how strong the media campaign is. And in fact, that is a normal part of a marketing process, is to develop need, to highlight the need of your particular drug. And that's, in the clause here. So it doesn't actually have an objective standard. It just has a subjective standard of need. And this is straight from Sean's excellent presentation. I recommend everybody look into his work. Basically, it says it prevents, there was a clause in section 2.1, and I read this morning that I thought was really interesting. It prevents the minister from revoking the authorization. So they're going to lower the standard to this potentially high-risk novel biological therapy. They're going to give it to healthy people because it's a vaccine. That's what that means. And then they're going to make it so that they can't pull it off the market. And in addition to that, leading up to this particular interim order, they had actually given the vaccine manufacturers indemnity, meaning you can't actually sue them if they were found to be harmful. So I don't understand why somebody who is priding themselves in the ability to produce safe therapies that are going to help people would need to have indemnity. So that would make me think twice right away. So let's just take a look at the COVID-19 vaccine and the development sequence. So you can see here that whereas the norm would be, 10 years at the outset, and we're going to be trying a novel biological therapy, high risk, with known adverse events, then I would say that the appropriate thing would be 10 years, if not following the FDA guidance of 15 years of testing. But what this interim order allowed them to do is go in the back door and do 1 year of testing. And what that meant was they did minimal preclinical testing, meaning they didn't take very much time to figure out if it was going to be toxic to humans before they threw them in clinical trials and started experimenting on them. I'm not sure who the ethics review board was that allowed that, but that's what happened. They were able to combine phase 1, 2, 3 trials. So, this step here, the phase 1, 2 was combined. You can see that's here. And then basically the phase 3 studies were done and conducted for about 2 months or so before they took a sneak peek at the data, which is what you call like a rolling review. You can get an early look at the data, preliminary data. And then they basically were able to make a call as to whether to authorize it, which they did after 2 months of study in clinical trials in a randomized context. Then they dismantled the clinical trials. We'll get into that in a little bit. And now they've been allowing these drugs to be used by people without any active monitoring. I'll get into what active monitoring means in a little bit. But just a couple notes on the preclinical testing and what you'd want to see and what was done. So what you want to see is preclinical testing on 2 appropriate animals. So 2 animals that are similar to humans in the main mechanism of action. So that would be similar ACE2 receptor expression, because that's the little receptor that the virus gets through. So here, instead of having 2 appropriate animals, they used 2 studies in rats to do toxicology, meaning is it toxic to the cells or is it toxic to the rats? And some would argue that rats were not the appropriate match for humans and therefore would not have given a very good assessment of what safety you could expect in humans. And so some would critique that the only preclinical studies that they did was those toxicology studies, and then they did some about effectiveness of the drug. But in terms of safety, they did the toxicology studies, but they didn't do it in the right model, and they should have done it in 2 different models. And the other really important test that you want to do before you start experimenting in humans is something called reprotoxicity, meaning you want to figure out if it's going to be toxic to your reproductive cells. Teratogenicity, which means is it going to cause deformities? Genotoxicity, is it going to affect your genome, your DNA? And oncotoxicity, is it going to cause cancer? And so, of course, when I was looking at the data, I was very cognizant of the fact that they didn't do any oncotoxicity data. So they're using a biologic, which we use all the time we know that biologics can either activate or deactivate cancer pathways, but they didn't bother to test whether this agent could activate biological pathways, cancer-causing pathways, before they rolled it out. Before they started testing in humans. And even to this day, I don't think that there's any oncotoxicity studies that they've used. And so we may not know, but the key thing is that the reprotoxicity studies and the teratogenicity studies were ongoing at the time of authorization. So not only did the authorization of clinical trials, so they basically allowed them to start testing things on humans before they actually did the proper assessments to make sure that the products were safe. And to my knowledge, at least at the time when they started rolling it out to the general public, they hadn't done the genotoxicity studies or the oncotoxicity studies. So I don't know how carefully they've looked at this issue of whether these vaccines can be causing cancer before they started rolling it out to healthy people. And that is a really big issue. So let's take a look at the study that they designed. And one of the things that you need to remember is just because you do a randomized controlled trial doesn't mean it's a good randomized controlled trial. And it is only as good as how it was designed to assess the data. And I just want to highlight a few really key things that are really important. So we know that COVID-19 is really a disease that affects the elderly and the immunocompromised, and maybe people with comorbidities. And they tested this particular drug in people who were healthy. So you cannot get any sense of whether the drug is going to be toxic to a frail elderly person or a person with comorbidities if you're testing it in healthy people. So the only data that they had when they rolled this out was data in healthy people. And so therefore, they rolled it out to high-risk groups with very, very little data. They had some elderly patients. They had a very small part that had comorbidities. But for the most part, it was untested, completely untested in high-risk groups based on the phase 3 trial that they used. I'm not going to get into too much more. All that I want to do is I want to say that they measured. The only measurement that they used, the ultimate measurement, was basically, did it produce antibodies 7 days after the second shot? So that's called a point-in-time analysis. And so the benefits of the vaccine were only ever measured in one point of time, and nobody knows if they were helpful or harmful leading up to that point in time, or if they were helpful or harmful after that point in time. So to approve a drug based on one time point is outrageous. And in terms of safety, they only actually followed people up for about 2 months. So not the safety data for all the people hadn't been actually even collected and organized by the time they wrote their first report. And based on that preliminary safety data, remember that I would have wanted to see 15 years of study for a novel technology like this, and they have 2 months, well, let's just say a year, and their randomized controlled trial, which is the only way to prove safety, was ongoing for 2 months. So this is what this interim order allowed them to do. It allowed them to take a sneak peek at this early data and then basically say, the house is burning. We need to approve this drug and get it to people so that we can save lives, all the while pushing through an extremely high-risk biologic and giving it to healthy people. Now, this is just a little bit of the profile of the people that I would have been looking for. I would have wanted to see extensive testing in these groups. So again, we talked about the fact that they tested the wrong population, but I would have wanted to see testing in people with comorbidities, because we know that if this particular agent activates pathways for inflammation, then people with comorbidities, which generally have high inflammation backgrounds, might be more affected, might have more side effects than, for instance, other people. So I would have really wanted to see a lot of good, careful study in people with comorbidities. Teens and children, I would have wanted to make sure that this is not going to cause cancer and that this is not going to cause infertility in this group of patients and so that, or these group of people. So I would have wanted to see extensive testing in small groups of people before we rolled it out. Pregnant women, babies being developed, extremely sensitive time of life. Any significant changes during that time could cause considerable long-term harm. I would have wanted to see extensive safety testing. They weren't even included in a randomized controlled trial. The frail elderly, almost anything that's toxic could kill a frail elderly person. They were not well represented in the trial. And then these were rolled out en masse indiscriminately in our long-term care facilities as a means of protecting them. So we're giving potentially harmful high-risk agents to frail elderly people. And then again, the COVID recovered because these people's immune systems have already been activated and can identify the pathogen. So it would be reasonable to think that they're going to have a stronger immune response. Again, we've talked about the preclinical. They didn't do the oncotoxicity, the reprotoxicity, the genotoxicity. So how we could ever even conceive of giving these to people of childbearing age or children is beyond imagining. Again, the standard based on the FDA's own guidance is 15 years of testing. We did 7 months. And what I want to talk about now is that, again, we knew that there would be cardiac harm. So we could have been measuring troponin levels to see if there was any type of damage to the heart at a subclinical level. We knew that coagulation was a problem, so we could have been looking at D-dimer levels. We knew that inflammation could have been a problem, so we should have been looking at the C-reactive protein. These are all ways of measuring to make sure that people are not being harmed, but these were not done in the clinical trial. So what that makes me understand is that these people didn't want to find a safety signal. Again, 7 days, so reactogenicity, which is the immediate reaction that you get after a vaccine, and that was the only very careful monitoring that they did. And they only did that for 7 days. So why did they only measure it for 7 days? Why didn't they measure it beyond 7 days? How do we even know what happened after 7 days? How do we know that there's not toxicity that shows up a month later or 6 months later? But the careful scrutiny only really happened for 7 days. So again, what that tells me is they didn't want to. This is a study that's designed not to find safety issues. They monitored severe and serious symptoms. So if somebody reported something and said, hey, this happened during my, just after the shot, then they would monitor that. But that's different than actively monitoring them where you solicit things. Did you have any cardiac problems? Did you have any inflammation protests, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they weren't actively engaging the patient to find out if there were anything above and beyond just immediate flu-like symptoms. So again, the moment they approved the vaccine, they basically dismantled the randomized controlled trial. This is a trick that people use in order to be able to, again, hide any type of long-term safety issues by dismantling the placebo group, which means that you unblind the trial and you offer the placebo group the vaccine. You then send everybody over, and I think that it's almost 89% of the people in this particular trial went over to the vaccine arm and proceeded on. So then basically what they did is they dismantled, it's like hiding the evidence. There's not going to be any evidence that there's going to be long-term safety issues. So I have no idea what's in the mind of these people who designed this trial, but if I were designing a trial where I wanted to hide the bodies, where I wanted to hide safety issues, this is exactly how I would do it. I would go make a decision based on early testing, dismantle my clinical trial, and only do the bare minimum of safety testing and reporting in order to be able to move my product through. So let's take a look at the side effects profile again. So this is 7 days after the second dose, and this is the Moderna vaccine. Now, the safety profile for the Pfizer vaccine is practically identical, so I didn't bother putting that in here, but I just wanted to show you that these adverse events are the side effects that happen: fever, headache, fatigue, myalgia, arthralgia, nausea and vomiting, and chills. Those are the symptoms of COVID. So the reason why we're giving the vaccine is so that people won't get clinical symptoms related to COVID, so COVID-like symptoms. However, in giving this vaccine, they basically cause COVID-like symptoms. They cause the very thing that they're trying to avoid from a clinical perspective in more than 75% of the people who received it. And of those people, 55% of them got so sick from receiving this vaccine, this genetic therapy, this biologic, that they couldn't carry about their daily activities. So more than 50% of the people that got this particular drug after the second dose were so sick they couldn't carry out their daily activities. 15% of them, they were basically lying in bed and unable to move. They were completely prevented from carrying out their activities. So you take healthy people who likely won't have, especially people who don't have comorbidities and aren't elderly. You take healthy people who can easily get through COVID, and you cause 55% of them to be so sick that they can't carry out their daily activities, and 15% to be so sick that it prevents them from carrying out their daily activities. So when we're looking at biologics, when we're studying them, we always look for the red. The red here is is called a grade 3 toxicity. And if you have a grade 3 toxicity, you judiciously, you very, very, very carefully only ever give it out to people who it's been proven safe in. And you would only give it to very high risk groups where the risk benefit ratio is highest. However, with a drug that we know is causing the very thing that it's saying that it's being given to prevent, and that it's causing a severe manifestation of it in more than 50% of the people, they actually called this safe. And the way that they got away with that is because they didn't call it a clinical outcome, right? If we were looking at clinical symptoms as a clinical outcome, we would have said this is causing COVID-like symptoms. This is causing the very thing that we want to prevent. What they called it was reactogenicity. By adding a creative label to it, just saying it's the thing that happens after you get the drug, everybody said, oh, reactogenicity, we don't need to worry about that. But in fact, the reaction to this drug is so severe that I would have written a strong cautious sentence, recommendation in a guideline that we would be developing, saying that this should not be given to anybody who's frail or elderly or anybody who is concerned. So the fact that they started giving this to healthy people, including people of childbearing age and teens and children, is incredible. So just to note, this is what they were doing. So severe adverse event interferes with daily activity, requires medical care, and an ER visit or hospitalization. So this is what somebody looks like if they've had a severe reaction. A serious event, as described in this particular thing, requires inpatient hospitalization, was life-threatening, resulted in death or persistent disability. So we know that 15% had severe adverse events. But I want to take a look now to see what the data tells us in terms of like immediately after they had severe adverse events. But whenever you look at everything all together, the solicited and the unsolicited, the vaccines were purported to be very beneficial because 91% of them, they said that we were 91% effective. That's a relative risk change. It's basically just the difference between two numbers. It's definitely not that meaningful whenever it's a preliminary study that's only 2 months along and you're only looking at one point in time. But what makes it really not very interesting from a clinical point of view is that the absolute change between the two groups was only about 4%. So even at 6 months, which is what this data is, only 4% of people even benefited from that vaccine. But ironically speaking, if you were to consider the side effects profile that we know, this difference, the difference between 850 and 777 were the people who didn't get COVID, but everybody in the vaccine arm pretty much got COVID-like symptoms. So, it's a little bit of a shifty, tricky little thing that they did there. But what I love to bring your attention to here is treatment-related adverse events. So this is an adverse event, so something bad that happens after you get the vaccine or the placebo. And it could be from the disease or it could be from the drug that it doesn't specify. But, well, this one actually is from the treatment. And what they said is that in the treatment arm, 5,241 people received an adverse event from the vaccine versus 1,300. So basically, they're lowering the chance of getting COVID by 91%. But if you use the same metrics that they use and do the relative risk change, they actually increase the relative risk of side effects, treatment-related side effects, by 300%. So they're basically taking healthy people and they're causing them to have an adverse event. And the net increase, whereas the decrease, the benefit was 4%, the increase, the risk, is plus 18%. So if we were holding to our traditional means of following this, the risks grossly outweigh the benefits for this particular vaccine. And that's just looking at any old adverse effect. If we look at severe adverse effects, I'll just go back, it's a 75% relative risk rate increase and a plus 0.5% absolute risk increase. And a severe, remember, that's somebody getting so sick that they can't carry out their daily activities. And serious, I'm just going to tell you again what serious means: inpatient hospitalization, life-threatening episode, results in death or permanent disability. You have a net increase between the two arms. Now, if COVID was so dangerous that it needed to be treated and treated in everybody, then the serious adverse events, serious outcomes should have been higher in the placebo arm, and we should have seen lower in the vaccine arm. But what this is telling me is that this vaccine is more toxic than, or the manner in which we're doing it, vaccinating healthy people with this toxic substance is causing more harm than good. I just want to be sensitive to time, so I'm just going to move it along a little bit. They also looked at deaths. So deaths before they dismantled the trial was 15 and 14. So again, you would have to say that that's comparable. So you could never argue at the time that this was authorized that this is saving lives, because it was comparable between the two arms. But what's really concerning is why, I mean, if you have healthy people and you're measuring this 6 months later, and one arm is getting COVID, which is deadly, and they die, I mean, that would explain why you have deaths on the placebo arm. But why do you have so many deaths on the vaccine arm in healthy people after 6 months? That's unusual, even if in a sample of 40,000. If we look at deaths after unblinding, so after they invited these placebo group people to come over to the vaccine arm, there was 5 additional deaths for a total of 20 deaths on the vaccine arm and only 14 on the placebo, and people who'd received the placebo after 6 months. And again, this particular part here where they talk about the 5 additional deaths, instead of making that very obvious and bringing it into the text and reporting on it in their conclusion, which is what they should have done if they wanted to, make sure that they were being abundantly cautious and protecting people, was they should have basically written that up in the front and included it in their conclusions, but instead they buried it in the text. One last thing that I want to highlight is if you look at the deaths, the cause of deaths, you can see that there was those from a cardiovascular nature. There were 9 cardiovascular deaths on the vaccine arm and 5 on the placebo arm. Now, you can't conclude anything clinically from that, but what I would have said is we need increased monitoring for cardiac problems moving forward, and that this should not go out without more careful study. And yet what we did was we rolled it out. So again, if we remember what our test is and what the conclusion of the study is, so I've walked you through the phase 3 trial results. And so our traditional regulatory system would mean that we'd have to prove safety. So we haven't been able to prove safety because the study actually proved the opposite. And yet here is the conclusion of the initial paper from the New England Journal of Medicine that was used as evidence to support the conclusion that the vaccines were beneficial. It says the 2-dose regimen of the Pfizer vaccine conferred 95% protection against COVID-19 in persons 16 years or older. Safety over a median of 2 months was similar to that of other viral vaccines. So they didn't make any safety statements. They just sidestepped that altogether. They didn't prove safety. In fact, what their study did was disprove safety, but they failed to actually highlight that. So I just want to talk about something called risk management plans. So
could I ask just 2 quick questions here?
Sure.
This data looks very similar to, I think, what they came up with in the U.S. Were there separate studies done in Canada? Unique studies here?
That's a really good question. So again, remember how we were talking about global pharmaceutical companies? Basically, basically they have global pharmaceutical companies developing these products. And then basically our government wants these global pharmaceutical product companies to invest in Canada. They need that in order to spur on this bioeconomy, this innovation that they want to do here in Canada. And so the whole impetus for changing the regulatory framework was to allow more innovation or more investment, or to give more leeway to these large pharmaceutical companies. And interestingly enough, it's those very same large pharmaceutical companies that are asking us to lower standards of regulation that designed this trial.
Well, that was going to be my next question. I mean, the Canadian government has spent billions of dollars buying these vaccines, and my understanding, I think, is that they're coming from somewhere else. They're not being produced in Canada.
No, this is not helping the economy whatsoever.
I'm sorry?
This did nothing for the Canadian economy, except for burden our healthcare system with vaccine injuries, which is probably going to, hurt our economy in the end, and perhaps, destabilize our health system, I would argue.
Okay.
So I just want to continue on, and I want to talk about something called a risk management plan. So again, the normal pathway is that you have a randomized controlled trial, that it is continued right to its full, that it's completed in its full, that it's well designed, and it's designed to prove something that's clinically relevant and completed. And then at that point, they submit their dossier with all their complete safety results, their complete efficacy results, and then the regulatory official basically starts to evaluate it and basically either authorizes them or not based on whether they meet the test that Sean has described previously. This alternative pathway, this backdoor that they've created, this advanced therapeutics pathway, basically says we want flexible regulatory framework, which means I want to do away with this standard of needing to prove it, and I want to be able to move forward to market despite whether I've proved it or not. And what I'll do is I'll do extra surveillance, I'll just do extra studies, we'll do risk management plans in order to be able to ensure that people are safe. So what I want to do is I want to look at some of these risk management plans that are available and what they looked like when we looked at it with COVID-19. So now I've just got my evidence-o-meter here again. This is my Bible. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be moving from the realm of what you can prove, which is up here, level 1 evidence, and we're going to be moving down to an area here where we can really only make observations and identify associations. We can no longer prove anything. So I just want to say, from a pharmaceutical point of view, if I'm somebody who is a very rich pharmaceutical company and I want to make money, what I want to do is I want to push the burden of proof down the ladder, because these studies here are very easy to game. When I say game, is that it's easy to introduce, to design them in a way that you can actually get them to say what you want them to say. So you can manipulate the way that that you manipulate the people that you allow into your analysis, you can manipulate the way that you monitor it, and then you can manipulate the way that you sample different people in order to be able to make the results look the way that you want them to look. And so what they did was they basically said, you know what, we'll do more of these trials if you allow us to market so we can make lots of money by missing this one. So basically preliminary data from this one, and then even though it showed that it was not safe, and then we'll do lots and lots of studies. So you can see that there's tons of observational trials done on the COVID-19 vaccines, and they'll say it's this effect, the effectiveness is this, or the safety is this in this population. But interestingly enough, none of those trials can be used as evidence to prove safety. But that's good for the drug manufacturer, because they can't be used to prove that it's not safe. So what you do is you let them out, and then now the burden of proof has shifted from the manufacturer that was needing to prove safety to now the public that now needs to prove that it's not safe. So the one making all the money that has the ability to run the trials, is no longer needed to do the safety testing, And the public, who has no money and doesn't have the money to run a clinical trial, a randomized clinical trial, to prove that it's harmful, basically are unable to do so. So it's brilliant from a pharmaceutical point of view if you basically want to make sure that you are never called to order in terms of your safety. But it basically puts the public in a very perilous position. So this is a crazy looking graph, but I'm just going to walk you through it. So these are the different types of studies again, and their ability to figure out safety. There's the different ways that you can monitor safety after a drug has been out on the market or just period. So this one is the randomized controlled trial. And so if you recall, we just looked at the data, and this is data from the Pfizer vaccine here, that from Thomas, and it basically showed that 78% of the people that get the Pfizer vaccine are going to have some sort of adverse reaction to it. 5% of those are going to be severe. Remember severe is like, it makes it so you can't carry out your daily activities. Now, there's another way of monitoring something where so this is active monitoring. It's where you're actively looking for the side effects. You're carefully looking at the person. And that's called prospective active monitoring. And when you do that, you find out that 78% of the people actually are getting side effects from this drug. The next thing is V-safe. So they basically say, we don't want to do this. And of course they don't want to do that because that's the best way to find out what the side effects are. We want to be able to do something else. We want to have a registry where we'll give the person the shot and then we're going to send them off and they'll have a phone and then they can look at their phone and then they can basically, report any type of adverse events that they have. So when you do that, which is active monitoring, you get 71% of side effects. So it's capturing most of them, but you don't really get many of the adverse, the severe ones. If you look at unsolicited, meaning that you just don't even tell somebody, they just say, if they just come and prompt you, like you don't prompt them, they prompt you to say that they've had an adverse event, you only get 30%. And again, that's within a clinical trial. So this is solicited and this is unsolicited. What we've done in Canada is we launched these vaccines and then we basically said we're going to rely on our passive surveillance system. The passive surveillance system is a system that's available that if you have an adverse reaction, then you got to remember you have that adverse reaction. It's got to be so bad that you go see your doctor. Then the doctor has to spend an hour to fill in a form, and then that form gets screened by who knows how many people in between. And then that adverse event gets deemed as legitimate because it matches what they're expecting, not what they're unexpected potentially. And then once it's legitimized and it's entered into the system, our Canadian system records 0.07% adverse reactions. Now, this is the true adverse reaction profile because we did the phase 3 trials. And this is what the government is relying on to call these vaccines safe. Now, it's not that they're safe. It's that the ability to test for the safety is insufficient. So they're insufficiently monitoring safety, and therefore, in the absence of detecting any safety issues, again, they're not having to prove safety. Without any proof otherwise, they're calling it safe. And so our whole presentation of these COVID-19 vaccines have been turned around because they changed the standard. Now they're saying that it's safe, not because it's been tested and proven safe, but because there's an absence of safety data that proves that it's not safe. So this is the V-safe. This is active surveillance, and this was data that the CDC was collecting and kept from the public during the vaccine rollout. And it was made public through an ICANN lawsuit. And they basically created this dashboard, and it basically tells you, so this is data from the people who had the app, and they were actively being monitored. So we know that this is probably going to be the best sense of figuring out how everyday people responded and reacted to this particular vaccine. And we see here that 30%, according to this particular monitoring thing, and again, it's probably not as accurate as the phase 3 trials, 30% of people monitored experienced a severe adverse events. A significant proportion missed work and school, and about 8% required medical care following vaccination. Now, if you're giving it to healthy people who are not going to need medical care from COVID-19, and then you give them the vaccine and they require medical care, it would be hard-pressed to understand how we're benefiting people. This is the serious adverse event report from VAERS. So VAERS is the system that barely picks up anything. It's called passive surveillance. It's the one that's the least sensitive at picking up safety issues. And this is basically a sum of all of the different adverse events reporting for all the vaccines leading up to the time when we changed our standard and we started pushing through biologics and giving them to healthy people. And what you see here, is that you've got a jump between, less than maybe 2,000 or 3,000 to 30,000 adverse events reported. And again, this is passive surveillance, so it's underreported by some very significant amount. In terms of deaths, basically we have an incredibly huge jump in vaccine-related deaths with the rollout of this particular vaccine. So again, what we're seeing is these are very strong signals saying that there's something that's not right. However, this is not sufficient evidence to be able to prove or disprove safety. So therefore, this vaccine continues to be distributed. This is a pharmacovigilance report. Basically, it's a passive surveillance report. This was, again, something that this FDA received and was not made public. And it was available for about it measures the adverse events, again, passive, unprompted. People have to work really hard to get their adverse events reported. So they suspect that they had a vaccine injury, and they report it to the company, and the company basically creates this report. And I just want to highlight the fact that in this report, there were about 1,200 deaths. So this is where somebody got the vaccine, and then they basically said, this person died right after the vaccine. I suspect that it's the vaccine. And we can make note of this and we can say, oh, that's a signal, but it can never be used as proof to take the vaccine off the market because you can't prove anything with this. So 25,000 people had nervous system. So again, we were looking for inflammation. We were looking for cardiac problems, but neurological problems were a little bit of a surprise. I just want to highlight something as well, that 71% of all the adverse events were in women. If I were to see that, then I would say that's shocking and that should be stopped and looked at right away. 64% of the adverse events that were severe, that were reported, were in groups that had little risk of any severe COVID-19. So, these were people who didn't even need the vaccine. And 64% of the ones were in that group of people. And, what they said is that, we monitored it for 7 days and it looked good. It was great. And so that what they didn't say and what showed up in this report is that a third of the people who are injured don't fully recover based on their own data. That's 2.5 months after. So again, I would say this is lots of evidence that it's not safe, but again, not enough evidence to prove that it's not safe. I think I'm a little bit sensitive for time right now, so I'm just going to jump along here. This is about boosters, and particularly boosters in teens. So again, the primary series was the first 2 doses, and the third dose is called a booster dose. And again, we're not surprised that the first dose was about 60% of people had adverse effects. We are familiar with our 75% number, but what I want to show is with every single dose, it's like getting COVID-19 all over again. You get COVID-like symptoms. You can see them here and here. But what's really troublesome is the severity of the symptoms over time when you get boosted. So the first one, in terms of being unable to go to school, there was only a small amount. Then it increased to a point where of the people, the teens who are getting their boosters, 20% of them aren't able to go to work or school for the week after they get their vaccine. So again, I'm hard pressed to understand how this can be actually helping children, teenagers specifically, who aren't sick and have no risk from COVID-19. How can making them so sick that they can't go to school be helpful? It's hard to imagine. This is a study by Dr. James Thorpe, and he was looking at outcomes in pregnancy, fetal outcomes related to women who've been vaccinated during pregnancy. And he compared them to the adverse events that happen from the influenza or the flu vaccine. So COVID-19 vaccine versus flu vaccine. It's measured by dose, so they controlled for that. And again, so after the COVID-19 vaccine, menstrual abnormalities, and this is a really weird chart. So what this means is if one is your baseline here, and so if it's to the right of this, it means that the COVID-19 vaccine is causing more harm or there are more adverse events associated with, or adverse outcomes associated with the COVID-19 vaccine than the flu vaccine. And when I'm analyzing a study like this and we're looking at hazard ratios, reporting ratios, go ahead.
Deanna, we're starting to run short on time, so...
okay, how about you want me to finish it up? I'll just jump over. Okay. So I am going to jump to this last section here. So I think we've gone through enough data now to say that the problem with a risk management strategy, which is meaning that you move away from the standard of a randomized controlled trial that's able to prove safety to something less than that, you can't prove that it's not safe. And therefore, harmful agents can continue on the market like the COVID-19 vaccine unchecked. And I want to, at this point, raise everybody's attention to the backdoor expansion program that's underway. So right now, in this issue, government issue of the Gazette, Part 1, Volume 156, the government is moving to expand the number of agents that can move through this back door. So again, we've just walked through what it looked like when the COVID-19 products were put through this particular backdoor system, where they didn't actually have to prove safety and efficacy before they were authorized, and how the risk management plans were not effective in controlling and identifying safety issues that could stop the vaccine from being provided or protect citizens. They now want to expand that to class 1 to 4 medical devices. This particular program was designed because they wanted to have a pathway for things that didn't fit the normal pathway. So it's supposed to be an exception rather than a rule. And one of them was to figure out medical devices that have AI interfaces or machine learning. And so I would imagine, and I can't say for sure, that one of the elements that would fall into this new category of medical devices could be AI interfaced medical devices that learn and interface with somebody from an implant, for instance. Or I couldn't imagine, I don't really know, it's not very specific, but the terms are so broad that almost anything can get through the back door in terms of a medical device, including something that has AI learning and potentially a biological technical interface with it. So again, I would probably say if we had something like that, then we'd want to have an abundance of caution, and we'd want to take time to really learn what that means for humans and how that would interact with that before we would move it forward or allow it to have a fast track through our regulatory system. The other thing that they want to do is they have product-specific biologics requirements, and that sounds really crazy, but it means that you have to test each biologic individually. So for instance, you had to test the Pfizer mRNA vaccine, and then you have to test the Moderna vaccine. So what they want to do is they want to just do, one study. We'll just do the Pfizer study, and then anybody who has an mRNA vaccine like that, all that they have to do is show that they're comparable. They don't have to do all their original research, and we'll approve it automatically. So again, I think that that's very concerning, because when it comes to gene therapy or biologics, just slight changes in the actual compound can turn on or off different pathways in your body and or code for different proteins or sequences. And so again, I would say an abundance of caution is applied or should be applied here, rather than removing the product-specific classifications. They not only want to have human drugs needed for emergencies, but they actually want to expand it into veterinary drugs. So then what we would be seeing is we'd have, potentially, I have no idea how this would work, but, would it be going into our food supply, and would we be getting secondary effects from any of these biological interventions or gene therapy interventions that are in our food supply? I think that that's something that we need to carefully consider and study before we would open this backdoor process to them. And again, they were able to push through the COVID-19 products based on an emergency a pandemic, an infectious disease, a global health emergency. But now what they want to do is they just want to be able to push it through the back door if it's an emerging infectious disease. And that term is so broad that they can actually make up almost anything. It doesn't even have to be life-threatening in order to be able to access this back door. And again, they want to not only use it for treatment, but they basically want to use it for prevention and diagnosis. And the key word there is prevention and diagnosis means healthy people. And so again, if we go back to our standards, we want more study for people, things that are being given to healthy people. So I just want to say that as the closing thing for my particular presentation is that there's a deadline for being able to oppose these regulatory amendments, the expansion of the back door. I highly recommend that we shut the door completely, especially when it comes to novel high-risk therapies that are being given to healthy people. And you can do that by commenting on April 26th, up to April 26, 2023 at the Gazette. There's a link that I can make available, or calling your MP and saying that you absolutely do not agree with this lowering of the gold standard and this new approach to agents, and especially the fact that they're trying to push through so many agents through the back door now. So we're at a very critical point in our healthcare. Basically, what we're doing by authorizing this back door is we're granting, when we grant expedited approval to novel high-risk therapeutics without proving their safety, we're basically formalizing the practice of human sacrifice. We're basically saying that it's acceptable as a community to sacrifice the people who will be injured by this on the altar of innovation. And I would say that we need to make a firm moral stance that that's not who we are as a community and as a society, and that we need to go back to absolute standards that protect. And so this last thing is my sister. She was one of the people who were sacrificed on the altar of this innovation. She was a woman who had cared for special needs children, and she died following the vaccine from heart failure. So it reaches us all. And so that's all I have to say. I'm happy to take some questions now.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from the commissioners for this witness? Ken?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. She's on the other screen, Ken.
There we go. Could I get you to go back to one of the slides you had? It was the one right before the slide that said risk management plan. I want to understand something here. Keep
Which
going.
one?
Backwards
Okay.
still. Keep going.
Yeah, let me know when I arrive
Keep
here.
going. A little more. Keep going. One right before that one. Oh, okay. Sorry, I lied. It was,
Just let me know which one it is.
keep going. Wait a minute. I think that's it. Well, I'm not sure, but I thought I heard you when you were talking about the testing that they did, and you were talking about that they had split approximately 40,000 people into two groups, and they one was a placebo group, one was had received the injection. And then I believe you said, I'm going over what you told me, and then I'm going to ask you a question about it. And then you said that that test went on for 2 months, and then they took the placebo group and gave them the shot, so they eliminated the placebo group.
Yeah.
And this was for, of course, you're doing this to test the safety of this product, correct? You're doing this test. And so my question is, if I was evaluating cigarettes in this way, would I have found any of the bad effects that cigarettes have on people in testing it for 2 months in a group of 40,000 people? So if I would have tested cigarettes for 2 months, would I have known that they cause cancer, they cause heart disease, they cause whatever the heck else cigarettes cause? So using this protocol, is it theoretically possible you could have you could have approved something that, like cigarettes, to treat it?
Oh, cigarettes would have definitely been approved. I mean, you could probably make a study look like you could probably make a study look like cigarettes are helpful, right? I'm not sure what your endpoint would be, but you certainly wouldn't be able to find the long-term safety studies that we found, you know, the safety issues that we find, right, with cigarettes using this. In fact, I'm hard-pressed to think of one trial for cancer where they've only studied something for 2 months. We would have never, ever accepted a trial that had 2 months of data and then was dismantled. We would have basically said that the outcomes from that trial are no longer valuable, and that it would never have received approval, even in people who are, you know, late-stage cancer patients. So to think that they, you know, stopped the trial or dismantled the safety component of the trial, you know, the part that is able to prove that it's not safe after 2 months, in my mind, the only thing that is reasonable to think is that it was done on purpose, because somebody who was passionate about keeping people safe would have never done that.
Well, you also showed some charts that showed how many people had severe reactions to the vaccine, and you showed in those charts as well some that, and you defined the different levels as if it affected your normal daily routines, or if it made it so you couldn't do your normal daily routines. And so that was charts with regard to the effects of the vaccines. But I'm wondering, are there charts that show that for getting COVID in the first place? In other words, if you get, we keep hearing about COVID cases that had no symptoms. We keep hearing about all kinds of things. So are you aware of a chart similar to the one you're showing on the screen right now for people who actually got COVID? You know, what's the percentage of them that have no symptoms? What's the percentage of them that can't go to school? And I'm wondering how they compare.
Yeah, so the way that you would do that is that you would look at, you know, the people, I mean, in a placebo-controlled trial where you're looking at the placebo versus the vaccine, what you're really comparing is people who've received immunity from a vaccine to people who may not have had immunity yet. So this is going to get complicated, but it's a gamed trial. So we know that immunity protects people from disease. And so if you only give immunity to one arm and not to the other, right, then you know that the one that basically doesn't have immunity is likely going to be more sick. However, interestingly enough, in this trial, we know that more people got COVID. This is the placebo arm right here, dose 2 placebo arm. So this is people who got COVID. This is the background amount of people who got COVID. So they didn't get the vaccine, they got a placebo, and they got COVID. And there's more of them that got COVID. So that you should say, wow, if there's more COVID, then you should have more adverse events, right? These are the adverse events. So you should have more COVID-like symptoms if you got more COVID. But if you actually look at it, the amount of, you know, the total amount of the symptoms that people get if you were healthy and you got COVID was less than 50%, dramatically less. Most of that was mild. Only, what is it? I don't even know what that is. Maybe 12% of them had something that was enough to make them really sick. And then very, very, very few of them were enough to prevent activities. And then you compare that to people who got the vaccine and prevents activities, severe, right? Red to red, this is dramatically higher. Blue to blue, this is dramatically higher, and gray. So it's incredible that we're thinking that we're giving this to protect people from COVID-like symptoms or COVID symptoms by giving them more COVID-like symptoms. It's incredible. It's mental gymnastics to think that this is how we arrived at saying that this is safe, when we agree that COVID-like symptoms are bad, because that's why we're doing the trial in the first place.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and giving us testimony again. Very, very helpful. I have a couple of questions about this new framework under the Food and Drugs Act that you talked about today, and this alternative pathway to approval. And I'm just wondering, so If a drug is approved by the minister to undergo this alternative pathway, which seems to expedite the process, is there a pathway, or is there some mechanism built into that pathway to bring the safety considerations back into the normal sort of time frame or pathway under the regular authorization process, or is it you just get into this expedited process and once you have the authorization, you're good to go?
I'm going to say a couple things. One is that the proposed amendments are so confusing and convoluted. I've never read something that lacks such clarity, which makes me suspect that perhaps they don't want it to be clear what it is that they're trying to do. So in terms of being able to address those details, I think that should be something where we should be all stopping and asking those important questions. I can't answer them based on the available information, but I do know from my experience in cancer where we do have similar pathways called NOCCs that are used to get life-saving treatments to people who are dying from cancer who have no other treatments, so serious diseases, no other options, that once the accelerated approval is given, and so what they'll do is they'll say, okay, you know, your randomized control trial, preliminary data, you know, I'm going to give you access to the market now, but I want you to complete your trial, and I want you basically to do said types of monitoring studies in order to be able to prove the safety of your drug. I think the number is only about 50% of the mandates for additional safety monitoring ever get completed. I can count on one hand the times that they've actually pulled a drug from the market once it's on there. And I think it is almost like saying it's a ball rolling down a hill, and once the ball's halfway down the hill, it's really hard to get it back up to the top. The amount of energy that you need to employ in order to get that ball back up the hill or get the cat back in the bag or to address everything and to get all the doctors who thought that it's good to change their mind, it's very hard to go backwards. And so what tends to happen is that these products stay out there for a very long time. I'm not saying that there aren't some pharmaceutical companies who are very diligent, who do the proper monitoring afterwards. And I'm not saying, but the momentum to bring it up to have somebody actively monitoring it from the government, and to make sure that they're doing the studies and to make sure that they're checking the databases puts all of that burden of proof on the government and the taxpayer, whereas it would just have been simpler to say only the things that have been proven safe get out of the bag. And that way you don't risk anybody from injury because you wouldn't especially with high risk agents. So I don't know if that's helpful. But, you know, after being in this business for probably about 10 years or so and watching this in the cancer area, I would probably say that it should be under extremely exceptional circumstances that we should ever allow backdoor treatment.
Thank you.
No. Okay. Thank you very much, Deanna, and I'll call on Kyle for the next witness.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. Bye now.
My name is Kyle Morgan. I'm a local lawyer here from Winnipeg. The next witness is James Erskine.
Good afternoon.
Can I just get you to spell your name, sir?
It's James. Last name is Erskine.
And your full name is?
James Matthew Erskine.
And you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Where are you from, sir?
Winnipeg.
You lived here your whole life?
Yes, sir.
And you have children?
3.
And can you just tell us a little bit about what you were doing for work during the COVID period, I guess starting in 2020?
Yeah, I was employed as a police officer in Winnipeg, City of Winnipeg. I was employed since 2011, February. So I was working at that as a constable during the first part of COVID.
Okay, and what do you recall about what happened to your employment when COVID started unrolling?
Well, I was, for the most part, going along to get along. But what happened with the police in general is that we were given not necessarily a vaccine mandate, but we were told that we would need to provide proof of vaccination, or that we would be essentially subjected to totally different treatment than the rest of our peers. That treatment being 3 times a week, going for testing on our own time, and wearing masks when no one else was wearing masks.
And when did this policy come about? Do you recall exactly when that might have been?
Yeah, November 15th, 2021.
Okay, and I understand that you had some difficulty following those requirements. Is that right?
Well, I wouldn't have had difficulty had I decided to do it, but I was not going to be doing it because I believed it was a gross miscarriage of our rights and freedoms to have to tell the rest of our peers what exactly was going on with our own personal medical statuses, and secondly, I believe that what was going on in Canada, especially as a whole, was extremely problematic. Coming from a background where I was there in my belief to serve the public, not to contribute to tyrannical measures.
I don't know if I can ask you, are you somebody that was vaccinated in general with other vaccines?
Generally speaking, yeah.
So you didn't have a bias against being vaccinated?
Not at all.
Was there something that caused you some concern about the vaccines that were available in Canada at the time?
There was a number of things that caused me concern. The good doctors that we've just been listening to and professionals that we've been listening to have outlined a lot of the things that whether I was aware of the entirety of them at the very beginning, I certainly became aware of much of those bits of information over the time that COVID was presented to us. But I would say that the biggest thing that stood out to me is the it had every ring of, for lack of a better term, organized crime. It looked like it looked to me like it had all of the markers that I would be suspicious of if I was looking at an organization that was being obfuscating the truth and trying to come across with an agenda.
Can you just tell us a bit about your salary and the types of benefits you were getting as a police officer?
Certainly. Well, I was a full senior constable, so I had I was just prior to all of these things going down in 2021. I had been asked to be a field trainer. I was getting to a point in my career where I was looking towards a promotion if I could get that, and I think I had pretty good standing as a cop. I had a very good work ethic, very good reviews, 650 career arrests, somewhere around there. I was the second in my class in terms of marks, and so what happened with me is that because I refused to give those things, I was ultimately locked out of my police station that I was working in. I was sent home without pay, with what did they term it? Non-disciplinary, quote unquote, non-disciplinary unpaid leave. I wasn't allowed access to my holiday time. I wasn't allowed access to my bank time. I wasn't allowed access to any of the time that I had rightfully earned. I was just sent home. The paycheck stopped, And a short time later, I quit because I knew that if I quit, they would at least have to, ostensibly, they would have to pay out those things. And so what has happened since is that I've lost, 11 years of my life, basically, though I think that I hope that I did some good in that time. I've lost the pension that I would have had after 25 years. Certainly I got a payout for portions of it, but not in the same amount. And what I've done with my family is I've gone from a career of making roughly $120,000 a year. I'm just telling you because police salaries are online. You can look them up, and we're roughly a third of that now.
Did you ever try to work out a compromise or any type of accommodation rather
Absolutely.
than tell us a bit about that?
A number of letters were sent, a number of email communications. We had attempted to go through our union to fight the measures that they were taking. Interestingly, our union president was not just figuratively but literally in bed with one of the executive. It was a common law, and I don't mean in a despicable way, so to speak. Other than they were common law, so an out in the open relationship. But in any case, I'm sure that has potential to play into the desire of a union to fight for its people. When the union didn't help us, we've also sought measures to go through the labor board. The labor board shrugged us off. There was a number of, without getting into it, there's a number of lies in the labor board's response to me. One of the things that I said to them in my complaint was that these measures had been the single cause of why I had quit, and they came back and their response was that there was no evidence to say that that's why I had quit. And so if they're not going to take me at my word about why I'm quitting, we kind of have a problem with sort of a due process when it comes to seeking out reparations for problems.
Were there any other of your coworkers that had a similar experience?
Quite a number. I was actually fortunate in terms of being on a shift where I had a lot of co-workers who were very supportive and who were also going through the same kind of steps that I was going through. But overall in the police service, I understand that I think about 96% of them were vaccinated. So I was in a lot of ways an outsider, but at the same time, my peers weren't the ones who were necessarily looking down on me. It was the organization from the top down.
You had mentioned that I guess the policy had been differential treatment for those that didn't get the vaccine.
Correct.
And testing, is that right?
Yes, testing, and we would have to wear masks everywhere. So the police had been, the way I understood it, reading all of the various health orders, the police had been exempted from some of them in order to carry on police business. That being said, the chief of police still has the authority to give us orders and that kind of thing, and so there was a point in time where basically when we were at least in the office in our cruiser cars, we weren't required to be masked 100% of the time. It was more when we were in public or at the court or at the hospital, and that faded away in the sort of summer to late summer months of 2021, and folks were just going about business as normal in the stations, except for those who wouldn't declare their status. Come November 15th, were required to wear masks and, in a certain sense, identify themselves by doing that.
And you mentioned the testing. Can you tell us a little bit about what was going on with the testing?
Well, the testing was a very interesting thing because it wasn't done by, say, a nurse or even a, one of the health administrators for the city or anything like that. It was done at an off-site place. It was done in front of some other city worker, whether it was somebody who was working for transit or somebody who was working for Works and Ops, who had no training in any sort of health. And they would be administering these tests. They would be, correcting us, telling us how far up your nose you had to stick this thing. Now, I never went for this because I I didn't want to be doing that. But this is all information I would get from coworkers and that kind of thing. So.
I'd ask you, looking back on everything that's happened, what do you think should have been done differently with the way this, I guess, COVID was handled, I guess, in your organization or in society at large? What do you think?
I thought about that question. You and I had a brief conversation on the phone prior to me coming here, and I knew that might have been one of the questions that I was going to be asked. And I think there's a little bit of a there's a little bit of a hard answer to that question. I look at it like, again, I look at this like crimes. This is a very akin in my mind to a whole litany of crimes, whether it's an assault or a coercion or an intimidation or anything like that. And I would say in the truest sense, the best thing that I can compare what was done to people to crime-wise is a sexual assault and an egregious one. And it's because the integrity of a person's body is I think paramount to their to respecting that person. And so and I'm not saying this to belittle or anything. Any person who's been a victim of a sexual assault or any sort, but I would see those as being akin. You're introducing something into the body that person doesn't necessarily want in the body, and you're using coercive means or threats in order to do it. And I think that that's a very, very serious offense. So asking what should have been done differently the next time is a little bit like asking how the rapist should have acted differently. And it's I would say that the ultimate truth about it is that none of this should have happened the way that it happened.
I think those are all the questions I have. I don't know if the commissioners have anything. Thank you for giving your time.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yep. Is that...
Sorry.
Janice, yep, go ahead.
I just want to ask, and I know that you just kind of alluded that you have 3 children. How did the 3 children, how were they impacted? Because they would have seen you and your employer at odds over this, and possibly, I don't know how the mandates came down here in the education system, but possibly they were under the same scrutiny and mandates within the school system. So how did that kind of affect the family as a whole?
Well, there's a whole bunch of different levels to that answer. My children were in a private school. My wife was working at the time and was able to pay for the private school out of her wage. She lost her job soon into the pandemic. So we weren't able to continue paying. So what we decided to do, because more and more measures were coming into the school system, was to homeschool our children. That brings a whole bunch of... We're very thankful that we made that choice, but it brings a whole lot of different things to a family, especially when you have... I've got a child who's nearly 18 now. He's turning 18. I've got a child who's 15. I've got and then I've got a younger boy, and part of what it did was change my wife's day to day, because now she's taking care of 3 kids, It took my kids away from their friends. It changed our lives in innumerable, immeasurable ways.
And now that you see that the mandates have been lifted to some extent, are you able to converse within the family about these things in a way that makes sense?
We didn't ever pull any punches with our kids about being honest with them about what was going on, and why we were making the decisions that we were making. It's hard to tell a 16-year-old or 17-year-old that they've got to come out of school and hang around with their goofy parents for a year or an undetermined amount of time. I mean, that was part of the problem at the time. Is looking back, you can say, well, it was a year and a half kind of thing, but we didn't know that going into it, and I didn't know that going into it when I decided to quit either. All of the mandates were lifted shortly after I quit, but I didn't know that it had been getting worse and worse and worse. And so, speaking with our children, I think the saving grace is that we've kind of given them a little bit of a sheltered space where they're not necessarily having to go out in public and be told every 7 seconds, you've got to pull your mask up, or you got to wash your hands, or you got to do these kind of things that are traumatizing to kids. But it's a give and take. It's had negative effects, but we've managed to we've managed to pull some positives out of it too, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir.
So if we can have Shay Ritchie come to the stand. Shay, can you state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, Shay Ritchie, SHEARITCHIE.
And Shay, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today, so help you God?
I do.
Now, my understanding is that you are in the restaurant business.
Yes, that's correct.
And you currently have a restaurant that has been running for 10 years.
Yeah, this month is the 10th anniversary.
And before COVID, you had another restaurant that you had been operating for roughly 4 years.
Yeah, that's correct. It was called Shay's Cordon.
And what was the restaurant business like for you before the pandemic policies?
To be honest, we had just opened, well, a relatively new location there, but we had gone through, several months. We had figured kind of things out. We were well into our, I guess, prime. We were fully operational, very busy. It was a great location.
Right. So things are looking positive. And then what happened?
Well, there was the introduction of the original mandates. I'm sure everyone can remember the 2 weeks to slow the curve. So,
and I'll just interrupt, but they didn't specify that was a biblical 2 weeks, did they?
Well, we still are in the dark. So so the original mandates came out. They were telling us to open and close, and we were fully compliant. To be honest, there really was no incentive not to. There was no one who was going out at that time anyways. So we had been doing our best to follow whatever the rules and give the leadership and the government the benefit of the doubt. And yeah, things just kind of spiraled off from there because the government, couldn't even keep track of all the rules that they were making up, and the enforcement just became like a nightmare.
Now, can you give us some details about when you say nightmare, because you have some specific examples to share with us of the type of thing that you experienced?
For sure. So the COVID rules and regulations fell under the authority of Manitoba Health. They were the be-all, end-all. But I guess that they were overwhelmed and understaffed at the time that they were supposed to go out and, add all the extra COVID enforcement to their plate. So they had recruited, liquor inspectors and other agencies to kind of help out. So we would have police, we would have liquor inspectors, we would have health inspectors showing up all the time, maybe 20 different people. And they would have different rules. They were contradictory. They were nonsensical. I was even told at one point in time by a health inspector, so this is one of the people who was like trained specifically in these types of fields, by a health inspector told me that we weren't allowed to use plates and cutlery because there was no possible way to sanitize them. So going through a dishwasher with chemical and heat was not enough to sanitize them for COVID, according to her. And so I would have to get these, rules and updates all the time. And the inspectors would quote rules that didn't exist. And they would, I'd have to go and challenge it and go and say, wait a second, this doesn't make sense. Like, how come we're not allowed to use plates and cutlery? Right? And then they would, Manitoba Health would respond and send out the retraction. Okay, disregard what she said. She doesn't know what she's talking about. So we were, going along fine as far as every other business, in that regard, until we got our first fine in the summer of 2020, and we were given a fine for people sitting too close together. So the specific rule that was given in the health order said that people who were at tables had to be 6 feet apart, or 2 meters, from different tables. And it's a really, really vaguely worded rule, and what I was told it meant, and which made the most sense, is that if there was a group of people, they had to be separated from a different group of people. So I got a fine because they found 2 people sitting close together. There was 2 instances in a 250 capacity or 250 seat restaurant where they found 2 people sitting too close together. They indicated that we were following the 50% capacity rule. So that if you think about it, now we have a patio space that's half empty, and they saw people sitting 60 centimeters apart, which was the actual number. And if you can imagine what 60 centimeters is it's pretty much enough to put your arm around a person. So the area is half empty, and people are sitting close enough that they can be touching. And I asked the inspector, I said, well, were those people from the same group? Well, I didn't ask. So then I thought, well, this is ridiculous.
No, at the time, how many people could be in a group?
Oh, man, it changed all the time. I don't know if there was an actual group size. There was no actual limitation on the group at that point. In the health orders, actually, I do know because I went over this in court. As far as I know, at the current time, there was a capacity limit of 50 people in a different section of the orders. So if you were to have a wedding or other groups, but in our section, restaurants and licensed facilities, there was no specific limitation.
Right, but I meant in a group, like let's say at a table, how many, there was no limit.
There was no limit.
So the health inspector tickets you for some people being within arm's length, but never asked if they were part of the same group.
No.
And my understanding is that ticket didn't go well for you.
Well, so actually, the news is pretty favorable towards us at the time. So we had, complained about the situation, said, "Hey, this is ridiculous. Like we're actually trying to do our best here and follow whatever. Like the rules didn't make sense, but we were trying to do our best." And I just said respectfully, like, we're being told different things all the time. The health inspector who issued the ticket to me had previously come to the location and measured out all of the tables and said, yeah, everything is perfect. All your tables are separated. And our restaurant tables are smaller, and we combine them. So for instance, like we have tables of 2, and if it's a group of 10, we'll have 5 tables that we combine. It's more efficient because you can always break the tables apart. So a group of 4 is at a table of 4, but a table of 2 isn't at the same group of 4. So the rule said different tables had to be separated, but the inspector told us that meant different groups of people, not tables. Pieces of furniture didn't have to social distance. So what happened then is they approved me to reopen, and now when they came, they said, oh, we saw some chairs that were too close. And I said, well, in the rule it says tables, it doesn't mention chairs. And you told me it was tables, and he admitted that in court. He had acknowledged that he had told me those things, but it didn't matter at that point. And he acknowledged also that they didn't ask if they were from the same group or not, and they just didn't think it mattered. And out of all of I have almost $60,000 in fines from COVID. We were only given 2 court dates for all of our tickets. This one did go to court, and the judge said that we were guilty. And she specifically said, it doesn't matter if they're from the same household or not. They weren't allowed to sit within 6 feet of each other. So a husband and wife weren't allowed to sit at the same table. Even if they're living together, they drive together, and she, like, so yeah. So you think it makes sense, but she adamantly said the only common sense way to interpret this rule, because I actually quoted case law and said, look, if there's a rule here that's ambiguous, and it's clearly ambiguous because the health inspectors are agreeing with me, and the prosecution is saying that we have to separate the furniture. And then the judge said, well, it doesn't matter if there's different interpretations, because there's only one that makes sense here, and you should never have come to any other conclusion. And she ignored the fact that the health inspectors had actually agreed with my interpretation.
Right. So following that judge's logic, if a breastfeeding mother came in to eat at your restaurant, she would have to be separated by her infant by 6 feet.
Yeah, very long straw, I guess.
So, okay, so you were found guilty of that one. What was the fine?
$2,542.
I'm sorry?
$2,542. This
Wow.
was when the rules first came out, and then they eventually changed the fines to $5,000.
And how many tickets in total did you receive?
I think it was 10. So I had 2 on the lower scale and then 8 on the higher scale.
Okay, and my understanding is that for 8 of them, they haven't even given you a trial date yet.
No, I disputed all of them, and they never. In fact, I thought they were just wasting my time. And in January, I got a memo from the government saying that one of the tickets, the second ticket I had been issued, which was about 2 or 3 weeks after the original ticket, they were giving me a court date. And so they gave me a court date for February 15th, nearly 3 years after the violation.
Now, as I understand it, that one was a bit of an interesting ticket because it kept getting changed. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. The liquor inspector who issued the ticket, so keep in mind, not a health inspector, so someone totally different, who admittedly, in documented communication, said he didn't even know what the rules were. So he gave me a ticket because he said people weren't socially distanced and because he saw people dancing. Now, at the time, there was no rule about social distancing, and there was a rule that mentioned dancing only to the extent that it said if you have a dance floor, you cannot use your dance floor, right? So the judge said that that's pretty ambiguous, but he agreed that yes, a dance floor is a specific type of thing, and it's kind of like an area where you're kind of inviting strangers to all mix and mingle. So the inspector who wrote the ticket acknowledged that we did not have a dance floor, but he said that there was 4 people out of approximately 200 that were dancing amongst themselves. And he said that nobody told them to sit down, and he saw them about 10 minutes later and they were still dancing, so that was a clear violation. And in court he said that we had created an impromptu dance floor. So he said, you're allowed to have a DJ, you're allowed to have people in groups and people standing up and sitting, but if they are moving to the music, then you've created a violation. And in the cross-examination, I actually had the inspectors, the second one, admit that technically the entire the restaurant, and kitchen area could be a dance floor if people were dancing on it, according to this interpretation that they were applying. And keep in mind, that wasn't even my first fine. That's not my only fine for dancing. I had a police officer issue us a fine for dancing. And I have asked Manitoba Health, I've asked the Liquor Commission, what's the legal definition of dancing after our first ticket, so that we could have some clarification on what the hell it meant. And that, amongst other emails, were completely ignored. They were not interested in education. They were not interested in transparency. They would make up their rules. They would enforce them, and they didn't care if it made sense or not. They would just do whatever they wanted.
Now, were there any changes to that ticket that the liquor license people had
I apologize
issued
for not getting back to that. So the ticket didn't make sense. I looked at the rules. I went over them with the inspector who wrote them. He originally in the phone call said, I can't find the rule that you broke, because he said that I broke the P210 Health Act. I said, well, where in the Act does it say anything about this? So he went over it. He couldn't find anything, so he said he would get back to me. And he did get back to me later, saying that he talked to somebody at Manitoba Health who helped him understand the rules better, and on an unrelated website there was a set of rules, and I broke those rules. So giving him the benefit of the doubt, I said, okay, well, did you know that these rules or this website existed prior to this ticket being issued? And he said, no, I did not. I said, if you didn't know about this website, how come you're expecting that I would have known about this website, right? Assuming that this website was even legitimate. I said, don't you think it would be more appropriate to issue a warning in such a situation? And he said, no, you clearly deserved a fine. I said, okay. So he put it down in writing. The reason for the ticket, not the original reason, is a new reason now, because on this website it says that people have to be seated, they're not allowed to be served while they're standing, and it says that people can't be dancing. So I said, okay. I took that email from him, I sent it to Manitoba Health, the authority on the topic, and I asked them to clarify whether or not those were a part of the official rules, because it wasn't listed in the Public Health Act, and the Public Health Act did not refer to any other websites or other documents. So Manitoba Health wrote back clearly in writing, those are not the official rules. So I again was in the media, people were wanting to know why we were getting all these fines and everything. And I said, well, clearly we did not break any of the rules. I sent that email to the liquor inspector. I said, look, great news now. We've got Manitoba Health officially declaring that those are not the rules, and we didn't break anything in needing a fine. And that is when the liquor inspector decided to change the ticket, because it doesn't make sense to give me a ticket for rules that don't exist. So then he went back to the original rules, and they picked a rule in the official rules, and then that rule that we were now declared to be in violation of was serving people in an area not open to the public. And when I asked them where this took place, because all of the notes said that they saw people in this area, they saw people in that area, all of those areas that were listed were a part of our licensed premises, our official service area. So I asked, wait, was it in the basement? Was it outside on the roof? Like, where did you see people being served? And again, in court, they testified that we did not break that rule. But because they used that rule, they said that that rule meant that people had to be 6 feet apart, and they had to be socially distancing. So they still tried to say that the original reason for the ticket applied to the rules that didn't talk about it. And the judge was just as dumbfounded as I was.
Right, so you were found not guilty on that one.
Yeah, that judge actually took a very common sense approach and declared us not guilty. I would like to also point out, though, the media had been favorable towards us in the first situation. And in this situation, I expected the same, because I said, look, we've been given a fine for this violation. Manitoba Health has declared that we didn't break the rules. And I said, look, in the rules, there's nothing about this, socially distancing and dancing. So the media, somehow at this point, all changed their narrative on what was happening, and we became the demonized restaurant where we were, viciously putting people's safety at risk because we were letting 4 people dance, uninterrupted. And the media left out the important parts, that we were not breaking any rules. So in the actual, I think it was CTV did a report, they interviewed one of my neighbors, and the neighbor goes, yeah, it's obvious that people have to be seated. You can't have people standing up. But they didn't even go and look at the rules. So they had another person who's not an authority say that we were breaking the rules, and that was their story about what had happened. Instead of saying, Shay says this, and here's the rules, and there's nothing that we could find, and look, Manitoba Health agrees with Shay. You'd think that a more balanced form of journalism would be something like that. It's like getting a speeding ticket. Instead of talking to a cop, they talk to a guy in the street, and they're like, yeah, he looked like he was going fast. right?
Right.
No training, no background. It's just some hearsay of some random person. So it was a very frustrating situation. So we were completely demonized, and people were boycotting us, and there was like, oh my God, just go online, look up Shays Gordon.
Now, my understanding is that it's not wise to tick off a bureaucrat. Can you tell me or tell us what the liquor license people eventually did to you?
Well, I was sure that something was coming down the pipeline because the police officer who gave us a dancing fine for $5,000 at a later date said that he was planning on taking our liquor license. And I asked him, I said, okay, well, the rules don't mention anything about dancing, so I'm not sure why you think that we're breaking this rule. There was no rule at that time about dancing. But then the idea that we were going to get our liquor license pulled was completely new to me because we'd never had a liquor violation. These were public health order violations, and these are being enforced by non-experts. They're not even trained at all in the public health field. So I had an impression that this might happen, and in 2022, the LGCA basically made an application to their board to have my liquor license pulled and have my restaurant basically, in all intents and purposes, shut down. And one of the reasons they cited for this reason to pull my license was because I was a repeat offender, and I'd never had a conviction with a COVID fine or these issues at all. In fact, they were aware that their agents had been changing this ticket and had committed fraud basically by changing this ticket retroactively, and knowing that we weren't guilty because Manitoba Health exonerated us. I actually took that issue all the way to the CEO, Ms. Christiane Deschamps of the LGCA, and she said she looked at the documents and she saw no problem, and she didn't think her staff did anything unprofessional or criminal. So later, they pulled my liquor license, and now it's funny that ticket has been officially dropped in court, and they haven't given me my liquor license back. They haven't apologized, and they basically destroyed my livelihood at that entire location since it's closed.
Right, because my understanding is you just in that location, it wasn't feasible to continue operating the restaurant without a liquor license.
No, so and it was in severe decline after all the negative media attention of us, being falsely labeled as degenerates or intentional rule breakers. Yeah, right. For the record, we were actually not breaking the rules. We were following the rules, even if they didn't make sense. And the thing is that I was a very outspoken person, and I expressed I used my freedom of speech right to just say, look, some of these rules don't make sense. I actually wrote an article about what the Great Barrington Declaration was about, saying, wouldn't it make more sense to have a focused approach instead of just making healthy people lock down? Like, why don't we take our limited resources and protect the most vulnerable? So I had been, an outspoken person in that regard. I had sent several letters and emails to the enforcement people at LGCA and the Manitoba Health, asking them for, better clarity. And I had two people. I had a scientist from Manitoba Health, and I had an inspector from the LGCA. Both in recorded conversations tell me that they agreed with me, but they weren't allowed to officially say anything because they would lose their job.
Thank you, and I have no further questions. I'll ask the commissioners if they have a question. No. So I think we'll call one more witness, and then we'll take a break. We should take a break now. So how about we take a 10-minute break then and return at 3:25. And Shay, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we sincerely thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
As a result of the government's mandates, I was affected on many levels. Financially, I lost 2 streams of income immediately. I'm a musician, a performing musician, and that went away immediately. I would perform in seniors' homes that closed down. I would perform in public places that ended abruptly. And I'm also a yoga teacher. And once the mandates hit, I was unable to enter the studio to continue to teach. So those are immediate impacts that I felt financially. Personally, emotionally, it was devastating. From the beginning of the pandemic, it was devastating for all of us. Once the narrative began about vaccinated versus unvaccinated, then it got really dark for me because I chose to remain unvaccinated. And from September of 2021, when the mandates came down that the vaccine passports, all those requirements, it became suddenly a very dark time for me. I was ostracized at work. I was shamed and blamed by colleagues, by family, by friends. And there was a point in my darkest days, I actually considered taking my own life. I was in so much personal pain. It was the most difficult pain I'd ever endured. I had been through a divorce, but I suddenly felt like I was being divorced from my family. My siblings, 3 out of 4 of them would have nothing more to do with me. They called me names. They called me selfish. They told me I most definitely had made people sick and I probably killed people. And I was in a very, very dark place. And it was so exacerbated going out to see those signs on cafes and stores, food fairs and malls, where suddenly we were the damned. We were vilified, and it was just never clearly explained. And it was devastating how many people totally just believed that. And my family, my friends, my colleagues would just step away when they would see me. Like suddenly I was this dark, contagious, nasty person. So it was emotionally a very dark time. So it hit me financially, it hit me emotionally, and I certainly noticed that I'm a different person now. I view the world through a different lens. I'm no longer as optimistic. I struggle sometimes just to see the overall good. I'm different. And I don't like the way that I am different. I struggle to see things as positively as I used to. So it had a huge impact. I don't believe the government gave us any options health-wise. It was A or B. Well, it was really A, get vaccinated. As a person who's always been very focused on health and wellness, I struggled with the fact that there was no instruction or information about how do we build our immune system? How do we become resistant? How do we become a healthier society? What can we do? How can we eat better? How can we become stronger and more resistant as a society against this situation and others? How can we lessen the burden on our healthcare system? There were never any options or any other information offered. It was get vaccinated, period, or suffer the consequences. Well, this all hit in March of 2020, and it was all new for everybody. Everybody was taken aback, and everybody was asking questions, what do we do now? From the beginning, I don't believe there was information about let's just all get healthier, get stronger. Whatever this is, and we don't know a lot about it yet, let's get ourselves healthier. What can we do to become stronger, to build our immune systems, and honor our body's natural protection, its natural tendencies to want to stay healthy? I was never personally fearful of the virus. I wasn't afraid of getting it. I knew that I was healthy and strong enough to handle whatever would come at me. But I was fearful of the fear. It was the fear that was breaking down immune systems and making people less healthy. Fear will do that. Initially, when it all came down in 2020, I wasn't afraid, I was confused and in disbelief. When we heard the schools were closing, I was like, no, that can't happen. And then I work in a school. We said goodbye to our students that Monday, I believe it was a Monday. They went out the door. We fully expected to see them again. We never saw them again. The grade 9s were out the door. We never saw them again. And I was never scared. I was just so confused and baffled. And as time went by, when I saw how things were being handled, how it almost turned into like living in a police state. It was dystopian. It was like a dystopian novel that sits on the shelves of our library at school. It was unbelievable. And then the measures that were taken as it all progressed into the fall of 2021 and even into the spring of 2022, it was horrifying. And that was frightening. I was never frightened of the virus. I was frightened of the behaviors that I was seeing around me, frightened of the government's actions, frightened of the police state, frightened of what we had become as a society and where we might be going. One of the most difficult times has been, during this whole time, has been, I have a nephew who's been so dear to me since his birth. We've been so close. We've been each other's confidant. And last spring, he wrote me an email basically just again saying that I had certainly made people sick. I'd probably kill people. And he wouldn't cut me off entirely because of his mother. However, I have not heard from him since. His father won't speak to me. This relationship between my sister and I, his mother, is so strained. And the barbs that have been just shot at me, they're still in the air and it's still not healed. So it is just always just a stone in my heart that this relationship has it ended? I hope not, but it's certainly on hold and I don't know how to heal it until they are willing to look at things through a different lens and perhaps consider that there are maybe different layers of truth here. And because I made a decision doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. And as opposed to what Prime Minister Trudeau said, I'm not a racist, I'm not a woman hater, and I'm not one of those people. But that's the narrative that was presented, and sadly some of the people dearest to me believe that. And seemingly they still do. That's very painful and continues to be painful. I have 2 kids. They're currently 20 and 22, and they're doing okay. It was hard and confusing. Neither of them had a school graduation, which was really hard. They both managed as best they could through that. As a mother, it was very hard to see. They both made a choice to get vaccinated, not because they wanted to, but because they wanted to live their lives. They wanted to have jobs. They wanted to see their friends. And I think they were both just very confused about that. Now, they're both very strong individuals. I'm very pleased and blessed with that they have come out seemingly pretty strong and not as affected by it as I see some other young people being affected by it. But it was just very confusing. The messaging was so confusing. And they did something that they didn't want to do. Healing. How are we going to heal as a society? I think as a society we just need truth. We need honest truth. And the government admitting that, hey, mistakes were made, decisions were made without perhaps a lot of thought or research or data or evidence. Healing happens when people say they're sorry, when people admit that maybe they made mistakes, when they ask for forgiveness. And I think as a society, within families, with our government, if we can just be honest and have open hearts, ask for truth, ask for forgiveness, not being afraid of having a fierce conversation, asking hard questions, and being open to whatever the answers might be. I think that's the road to healing, is honesty and truth and transparency. Maybe some tears. Because it's been really hard. It's still really hard.
Censorship before 2020, I kind of thought it was to keep everyone safe and to sort of have guidelines as to.
And welcome back. Our next witness is Sharon Vickner. Ms. Vickner, can I just get you to state your full name and then spell your first and last names?
I am Sharon, S-H-A-R-O-N, family name Vickner, V as in Victor, I-C-K-N-E-R.
And do you promise to tell the whole truth? The whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Can you tell us where you're from?
Born and raised in Winnipeg.
And what type of trade or profession do you do?
I am an ISA certified arborist.
Okay. Now, I understand you were impacted quite a bit from the COVID-19 response, particularly regarding your employment, and I guess I would say your general well-being. Can you tell us a bit about what happened to your employment in 2020? What was going on at that time?
Well, I did lose my job in November 2020. I can only speculate as to why. I was removed from my position, so I can't make a direct comment on the employer's part other than he said it was a financial concern. But prior to myself losing my job in November 2020, it was in November, and it was a Wednesday, and myself and my employer had met up to discuss my success of the 2020 season, which I did phenomenal. And he gave me my new business cards and a gas card for the company vehicle. We went over how we were going to attack the sales of the following year, and that was a Wednesday. On that Friday, Pallister went on the television and said, "Don't be surprised if we start naming names of those that got tickets during this COVID." The following week, I was told that I was no longer needed, and I lost my job.
And I understand you were working in sales at that time, is that right?
Mostly, yes, absolutely, yes. I was doing the sales for the tree care.
And your employment would involve you attending to your customers and doing estimates, is that right?
Yes, absolutely, and that's where my bulk of my mental health started to decline. The season for me in 2020 started for work in March, and as did a lot of the talks about, a potential Chinese Wuhan flu, or whatever you want to call it, came about. And so while I was going to visit strangers, for the most part to me, of course, I was consistently, from March all the way to November, hearing stories, unsolicited stories about the traumas that family members were going through with not being able to visit their family members in a care home or a hospital, or travel to go visit a sick relative. Or there's one story that really, actually two stories that really stuck hard in my mind that I haven't really been able to shake. I guess that's PTSD. Is this one incredible woman went on to tell me, she was 84 years old, and she was so happy to see me, and she went on to tell me that she came from a communist country, and she's got adult grandchildren, and her grandchildren are interested in her history, so she was telling her about what communism was about and why they fled from the country, and all the signs, and what she's seeing, what's happening in Canada and the rest of the world right now. And her own daughter told her that if she continued talking to her grandchildren about this stuff, that she would never allow her to see her grandchildren again. So we cried together, because the grandchildren were a huge part of her life. And another quick scenario was this other gentleman. He was in his 80s as well. He had a wife that was extremely involved in community and philanthropy, and she's been a huge name in the city of Winnipeg, actually, which I will not name. And she had passed away, and at that time there was only allowed 10 people to attend a funeral. And I cried with him for probably 45 minutes because he loved her so much that he felt that she deserved more respect than 10 people, and he never did have a service for her. So that's just 2 out of probably 100 stories that I should have wrote a book, actually.
So just to summarize, you would visit with your customers, and
yes,
invariably they would tell you their stories.
Yes, I guess, I don't know, maybe they just see my kind heart, my nature. I never once talked about my personal opinions or what was going on in this world to any of the clients or potential clients. I was there as a professional, not as a person walking down the street sharing an opinion. So yes, I was invited to a yard to do an estimate for tree work.
And would it be fair to say that you got involved in some type of advocacy work, involved in the community about some issues you had noticed going on?
Absolutely, I certainly did. Well, everything was starting to ramp up in 2020, where there was masking this, stand on a dot, follow these arrows, don't see this person, go tell on your neighbors. I realized that my friends that I thought were my friends since junior high and elementary school, for that matter, were really not my friends any longer, because I didn't stand on any dots or follow any arrow or anything like that. So I was driven internally. I'm going to say this on record. I was never a girl that was of faith, and good things, I guess, do happen out of these scenarios. The Lord found me, and when that happened, the Lord actually told me that I had a voice and I had a heart in the right place, and I definitely started standing up with, in an advocacy sense of just educating and sharing love and whatever I could do at that time.
Would I be right in saying that you got some tickets as a result of that?
Yeah, about $19,000 worth.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes. That's not what's causing me my mental traumas, though. That's just part and parcel. I knew what I was getting into when I took a microphone or a bullhorn in my hand. I knew the possibilities. I just had hoped that the benefits of building communities within the fringe minority, I thought we could band together and find that unity where we could.
Now, you mentioned that you lost your job, was it October 2020?
It was November.
November.
November 2020.
Okay, was there anything going on social media at this time regarding your advocacy?
In what respect?
Well, you had mentioned that you had been trying to find your voice in the community. So I'm just wondering if there was increased attention on you at all at that time.
Yes and no, actually. I didn't, for the first while, I didn't even use my name at all. I never really said it. And then when it comes to social media, it just shows you about what's going on with censorship way back then. And hatred, in the sense that some complete stranger ended up finding me. I don't know, Kobe something or other. I don't know who this guy is. He ended up getting a picture of me with the company's logo on it, and he posted it and said, "Don't hire this girl," and he really slammed my character, really defamation of character in the big scheme of things. So that forced me to, I guess I should have just totally gotten off of Facebook, so forgive me, my friends, I stayed on. But I did change my name because I didn't want any fallout. If someone, searched me and found that I was standing up for what I believed to be the truth.
And do you recall when that happened on social media? I'm just thinking about the timeline of your job situation.
Right, that happened just prior, about actually, I had to rethink that, and it was about the very beginning of November when that occurred, because I ended up telling my employer about it because I wanted him to know where I stood professionally, and that this individual had done this to me, and that I had taken my picture off that stated the company I was working for. And I changed my name so that there wouldn't be any backlash to his business or his potential clients.
No, in your mind, why do you think you lost your job? You might have touched on that before, but...
Again, I can only speculate, but it's just, some say there are no coincidences, and I can't help but think that he was concerned that I may be unprofessional when I go to visit clients that, while I'm representing his business.
Now, I understand, unfortunately, you actually got arrested. Was that May 2021, around that time?
Yes, it was. Yeah, May 28th, I believe.
Can you describe that experience to us?
Well, thanks to James reminding me of something, I want to say that, firstly, I was not aware that I was on an arrest warrant. One of the others that were on the arrest warrant told me I was. Apparently everyone else got a phone call to turn themselves in. I didn't do that. I didn't even get the phone call. I didn't even know until one of the fellows mentioned it to me. And anyway, without going through that whole long process, I did get apprehended or arrested, I guess it's called. I don't know. I've never been arrested before. And it was interesting because when the police had put me in handcuffs and they put me in the car, they weren't wearing masks. I certainly wasn't, of course. And the first thing the police officers said to me, they said, "Do you know how pissed off we are?" And I went, "What do you mean?" Because I'm like a little talking girl, right? Like, I'll tell them anything, right? And I have nothing to hide. And they said, "Do you know what fentanyl is?" And I said, "I absolutely have heard of it, yes." And he says, "We're the drug squad, and we're here arresting you." I couldn't believe that. And I just point blank told him, what a waste of taxpayers' money. You're supposed to be taking dangerous drugs off the street, and you're throwing me, a law-abiding citizen, into jail. And then, so when I ended up getting into the, I'll speed this up. I'm sorry, Kyle. I'm a little bit of a talker, and I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. Go ahead.
When I did get out of the police car and they put me in the elevator, this is where the psychological whirlwind really began. They put me in this elevator, and there was initially 2 police officers that were tending to me, the ones in the car. But when I got into the elevator, there were 6 others and me. And it was like they did that intentionally. And as soon as I was walking into the elevator, they said, "Now get in here and face the corner and don't say a word." And I'm thinking, knowing me, I can't bite my tongue, and I just told them that it was how humiliating. This makes absolutely no sense that you're doing this just for a freedom fighter, right? So anyway, long and the short of all of that, I ended up, of course, going through the scenario that they do, pat you down, la, 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 la. And it's just full of lies. And I guess that's what police officers do. So I'm not here to diss them for if that's the proper procedure, where they don't really tell you the truth, how long you're going to be there. And anyway, I ended up getting put into a cell. And it was kind of disgusting, actually. I had to call them and tell them that, you clearly know the character of who you're dealing with. Like the floor had grossness all over it. It was a really vile room. Anyway, I had to use the washroom, and this female cop walks me to the washroom, and the toilet is completely up to the top, filled with ugh. And I just said, oh, you got to do something about this. And she said, well, she rolled her eyes, and she said, so? You either got to go or you don't. We only clean it once a day. Well, that's a lie, of course. Anyway, I know that's not what you wanted to hear, but I'm sorry. The whole thing is really kind of boggling my mind about being in jail. I haven't really wanted to think about it too much. So I guess what the hardest part on me, where it really started to stir my mental health, was clearly they had direction to cause me distress. And again, I don't know if this is normal. I really have no idea. So if it's normal, I guess it's just not normal for me. I was in detention, or the cell, or whatever you want to call it, for, I believe it was anywhere from 15 to 18 hours. I think it was a total of 18 hours I was in jail. And every 5 minutes, someone came and banged on the windows. And I'm not talking just a little tap. I know someone says, oh, they're just making sure you're not, dead or whatever, right? But they knew why I was there. But every 5 minutes, they were banging on the window. And I'm going to say it, forgive me, women in the room, but the women were the worst. They actually took their keys out, and they crash every 5 minutes. And I know that they had to have been directed to do this because there was a billboard, a clipboard on the side of the wall, and I could see them sign it, and I could hear them flick the paper. And there was about 45 different officers throughout that whole time, or 45 times they did that anyway, so.
You were arrested because you were getting tickets for gathering outside. Is that right?
Yeah, I think
outdoor gatherings.
Yeah, I think it was P210. I think was the bylaw infraction of inciting gatherings.
I think in May 2021 there was a gathering planned for the legislature here in Manitoba, and that's why a warrant was executed to arrest you. Would that be right to say that?
I'm uncertain exactly, because they never told me any of that. Not only that, they didn't even read me my rights when they put me in the car either. So that's what I had heard, that it was on May, I think it was just before May 15th, because the last event that I had something to do with, that I was an organizer for, me and my team, was May 15th. And then, yes, I believe the following one was the legislature, and then the very final one on the 28th was the day that they actually detained me.
Now, you were released on bail.
Yes.
And I understand there was a particularly onerous condition of your bail?
Yes, that is correct. And that's the one that really, that's the one that I'm part of me is embarrassed to admit what I went through, but I guess this is what mental health does. When you're a positive person and you've never had to deal with things like this, and always around people and always have a friendship circle, it's extremely difficult. So on one of my release conditions, I was not allowed to be on public or private property, in private or public gatherings, with anyone other than which I reside. I lived alone. So that meant I couldn't be anywhere at any time with anyone, or I'd be criminally charged. I would have been thrown in jail. So when they gave me that, when I was going to be released, I signed. I wanted to get out of there. I did not want to stay there any longer. So when I went to sign the documents, I wrote under duress, because I certainly was. And then they called me back in front of the magistrate and said, well, you clearly need to call your lawyer. And I said, what do you mean? You know, because you signed under duress. And I said, no, actually, I read it and I just don't agree with it. And this is why I'm signing under duress. And I told them all the reasons as to why I signed under duress. And they kept me there for about another hour after I had done that.
How long was this bail condition in effect?
1 week short of a year.
Can you tell us what your experience was during that year, as difficult as it might be?
Well, it just pulled me out of any kind of support system. I wasn't allowed to, aside from that particular release condition, the others on the arrest warrant, one was my spiritual guide, Pastor Tobias Thiessen. I was not allowed to phone him, contact him at all, so I couldn't have any spiritual support from someone that I trusted. A friend of mine also on there. I hope this is okay that I mentioned Dr. Jerry Brahimier. He was also on there and a huge support to me as well, and I was not allowed to be in contact with him either, nor was he with me. And my family had written me off because I had ended up in the paper, and they had said that I had dissed the family name. Oh, I didn't realize we were that important. But so they wrote me off, and they still don't talk to me. So what had ended up happening where I lost my job, no one was hiring me because of small industry, I guess, I don't know, word gets around maybe, or more importantly, my confidence was destroyed. So I went to a very, very dark place, which I had no idea I even had capability to do that. The first time that actually happened, I just wanted to disappear because honestly, no one would have really known because I wasn't allowed to be anywhere anyway. I overcame that. And then it kind of spiraled more when more of the harassment in stores, for example, I'm sorry, but I did not wear a mask. I know how to take care of my health. I don't need something like that on me. It's just a suppression mask. But I was attacked verbally over and over again by managers and customers, and the hatred in people's eyes. Oh my gosh, the trauma that so many people must be going through. I was taking that on my own self, as it's painful to see people treat others like that, but this time it was being treated to me. So it actually got to the point where, forgive me, Lord, it actually got to the point where I couldn't deal with it anymore because I couldn't handle what was happening to those around me. I took me out of the equation, actually, and I couldn't handle seeing children with masks on their face and little babies and just all of the above that most of us know exactly what I'm talking about. I actually thought, what would be the quickest way? What would be the quickest way that I could end my life? And I thought, oh, heroin. I'll just get a needle and I'll shove it in my arm and I'll die instantly. No, I did not look for it. No, did I go any further than that. But the thought entered my mind. And just knowing that a thought like that entered my mind added to my mental health decline, because I had no idea. I'm a loving person. I'm a peaceful person. I love life. I love nature. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think something like that could come. I guess that's the devil for you, right, folks? But hallelujah, I think what really got me out of that is when you truly put your faith in something greater than yourself, you start to feel a hand on your shoulder when there's really no one there. So I want to get this on record. I am of no harm to myself, and I am of healthy, sound mind. I just want to make sure people know that don't be concerned. I love life, and I'm here for a long time.
I think we're pretty tight for time. I wanted to ask you what you thought could have been done differently regarding the COVID-19 response? I don't know if you have anything quick you want to say.
I do. I know I'm not supposed to have a piece of paper, but there's just one little statement I wanted to, just one little sentence, because I didn't want to forget it, and I think it might touch all of us. And it says, holiness does not come from being removed from the world, but from engaging in it. And that is exactly what I think should have been done differently. To protect our health, we need to be part of the world. And if we are removed from it, we're only going to get mentally ill. We're going to separate each other from everything. So what could they have done? Well, tell us the truth. That would have been really great. And talked about our actual health, about vitamins and supplements, and how about playing outside, getting sunshine? How about hugging your children? How about going to see your loved ones? All of those things is what they should have done. They should have left our own health concerns or our own health solutions to ourselves. The government is overreaching, and they should have no say on how we tend to our own personal health.
I don't know if there's any questions from the commissioners. Dr. Bernard Massey.
This is very touching. I'm wondering how you're doing now. Did you gather a group of people around you that really help you to go through life?
Yes. Yes. I do. I found some really incredible, solid people that love me unconditionally, and I'm extremely grateful. I'm not entirely healthy yet. I don't think any of us are. I think it's going to take a while for all of us, in the sense that there's constant reminders all around us every single day of what this pandemic has put upon us. But as for, like I say again, I am not in, I'm in a place where I do love life, and I know that there is so much more that I have to do. So I'm not harming myself. I'm not looking to harm myself. But my mental health definitely needs a little bit more love, I guess, in a matter of speaking, a little bit more hugs. Hugs are good. Because my confidence was taken away from me during that whole process, because that's kind of what they did to us, right? They tore our confidence down, and they forced us to be scared of people. I'm not scared of people, by the way. They're probably more scared of me, but thanks for asking.
Yeah, go ahead, Janice.
I just want to say from my own experience that it's never too late to write that book and those hundreds of testimonies that you heard from people. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. And also, I was reading Proverbs 29 this morning, and I can tell you there's some interesting scriptures in there that you might actually enjoy. As far as the question, I'm just wondering, you did feel bullied by those in authority. Do you feel stronger for it, even with all of the mental health issues that have followed? But do you feel stronger that you were able to write the words that you're signing under duress, for example? Did that empower you?
Did it empower me to be able to write those words under duress? Oh, absolutely. It actually did, because I think I would have handled my time in, I would have probably navigated the circumstance after in my head differently, because words are powerful, and we should be very mindful of our words at all times. And what really, it does show me that our justice system is broken, and it is not just in any form, because if the words under duress, they shouldn't have followed through with any of those conditions, because they would have been null and void, and they weren't null and void.
So it just lets me come to the next conclusion. If the justice system is broke, I guess we have a lot of fixing to do.
I'd have to say it needs to be torn down and put back together, because we need to even change the word government, because when you take those two words in Latin, it actually means mind control. And I don't think any body governing us should have anything to do with controlling what we do, say, speak, or put into our body.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Vickner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we should go ahead with the next witness. It's Mr. Atala. Hello, sir. Can you state your full name?
Pierre Nicola Atala.
And can you spell your first and last names?
P-I-E-R-R-E-A-T-T-A-L-L-A-H.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I will.
Where are you from, sir?
I was born in England and raised most of my life in Canada, in Winnipeg.
Okay. And what's your profession?
I'm an IT specialist. I've got a BSc in computer science from University of Manitoba.
Okay. And I understand you experienced some difficulties as a parent regarding COVID measures that were in place.
I have two kids in school, elementary school at the time, and I was actively involved in their school on a regular basis, on a daily basis sometimes. I was volunteering at the school. I was also working as lunch supervisor for an hour a day, which fit nicely with my other work schedule. I was praised by the parents, the students, and the staff.
And I understand your sons experienced some difficulty with the rules that were in place at school. Is that right?
Yes, they were forced to wear a mask in school, and they were targeted by the staff because I didn't agree with the mask mandate that the school was putting in place, and I was speaking out against it. I was pointing out that the public health orders did not apply to any public school in Manitoba. And because when I questioned the school about it, they said it was because of the public health orders. But when I showed them the public health orders, it clearly stated the opposite. And they insisted on forcing the masks on the kids.
And how did your sons respond to the mask wearing?
Well, my younger son experienced the worst. He was struggling to be heard, so he was constantly speaking louder than he normally would, which resulted in scarring to his vocal cords, and it led to a really hoarse the tone of voice for him. He also developed scarring around his ears where the straps were. There was a day where it started to bleed, and he asked to call home actually from the school, and the school principal in the St. James Assiniboia School Division at Bannatyne School, the principal at the time, denied him the phone call home to talk to me. When he was trying to take his mask off, he was called into the office to be disciplined for that. And when he was in there, he asked to call home and speak to me, and the principal denied that request of him.
Now, you mentioned there was some injury to the vocal cords. How do you know there was an injury there?
Well, he was getting speech pathology from the St. James Assiniboia School Division speech pathologist, and I asked her if the chemicals in the mask were causing damage to his throat, and she corrected me. She said, no, he's talking louder when he has the mask on, which is strained constantly for 8 hours a day, straining his vocal cords. So that was coming from the school's speech pathologist. She also, the school speech pathologist, also referred him to an ear, nose, and throat specialist to investigate it. So we went to the ENT specialist, and he he confirmed that there was scarring to his vocal cords and damage to his voice.
Now, did this specialist recommend anything?
Well, I asked the specialist if he could get a mask exemption, because if the speech pathologist is saying that the mask is causing him to talk louder and that's causing the scarring of his vocal cords, he should certainly be able to write an exemption so that he could go back to speaking normally and have his condition get better. But he denied the request to give a mask exemption. He said that the boy has to talk quieter.
Now, your older son, I understand, might have experienced some effects also. Is that right?
Yes, because I was actively communicating with the principal of the school and the staff to not put the mask on them. They were more actively watching my kids, and at lunchtime, the educational assistant who was in the room with my older son, she would watch him eat with her arms crossed and tell him to put his mask on constantly while he was eating. And she would stare at him, cross her arms, tap her foot, and then it led to him no longer eating because he was hungry. It changed his eating style. It was like a psychological abuse. At the end, when he did put the mask on, she would force him to say thank you.
So did you try to speak to the school staff about these issues?
Yes, when I found out that this was going on, I went to the school with a letter. It was a notice of liability, and I also included an affidavit of my son's statement and a letter, again asking them to stop forcing the masks on the kids. And the principal wouldn't allow me my parental right to speak with the school staff. Public School Act of Manitoba states that a parent has the right to speak to any school staff member in the school, and the principal would not let me show that letter to that EA. She denied that.
And I believe you spoke to the superintendent of the school division, is that right?
I had a meeting later with the superintendent of the division, which is the highest paid employee of the division, and he said that he was launching an external child abuse investigation, and that was a couple of years ago, but I have not received any details of that investigation. I filed a FIPA request to get more information about it, and the school division denied me, the father, access to any records of the investigation. I then contacted the ombudsman to make a complaint about my FIPA request, and the ombudsman said it would take about a year to get to it. They weren't very interested in pursuing it. So I was experiencing several levels of governmental failure.
Did you reach out to any other government officials at all?
Yes, I wrote a letter to the Minister of Education because by this point, after the school had seen my written material and the notice of liability, they gave me a no trespass order, which prevented me from talking to anybody on the school property, or even being able to pick up my son on school property, which led to more humiliating and inhumane treatment by the school staff. They were told, I learned from my FIPA request, that they were told not to speak to me. So when I would show up at the school, if I said hi to a staff member, they would turn around, turn their back to me, and walk away without even saying hello. I wrote to the Minister of Education, and he didn't respond. That was Wayne Wasco, Minister of Education.
Did it ever cross your mind to take your children out of the school?
Yes, that's an excellent question. My partner, their mother wanted them in the school, and was in favor of everything that was happening. So, and the court and the school was favoring her testimony over mine, of my request.
Now, just to get the timeline here, you said that you issued a notice of liability to the school staff. Do you know when that was?
I gave them a couple. That would have been around December of 2020 or 2021.
Okay, and then they gave you a trespassing notice. When was that?
That was shortly after I delivered the paperwork, the notice of liability, and the affidavit and all the court documents that I had, and the letter.
You mentioned before that you were working as the lunch supervisor, is that right?
Yes.
And that was a paid position?
It was a paid position, yes.
And what happened with that employment?
Well, the principal called me and was demanding my vaccination status. And I told her that my vaccination status was protected and private and confidential, at which point she wanted to end the conversation. And I asked her, you said that you were going to explain, testing procedures, but she didn't want to do that. She just had a bit of a chuckle in her voice and said that it was basically over.
Do you have an opinion on vaccines in general?
Well, my father, back in 1955, he developed a vaccine for hay fever while he was getting his PhD in biochemistry at the University of Iowa. And back in 2002, when he was still alive, there was a SARS outbreak, and they talked a lot about all these policies that were implemented in COVID. They were all talked about in 2002. They weren't implemented back then, but I had a conversation with my father at that time, and I see him as the expert, and I can tell you what he told me. He told me that he studied viruses like this in the past, and they come and they go and they come quickly. And I said, Dad, you made a vaccine. Can they make a vaccine for this? And he said, well, it usually comes and goes too quickly. By the time you made a vaccine, it's already gone. So we don't make vaccines for coronaviruses.
But you're somebody that isn't opposed to vaccines to begin with, is that right?
No, I've had all my vaccines my whole life. And my kids prior to, they had received all. I was giving them vaccines as well.
Can you describe any effects that your children might have to this day over the things that have happened?
Yes, I mean, when they were not allowed to go to school, there was a major, I think the age group of 6, 7, 8-year-old children as a whole. I mean, for my kids, I noticed it for my kids, but there was being taken out of the school system. It was very detrimental to their education. There was a major delay to their education as a result of that, because it wasn't really possible to do the learning at home. Wasn't working. It was very infrequent, very short intervals of a video with a teacher. It just didn't make any sense.
Now, looking back at everything that's happened, what do you think would have been better? Or what would have been a better...
Well, one of the things I noticed when the public officials, the politicians were speaking, they kept on saying, they would always start their statements about we believe, and we believe in science. And my dad taught me that there's no belief in science. Science needs to be understood, not believed.
Are there any other effects that you've experienced did you want to mention? Or I can open it up to the commissioners if they have any questions.
I'll take questions from the commissioner.
Okay. Did anyone have any questions? I think those are all the questions I had for you. So.
Did the teachers at any point feel that they were bullying your children?
Well, I can't speak to how they felt about doing it, but the school division seems to be hiring people that don't question that. I think if you're the kind of person that has a conscience, I think they eliminate those people were pulled out of the system. And all that you're left with is these, Marxist people that will do whatever they're told to do. Like in the instance of the EA, who was told to target my son. I'm not sure what their thought process is, but that's the type of people that they're putting in there. I can also say that from the school system, I was completely disconnected from my children's education. I wasn't able to see the work they were doing. I wasn't able to speak to their teachers, and it escalated. It escalated. It was almost like gaslighting, where they felt that the measures they took weren't strong enough. So after the trespass order came into effect, they said, well, now you can't speak to the school teachers. Now you can't, later it was now you can't even email them. Stop emailing them. Don't say hi to them. It was complete escalation to the point where I was completely cut off. And it affects till today. These things are still going on. And it affects my children's education and their ability to get the most out of their education, because it's hard. It takes, if I want to see some of their work that they worked on, it might take me 2 weeks of communication going through the principal just to get maybe an assignment that they worked on a few weeks ago. I don't agree with a lot of the things the school divisions are doing. They hold back all the student work for the entire year and give you an incomplete assignment bundle in June on the last day, right before the teacher leaves. You don't have a chance to ask questions. It's pretty ridiculous what's going on in the school system today. I applaud the people who are homeschooling, and that's my intention, is to move towards homeschooling for me and my kids.
I was just also wondering about the school board. The school board level, have you checked out the policies? Because they receive public funds, so I'm just wondering how they could say that you're not allowed to have access to the school or to your children's records if they're accepting public funds.
That's a very good question. In the no trespass letters, they do not provide a reason. It's completely arbitrary, which is a violation of the Charter of Rights. However, this school division, the St. James Assiniboine School Division, their superintendent is the chair of mass.mb.ca, which stands for Manitoba Association of School Superintendents. That they pledge their allegiance to global corporations, not to Canadians, not to Canadian citizenship. They call it global citizenship. Global citizenship does not include the Canadian Charter of Rights, freedoms, Bill of Rights, any of that. It's a complete betrayal of being Canadian.
Sure is. Thank you.
I don't know if there's any other questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Atala, for your testimony.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Tisson, there he is. So the next witness is Tobias Tisson. Can you spell and state your full name, sir?
My name is Tobias Tisson, Tobias Tisen.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you tell us where you're from, sir?
I currently live in the Steinbach area, and previously I moved to Canada from Germany back in 2006.
And what type of work were you doing prior to the COVID outbreak, I guess in early 2020? Do you recall?
Prior to that, I was actually tending to my father, who was on home care. He had heart failure, and he passed away in early of 2020, April. And I was on government support to take care of him, and that's actually right the beginning of when all the lockdowns hit and really, really affected us.
I understand you were preaching at a church congregation during the same time. Is that right?
That's right. I was preaching still preaching at the Church of God.
Are you a pastor? Would you describe? Sure.
You know, our largest viewers are on the internet right now, and with all of the clapping, and I understand the emotion, but with all of the clapping and interruption, it's making that very difficult. And, you know, we want to really keep this thing going, and some of the witnesses are a little nervous. So I please ask you again to restrain yourselves at the end. Absolutely give your appreciation of the witnesses, but let's cut that down in between, please. Thank you.
I know a lot of people refer to you as a pastor. Do you consider yourself a pastor?
I don't really consider myself a pastor, although I do assist, I preach, and I help in the congregation.
Now, what do you recall regarding once the first restrictions were put into effect in 2020? What do you remember from that time?
So it affected us because they started capping off the limits of people being able to go to church. And it went down to 50%, and after that they reduced it to 25%, 10%, and after that I believe 10 individuals, and I believe maybe even down to 5. And we're a very close-knit congregation of about 160 people, and we really need each other, and there's a reason why church people gather, why they have church multiple times a week. It's because church functions like a family, and the family is there for one another. Another way it affected us is, like I mentioned already, my father passed in April of 2020, and he passed at a young age. I am only 28. I was 25 at the time. He was 48. And we were not able to have a funeral like we wanted to. It was right at the beginning, but it was already so far locked down that only 10 people were allowed to be inside buildings. And we were forced to pretty much have an outdoor parking lot funeral service. And when it came to the burial, human is human, and people flocked together. And by the time my father was buried, RCMP showed up. And we're wondering what was going on. Thankfully, I had friends that handled all that at the time. I didn't speak to the RCMP then. But it shows how inhumane this response was.
I believe the RCMP attended the church, a church service you were at, or maybe that happened more than once. Is that right?
Definitely more than once.
Can you tell us about that?
I can't recall how many times they were out there monitoring service after service, counting how many people walked into the building from the road. And one instance we had on November 29th of 2020 was, back at the time, it was illegal to have any indoor gatherings as well as drive-in church services. And so we were determined, and let me make this clear, we're not being rebellious for the sake of being rebellious. We're very peaceful, law-abiding citizens. I can speak for our church that we are. And so we feel an obligation before God to fulfill Scripture, and Scripture tells us that we should not forsake the assembling of ourselves together. And so we were determined to at least have a drive-in service and show the hypocrisy of the government, because while we were forbidden to have our parking lot filled, the big box stores had all their parking lots flooded. So we were in for a shock that morning, though, because by the time I came to church, well over an hour before it was set to start, there was a tow truck on scene and there was police on scene. And by the time it was 45 minutes prior to service, an RCMP cruiser had blocked the entranceway to our parking lot. And there was a lot of vehicles word had gotten around. People knew there was going to be a church here that was going to be open. And so people pulled in, and there was no way to get onto the yard. So the whole highway ended up being blocked up. And we brought out a pickup truck close to the end of the driveway there, and I delivered a bit of a sermon. We did some singing peacefully, and we disbanded from there. At the same time, though, big box stores were open, parking lots were filled. Same time, there was a car rally for the farmers of India, and people stayed in their car just like they stayed in their car at our parking lot. Nobody was fined there, nobody was in trouble, but the church and myself both received a fine for that instance. The church received a fine of $5,000, and I received a fine of $1,296.
And I believe you received a number of other tickets on other occasions. Is that right?
Many for simply being there for people, just like we've heard other witness reports of. There was a lot of loneliness, a lot of people having no one, and church was like their avenue of socializing, of getting together with somebody and exchanging human needs, spiritual needs, and I had to be there. It's being a preacher is not a career. Being a pastor is not a career, although maybe it's viewed as such, but being a preacher is a calling, is something that someone feels responsible before God and that someone would do without pay. Even pay is not what makes a pastor. It's their responsibility. I got to help people's spiritual need.
And I understand you were arrested also. Is that right, sir?
That's right. I was arrested on October 18th of 2021. A warrant has been out prior to that for about 6 months, and I was literally hunted down. On the night of my arrest, my family and I were having a gathering at a park. My mother, who was living with us, had decided to move to Europe, and so it was her last evening, and we went out to have a little goodbye gathering, and someone saw me at the park, reported it, and as soon as I pulled off the park, there was several police cruisers that went and hauled me off.
And how long were you in jail for?
I was in jail for 45 hours, 2 nights, and it was a horrible experience. I've never had a run-in with the law before, I've never been to jail before, and I was placed in a cell facing away from the clock. I had no idea what time it was, basically ever. For one night I was in custody, the next day I was moved to remand, and in there I had to stay. I had half an hour within a 24-hour period to get out of my cell.
And then you would have been released on bail with conditions, is that right?
That's right, I was released on bail. I could have been released sooner, but I didn't agree to the conditions at the time because the conditions prohibited me from going to church. And I could not in good conscience sign that. And so the lawyers worked for me to amend those conditions so that I was able to still go to church.
Is it true that your children would have witnessed your arrest? Is that right?
That's correct. My children are still traumatized. I have 2 boys and a little girl. The oldest is 7, the second is 4, the baby is 10 months. My wife was actually just a few weeks pregnant when I was arrested. And my boys witnessed not just the arrest, but multiple times of officers coming to our door, not just one officer, but 2, 3, sometimes 5 coming and handing tickets. And to this day, like, we live in Steinbach. When I talk of going to Winnipeg, they're like, I want to stay home. And it'll be something that at their young age they won't ever forget. The night of my arrest, the whole congregation went out to the police station, and they were singing and walking around the building. I have a little picture of my 2 little boys peering into the station, hoping to catch a glimpse of me, and it's heart-wrenching.
We know that there's been a lot of controversy and division in a lot of areas over what's happened. Was there any division in your church or that you experienced?
There was none. We're a family. Everyone had my back. I'm part of the most amazing church. And not just in Steinbach, we're a global church. Worldwide, messages were pouring into my family of support and prayers.
Within the wider community, did you experience a lot of support?
There was a lot of friends, absolutely, but there was also a lot of hate going on. It is something that I feel was part of the government's tactic to put something out there to divide humanity. The saying goes, divide and conquer, and that was their motive.
Do you remember if there was much transmission of COVID in your church congregation? COVID-19?
Probably someone had it, but we're all old enough to know to stay home when we're sick. And when someone felt ill, they stayed home. We had, not that I know of, any outbreaks, no COVID deaths, no reactions, and everyone is still there.
Were there any other effects on the people of your church congregation? Did any of the government restrictions affect your congregation in any way?
So absolutely. When the restrictions came in the beginning we were like, what is this? This is so new. We didn't know exactly what this was. So we stayed home for a bit. And then we went to drive-in, and pretty soon we found out it's not the same. And people were struggling spiritually that needed support and couldn't get the support as freely. And so we felt like rather have the fines, rather have all that, but we got to be there for each other.
Was there also a school associated to your church? Was that affected in any way?
We have a private school, and every year we have a graduation ceremony, a little bit of a presentation, and a school picnic. And of course, those years when those gatherings were limited, we couldn't, which was really sad for the children, really the whole congregation, because it was a fun day for everybody to get together.
I'll ask you one last question that I've asked all the witnesses. What do you think should have been done differently in the government's response to COVID-19? Does anything come to mind?
There should have been more of a feeling out of how are people handling this, instead of a crackdown of a dictative approach. There should have been a, how are you treating this? I mean, if they have the resources to send all those officers to one little church, why not come out and see how are you all doing? What are you doing about this? Are you protecting yourself? Are the sick ones staying home? And allow us to use our common sense.
I think those are all the questions I have. I don't know if the commissioners have any questions for you. Let's go ahead, Dr. Bernard.
Yeah. I'm wondering if the oppression or the restriction that was put on the practice of religion is not triggering some sort of questioning from people that were not particularly inclined to do religious practice, to wonder whether this shouldn't be something they might consider in the future, as sort of, why is it that this was targeted as something that needed to be crushed?
Definitely. Well, there was a number of people that came out to church that normally wouldn't have, and I'm sure the question was raised in many people, how come big box stores stayed open? How come liquor stores stayed open? But why was the target on the church? And I believe many were awakened.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Janice.
I actually have a lot of questions, but I don't think we have time. I'm just wondering, when you got to court, when you went to court, did you have an opportunity to ask about the discrepancy between the box stores and the churches being open or closed?
By the time we got to court, they took our rights to use the charter based on a previous court ruling that the Justice Center with several churches challenged the province, and all of those concerns were raised by those lawyers. I was a part of that lawsuit, and the Chief Justice Joyelle found that our Charter of Rights were not violated.
Thank you.
No more questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tobias. Thank you, sir. Sean?
So, Michael, can you take the stand? Our next witness is Michael Welsh.
Okay.
Michael, I thank you. You've been waiting patiently all day. I'll ask if you can state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name, please.
Michael Welch, Michaelwelch.
And Michael, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
I do.
Now, you have been a radio journalist for 15 years.
Yes.
And my understanding is you have your own show, and it's called the Global Research News Hour.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell us just a little bit about the types of things that show would typically cover? Let's not go into COVID, but pre-COVID, well, how would you describe the show, and what types of topics would you be covering?
Yeah, well, the show ultimately, it was kind of a merger, like a merge attempt between an academic website, the Center for Research on Globalization, or globalresearch.ca, and the network, because my show, or rather the radio station, which is a campus community radio station, so there's a bit of a difference there from the mainstream media. And anyway, we tend to feature topics and investigations that tend to elude the mainstream media. We'll get into all sorts of subjects. Focusing on a lot of the questions around 9/11, for example, focusing on a lot of the issues surrounding where the terrorists come from, where there's, for example, the claim that Russia has somehow influenced Trump and maybe helped him win the election. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying Trump is good or bad, but there's some questions there that didn't get asked. So all of these sorts of questions, typically following foreign policy or economics, financing. These are subjects that we cover, and we pretty much span the spectrum from the left to the right.
Right. So your show would be covering things that the mainstream media wouldn't be digging into, and pre-COVID, could be considered kind of you're chasing leads that could be going against the mainstream narrative, even.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it says right at the outset. We investigate claims that are not addressed in mainstream media.
And pre-COVID, my understanding is this wasn't a local show, and it's still not, but basically your show is syndicated so that it's carried on a number of different radio stations across Canada and maybe even outside of Canada.
Initially, it was just the station, but we expanded, okay, and we got other stations across the country. I think at its max it was, maybe 15 across Canada and a few stations in the United States.
Right. So pre-COVID, your show was becoming more popular and more popular and more popular.
Yes, that's correct, as far as I can see.
Okay. So now, when COVID hit, am I correct? You didn't change your approach. You still would then be looking at issues that the mainstream media was ignoring, but there were questions that needed to be asked and looked into.
Yes. With regard to COVID, I started publishing that sort of skeptical client. Okay, let's take another look at. I think it's something like taking a second look at COVID, and I did a series of stories starting in September of 2020.
Okay, and can you share with us some of the guests that you had on your show?
Sure. I think my first guest, with regard to COVID, you mean?
Yes.
My first guest was Sukharat Bhakti, who is a very critically acclaimed doctor in Germany. He was, published hundreds of articles. He was on a very prestigious board. But he was saying these things about, at that time, he couldn't say too much about the vaccine at that time, but even so, what he was saying was that COVID is not as deadly as everybody's being led to believe. And there were quotes of the statistics to back him up. Maybe for the very elderly, there's a little bit of a gap there, but you couldn't quite justify at that time being that this is something that should be pursued as something and have all the social distancing and everything else. But yeah, and we also had, who else? I had Mark Crispin Miller, who's not a doctor, but he's a sort of he's a media person specializing in propaganda, right? And he I guess you could probably tell a separate story, but he was also saying, like, what is all this stuff that's coming out? It appeared like propaganda. I had Meryl Nass. I had Jane Orient, who is the head of the American Association of Physicians and Surgeons. Peter McCullough came. You know him.
Yeah, and some difficulty arose after Dr. Peter McCullough was on your show. Am I right about that?
Well, I had decided that I wanted to arrange a debate, between the official story of COVID and with expertise and talking about it, and one of these, call them dissident doctors, so we'll put one against the other, and you see what falls out. But I realized that, like, the person who I would be having the more mainstream take, he just said, well, I think you should reconsider this Dr. McCullough. He's being sued in the United States, and he basically, I was saying, a debate. He was thinking, like, debating Trump, if you know what I mean. Somebody's going to interject. Peter McCullough is not going to be, an unusual figure. He's not Trump-like exactly. But, I basically he said, like, I had to phone back Peter McCullough and say, gee, sorry, I can't get you on because I can't get a debate. I tried other people as well, and they were even worse. They're saying, well, this guy is just it's Flat Earth Society. And Peter McCullough, given his credentials, I mean, pre-COVID, before he started giving his own testimony, would be considered a really serious expert. But as soon as you step out of line in terms of COVID, you're smeared.
Now, can I just have you clarify, just so that everyone understands what you mean when you say, as soon as you step out of line on COVID?
I guess, what I mean is that if you don't repeat the main messages of the World Health Organization, the CDC, and all the governments that are in charge, you're not credible. I imagine that would happen with Sukharit Bhakti as well. I mean, it doesn't matter. Apparently, I mean, it's so easy just to lose credibility. All you have to do is go against the mainstream narrative.
And you had your own experience. So is it fair to say that, in the 11 years before COVID hit and you're running this show and more stations are picking it up, that really you had never had a serious listener complaint?
I don't know. I mean, I suppose somebody might have complained and they didn't tell me. But as far as I know, I not only was without complaints, I had a fair number of awards, both within the station and nationally for my work. I was well respected as the news director for a few years. I think I was fairly well respected by our audiences. So, yeah.
Right. Now, can you tell us how that changed with your running COVID shows and you're basically addressing issues like, is the vaccine safe and effective? That's when it really changed for you, isn't it?
It seems so. I was talking, I found myself getting a lot of complaints. I don't know how many, but like staff told me, I was getting complaints, and I just talked to a colleague once. I just met out in a marketplace or something, and then he was, good friendly guy and everything, but he was mentioning that, said a lot of his friends are saying that, this guy's show is just not, it's pretty bad. So essentially, it seemed as if my show was going from one of the best shows on CKW to one of the worst.
Okay, and I just want to make sure everyone understands. So you'd basically had 11 years really of positive comments. You'd won awards. The show was growing.
Yeah.
And you hadn't changed the type of news reporting you were doing. You were always doing that digging that the mainstream wasn't doing, but now it's on things like the COVID vaccine.
Yeah. I mean, I can only think, and I don't know if I'm stepping out of line by speculating here, but I think the people who were listening, like everybody, I suppose, they were so terrified by by COVID, and then seeing all the deaths in Italy, and then there's all this monitoring of the hospitals, and so many people are dying that they're scared. And then here comes somebody, the authorities laying down directions. This is the way we move forward, and people say, okay. So when somebody comes out and actually tries to contradict that, I guess you're going to see them as like the most malevolent form of life ever known,
Right. And I'll ask our AV person, David, I've got an exhibit up on the computer. Can you show that? So my understanding is this is a news article from the Vancouver Sun dated March 13th, 2021, and the headline, COVID-19 radio station at SFU temporarily suspends program linked to website with pandemic conspiracy theories. This is about your show, right?
Yes, it is. And just to correct it, it's not the Vancouver Sun, it's the Vancouver Province.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to scroll down a little bit.
Yeah.
So the first paragraph here, as health officials battle the spread of pandemic misinformation. And
Yes.
so you're basically being branded as spreading misinformation for having guests on like Dr. Peter McCullough.
True. Essentially, that's it. Yeah.
Okay. And so what happened with your show in this radio station?
Well, I mean, like after this came out, or
Yes.
yeah.
After this came out.
Well, they like it said, they suspended the show. I had written them a letter to sort of help them with their process and decide like if they're while they're trying to figure it out. I'd send them the basics. It's based on solid science. This is what it's all about. Michelle Chossudovsky had put out. I mean, there was a bit of a glib about a CBC article that was dissing his thing, and I tried to correct that in case there were any doubts. And the astonishing thing is I hadn't heard anything back.
So, David, can you pull up the exhibit computer again? So, my understanding is this is your letter.
That's
and,
right.
And we will enter it. It's already entered as an exhibit. It's WI6, and the news story is exhibit WI6A, so that people watching and the commissioners will be able to see it. But I want to scroll down to something you said that I think it was your third point. Oh, no, just wait.
Oh.
Yeah, so the first full paragraph on this page, if you don't mind, I'll read it, because I think, what it made me reminded me of, was that saying, first they came for the Jews and I didn't stand up, and then, they came for the Christians and et cetera, and then when they came for me, there was no one left to help. But my understanding is you got no reply from this letter, but I just want to read so that people who can't see it clearly understand one of your points. And you say, but ultimately, what I would like you to carefully consider that you are being targeted by forces who will take down voices based on smears appearing in the media, such as allegations global research is a part of a Kremlin operation. And if you do take down Global Research NewsHour because of its association with global research, who will be next? Will Canadian Dimension Radio or Canadian Foreign Policy Radio or any other successful media running effective anti-NATO content be next? Consider that the long haul of this enterprise places the station on a track that ultimately requires them to fully conform to the direction of the mainstream in terms of meaningful conversations. And can you explain for us what you're saying there, what your concern is? Because I think you're saying something very important about censorship and conforming.
We talk about freedom of speech. To be clear, what we're talking about is to be free, to have freedom of dissenting speech. I am free to say something that you don't like. You are free to say something that I don't like. What we're talking about here is efforts to distract from that or to get around that by simply saying it's misinformation, it's disinformation, and therefore we should get rid of it. There are too many examples of information. I mean, there's stuff that they say is disinformation or misinformation, but it's pretty clear dissenting views, I mean, they should be heard, get out in the open, and then let's debate it out in the open. It's simply not acceptable to have one group of scientists saying, talking about COVID and vaccinate, lockdowns and social distancing, all that, and the other people are absent. As we mentioned before, they don't appear, and there are legions of these doctors out there, and I made a point of trying to talk to them to get the other side. We're going down that road of freedom of speech, and we can't let that fable of disinformation, of anything that goes against the government narrative, prevail. It's got to get out in the open. And that's fundamentally what I have to say and what I'm trying to demonstrate as a part of my job in my role as a journalist.
Right. And had you ever experienced this type of thing before, where there was pressure on you to conform with a government narrative on any topic in your career as a journalist?
Like I said at the outset, I mean, one of the reasons I came to the radio station in the first place is because this is a place where I can ask these questions, and I'm wide open to go wherever I like, as long as it's carefully measured, and So no, I didn't. Not now. Now it's different, and I don't know where this is headed. Hopefully it can be stopped, perhaps through an inquiry like this one, but I don't know.
And just so that things are clear, this station did drop your show.
Well, they said it would be withdrawn temporarily, and that was 2 years ago. So it looks like it was a permanence.
Right. So CJSF in Vancouver has dropped you for 2 years now.
Yes.
And some other stations have dropped you also.
Yes.
So, and then for the first time, the board of your local station on this issue basically, made it clear to you that you have to be careful.
I heard from, I think it was the chair of our board. I mean, we were just I met her outside, and you were just having a conversation, but then at the same time, I mean, the conversation got kind of serious, and she looked me in the eye and say, we've got to be keeping with the government narrative. It's, all the doctors are saying that all across the board, and she's trying to say, saying, and so you're going to align with these policies, aren't you? And I basically said no. But I mean, yeah, that's definitely something that's pretty sharp on her mind.
So if there was one thing that that you would like to see happen in the area of journalism going forward, what would you like that to be? Like, where do you think we've gotten off the rails, where journalists are being, like you are being, basically pressured to follow the government narrative?
Okay. Are you talking just in my journalism, or journalism broadly, or?
However you'd want to answer that. It's just you're an expert in the field. You've been a journalist for the last 15 years. And so I'm really just asking for your insight, whether it's locally or do you think nationally, however you'd like to answer.
I think that we have to be more open to other ideas, like I have been. I think we have to listen. We have to, in particular, we really, really have to be in touch with community members, because I am a community broadcaster, and I think that local people should really take precedence and we should listen to them. Like we've listened to a lot of fine people. It's like I've listened to a lot of fine people today, and I think we have I have a colleague who's already collecting information for people to interview. We can't. I mean, I remember talking to someone who had been vaccine injured, and she said that when she talked to a mainstream media person about is she gonna get her story published, she ended up saying, or he or she, I guess, ended up saying, well, I can't, because if I do, I'm gonna lose my job. I haven't confirmed that, but I'm just reporting what that person says. I don't think that we should be. I don't think we should be fired for trying to do our job and reporting from actual people.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Welsh, if the commissioners do. So the commissioners don't. Mr. Welsh, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I misspoke. One of the commissioners does have a question for you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do you know if the media that condemned you in Vancouver takes funds from the federal government right now as part of their the federal government's initiative to prop up media financially?
Are you talking about the Vancouver province that?
Yes.
Oh yeah. I haven't really looked into it, to tell you the truth. It's quite possible, because a lot of them are. But I don't know. I mean, the way it started, in my view, is like it started with an individual. Like the whole CJSF saga began with one individual attacking the station and having, talking to the program director and trying to, get her to take that awful global research show off the air. And I think she even threatened to find a way of condemning them if they don't. And so she went to this reporter, and then the reporter took interest, and that's all. So but yeah, to answer you, I honestly can't say.
Thank you.
But in a way, and sorry, we have another commissioner question, but I just wanted to interject. In a way, it's interesting that, so here we have one media station, or the province, so a media outlet, basically complaining about another media outlet reporting. That, like, when we all think about that in itself is interesting. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be like your radio station, your show, complaining about what some other media outlet is doing in order to create pressure for that other media outlet to drop a story or a position. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's an unusual take in the absence of fraud or corruption, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, I personally wasn't fond of it. I mean, I guess that's a bit of a conflict of interest. It's not the way I want to be introduced to the people of Vancouver, but it's unusual to see radio stations going against each other that way. So.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner Massey, I jumped in.
I was going to ask you, how do you see the future of this type of journalism in Canada or in other countries? In the environment we're in right now, because I'm not seeing a lot of news stations that are able to openly go counter-narrative and make a decent living out of it. Do you see that people will eventually ask for it eventually and it will actually come back, or is it going to be suppressed like it is right now?
I hate to be negative, but it doesn't look too good. I think that I know that the campus, the campus community radio network, that like is the network of stations that arrange things, and even though we are charged with the responsibility to dig deep and find a different view of things, we've, collectively we seem to have marched pretty much in line. And so, even myself and a few others who are countering the narrative, even in this network, it's more the minority than the majority. I find that things are not working so far, are not working in our favor. It's and we may, like even much of the, even in internet media, there's these increasing tentacles of conforming to standard narratives. It's something that I had not thought would be possible 5 years ago. So,
thank you.
So, Mr. Welsh, I think that's it for questions. And again, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we sincerely thank you for your testimony, sharing with us today.
I thank you for my...
Commissioners, just by way of scheduling, we did have 3 more witnesses scheduled, but I'm going to propose we just call one more lay witness, and then the Commission Administrator, Jess Crosby, was going to do a closing, and that we just carry over the other 2 to the following day, if that's agreeable. So... We're just waiting to figure out which one of the witnesses we're calling, because we had 3 all lined up. And Mr. Lenhart will be taking the next witness. Thanks.
Okay. Mike, could you give us your full name and tell us where you live, and then I'll do the oath with you.
Michael Voyajakis. I live in St. Andrews, Manitoba.
Okay, and you own a funeral home?
I'm a general manager of Voyage Funeral Home.
Okay. And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Pick your own starting date, Mike, and tell us what you noticed that was different during the COVID epidemic relating to what you were seeing at your funeral home.
I think it all starts when COVID started, and the government put so much fear into us that even myself was afraid and thought I'd never see my family again because I thought I was going to die. I thought, geez, we're the guys who are going to be touching these bodies that are dangerous and that have COVID and the blood is infected and am I going to see my family again? And every time we went to a care home, we were frightened. We had staff meetings talking about this and offering staff to maybe not come to work if they didn't want because of what we were going to be facing. The fear was so real that it scared us. And I remember my mom, when they said you couldn't go see your parents and you couldn't be with family, and my dad had passed away a few years earlier. And when I went to my mom's house, I sat across the table from her and I said, "Mom, don't come near me. I don't want to get you sick. Please, Mom, stay on that side of the table." And she goes, "Don't be silly. Give me a hug." I go, "Mom, I can't hug you. Stay on that side of the table." And then reality kicked in one day when I went into a care home. a friend that I grew up with since I was a little boy, his dad came to the funeral home and said, Mike, I have stage 4 cancer. I'm going to die. My last wish is for you to come to this care home and take me into your care once I die. He goes, you promise me you'll do that? And I said, yes, sir. It was 3 months into COVID, and I got a call from the care home, and this gentleman passed away. So I made my way up to the care home, and as I was proceeding to take him off the hospital bed, it was just me and a nurse alone in the room. And I looked at this nurse, and I said, do you mind me asking how this person died? I'm just curious. And she said, oh, he died of COVID. And I said, yeah, but this is a palliative care ward. This is comfort care. Like, aren't people here just for comfort care? Aren't the people in here, everyone on this floor, don't they have cancer? And she said, yes. And I said, can I ask you a question? I said, what does the death certificate say? And she says, it says COVID. And I banged my head on the table and I said to her, listen, I want the truth. This is my friend's dad, and I want to know how he died. And she said, I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to lose my job. He died of cancer. Of course he died of cancer. And I said to her, you have 5 minutes to change this death certificate to the proper cause of death. Otherwise, I'm going to turn on my phone, I'm going to go on Facebook Live, and I'm going to make a mess out of this. 5 minutes later, this nurse came back with a new death certificate that said that this gentleman died of cancer. My fear of getting sick and dying instantly went away. I knew there was something wrong, and I knew that I was not in danger. And I was in every COVID room that you could imagine, double COVID, double mask, you can't do this, you can't do that. And that puts a lot of fear into a person. From that day on, I walked into care homes with confidence. And at times I didn't wear a mask because when you're removing somebody from a bed, you don't want things poking in your eyes. You want to be able to see what you're doing. You want to be comfortable with what you're doing. So that day changed my life as a funeral director. And it changed the staff's perspective on things. And during these 2 years of COVID, I want to go behind closed doors. Behind closed doors where families weren't allowed, where I was able to look at your families in the eyes and see the fear that they were going through, the confusion. A lot of these families were lost, and they were scared. And it puts tears in my eyes when I talk about this, because it is real. What the government did is real, and it hurt a lot of families, and it hurt a lot of people, and it killed a lot of people. And people died alone. And nobody should ever die alone. Nobody should ever be alone at the end of life. To hold your dad's hand, or to say, I love you, or just for your loved one to know that you're at the corner of that bed means everything in the world. But no, they took our rights away as human beings to say goodbye. They took our rights away as parents to be there for our children. They took our right away to go into a hospital and say goodbye. And it reminds me of a story of a lady that was in the hospital, and she could hear her mom calling her clearly. And as her mom was calling her, the hospital called security and escorted this lady out of the hospital. And on the two-way radio, she heard that somebody had passed away. And she looked at the security and said, was that my mom's room? It was her mom's room. They took her right away to say goodbye to her mom on her deathbed. And how's that right? How's that right for us as human beings to put up with that? How's that right for a government that we voted in to do this to their people, to straight out lie to us? I want to just take you behind the scenes, and I want to share some stories with you. Stories that are going to touch your heart. Stories that cause division and hate and anger. It split a world in two instantly, just like that. And it breaks your heart to be able to go into these rooms and to see the hurt in people's eyes, to see the fear in their eyes, to know that they're going to die alone. I'm going to share a story with you about a care home that I went into. As I went into this care home to take this lady into my care, I was about to put her onto our stretcher. In the bed beside her, there was an older gentleman. And he looked at me and he said, please take me with you. Please, they're going to kill me. Please take me with you. And I looked at him, and I didn't know if he was mentally sound or if he was just being delusional. And then he looked at me and he said, there's a glass of water just over there. He goes, pass me that glass of water. I just want a sip of water. And I said, sir, I can't give you that water. I didn't know if he had congestive heart failure. I didn't know if something was wrong with him. And I didn't give him that water. And I put this lady into my stretcher and I started to take her out of the room. He looked at me and said, my kids hate me. My kids haven't been here for me. What did I do wrong? Why are my kids treating me like this? And I said, sir, this is not your kids. It's the regulations that the government's put forth. Your kids can't come and see you because they're not allowed to come and see you. And this gentleman started crying, and my heart was truly broken for him. It reminded me of my dad laying there helpless. Nobody to help him, nobody to talk to. Our older generation was locked in homemade prisons. Homemade prisons, locked in their rooms, 3 or 4 people. As funeral directors, when we go to a room and we take somebody from that bed, we clearly see if a person was changed, if a person was taken care of, if there was bed sores, and we saw all of that and more. At times I had to call people to take the catheter out because that's not my job. What they did to people was disgusting. These older people worked so hard to build this country for us. They left their countries to come to Canada because Canada was a land of opportunity. Canada was a place where you could raise a family. Canada was a place where you could have freedom. Bang! In a fast second, they took the freedom away. This gentleman, as he was crying, he said to me, can you say a prayer for me? Could you please say a prayer for me? I didn't know this gentleman, and it's really not our job to talk to other people in the hospitals. Our job is to go in and take the person out who passed away. I went over to that gentleman. I held his hand, and I said a prayer for him. And he cried the whole time. And he said, don't leave me here alone. They're going to kill me. I had to leave the funeral home. And as I left the room, you walk down this hallway where all these eyes are just staring at you. And these poor people who were in hallways, in wheelchairs, were waiting for their turn. Waiting for their turn to die. These are your parents, your loved ones, that nobody had a chance to see what was going on behind those doors, other than funeral directors and doctors. And let me tell you, the screaming and the noise and the beepers, there's nights I can't sleep at night. There's nights I wonder what's wrong with my head because I hear these noises and I see these people's eyes and I see their tears and I feel them. And I go home many times and I hug my son and I say, buddy, Dad loves you. Dad, don't hug me. What are you doing? Are you crazy? But he doesn't know what you've went through that day and the pain that you felt and the pain that you saw in other human beings. When I got to the funeral home with this lady, it wasn't even an hour later, I got another call from this personal care home. And the gentleman that I prayed for, the gentleman that he begged me to take him with me, he passed away. So I took this gentleman into my care next. And my heart was broken, and I'm a man. And I cried for this gentleman all the way back to the funeral home. And I told his story to his family. And the kids were heartbroken. Is that something you can get over, to hear that? To know that your family member died alone, that there was nobody there to help him, that there was really nobody to care because the care homes and the hospitals were overstaffed?
Mike,
confusion.
Yeah. Mike, did they change any of the regulations relating to how you ran your funeral home, and did that impact the families? And
absolutely. I mean, everyone has a right to have a funeral service. Everyone has a right to say goodbye. Everyone has a right to have closure and healing in their hearts. And the government took that away from us. They took your right away to say goodbye to a loved one. The only thing that gives you closure sometimes is to attend a funeral service, to be comforted with friends, to hear a pastor say those comforting words that you need to hear to heal your broken hearts. And they took that away from us in a fast second. And they suggested that we should cremate people, and there shouldn't be no viewings. And we did the opposite, because we stood up for the people of Manitoba and Winnipeg. And when somebody said they wanted to see their loved one, we 100% allowed them to see their loved one, and nobody got sick. We embalmed people, and we didn't get sick. We had our hands in people's bodies, because that's what happens during embalming a lot of times, and we didn't get sick. We were breathing in the fumes. And a lot of times we're in these rooms, you don't want to wear masks because you don't want to poke yourself with something. They changed the way funeral service ran. They changed the way funerals were held. You would go to a church service with a casket where you need 6 pallbearers, but the limit is 5. How do you carry a casket? These poor families had to carry a casket of their moms and dads by themselves, 5 people. I broke the rules finally, and I said, enough of this. Enough of this. We're going to hire your pallbearers at the funeral home, and they're going to work for us that day. And the inspectors didn't like it, but that's just the way it was, because families suffered enough, and we weren't going to tolerate this anymore, and somebody had to stand up and make a difference for these families. And that somebody just happened to be me. We had an outbreak of suicides like we've never seen before. Suicides that would break your heart. The families come in, not only are they dealing with a suicide, but they're dealing with vaxxed and unvaxxed and all this silly nonsense and tossing people out of the arrangement office because they weren't vaccinated and they didn't have a right to be there. Well, little did they know that their funeral director was unvaccinated too. It was a game that they were playing with our minds. It was a game that they were winning because of fear. You throw a little fear in the air, you throw a little anger in the air, a little confusion in the air, bang, you got everyone. Would it happen again? In a fast second, because people are weak, and fear overrides everything. All they have to do is tell you you're going to die. Nobody wants to die.
Did you see any difference in the mortality statistics, the kinds of deaths you were seeing? And
sure, I can honestly tell you that our funeral home went out and bought extra equipment. There was so much hype that there was going to be so many deaths. We bought extra stretchers. We bought extra tables. We bought extra shrouds. We did everything we had to do to prepare for this overwhelming amount of death that was going to happen. And I can tell you that never happened. Okay. The death rate was exactly the same. As a matter of fact, the death rate was probably lower. But the suicides and the drug overdoses rose that death rate to be even as it was other years.
Okay.
The one year, our funeral home lost the whole whack of money. When do funeral homes lose money? They don't. You weren't allowed to have services. You weren't allowed to do this. You weren't allowed to do that. Families changed the way they did things. So many families are in pain right now. Okay. So many families are suffering mental illness. And when you're suffering mental illness, you can't even get help. I talk to a lot of people. A lot of families call me and say, could you talk to my son? He's thinking of committing suicide. And I've taken these kids personally to myself to the hospitals, and they're simply turned away. No help. And one of them did commit suicide. One of them committed suicide after I did my best to help my friend's son. But there was nothing I could do.
Is that unusual in your business?
Suicides have been here since the beginning of time.
Okay.
But not at this rate. And they continue. Drug overdoses, we've never seen at this rate. I can tell you right now that if you lost a loved one during COVID of a drug overdose or a suicide, there was a 6 to 8 week hold because they're going to do an autopsy. Imagine that. You've lost your loved one. You're suffering this pain. Now you've got to wait 6 to 8 more weeks in your mind, picturing that your loved one is sitting on some cold table somewhere. And it was heartbreaking to see for families. And I want to share a story with you about suicide. A heartbreaking story that makes me cry every time I think about it. And Christmas will never be the same for me because of this story. There was a gentleman who was non-vaccinated, and he was going through school to be a professional. And he wasn't vaccinated. He refused to get vaccinated. And that was his right. It was his right not to get vaccinated. But in turn, he lost all his friends because his friends wouldn't hang out with him anymore because he was going to make his friends sick. He lost his job because he wouldn't get vaccinated. He got behind in his rent in his apartment. And it was close to Christmas when he was at his house, depressed, lonely, and hurt, when the phone rang. And how I know this? I read the suicide note. The phone rang, and it was his parents. And he was so happy to see that his parents were going to call him, somebody that loved him, somebody that cared about him. And his parents said, we have some bad news for you. And we don't want to hurt you, but you can't come over for Christmas this year because we don't want you to get us sick, and we don't want to die, so it's best if you stay home this Christmas. This man told his father and mother that he loved them unconditionally, and he understood. But deep down in his heart, they put a huge sword. You know, they say the tongue is sharper than the sword. After he hung up with the phone, he wrote his suicide note, and he took his life. And I could tell you, a few weeks later, just before Christmas, that family was at the funeral home, crying over his casket, instead of having him home for Christmas. And these words the dad said are stuck in my head forever. if I can only turn back time. If I can only turn back time. And I said to him, sir, you can't. What was said, and what was done. We just need to move on.
Yeah. We talked outside about what you were seeing when you were preparing the bodies, actually. And we talked about blood clots that you were seeing. Can you tell us a bit about that, and was that unusual?
So blood clots are part of life. When a person dies of a stroke or dies of a heart attack, they had a blood clot. So blood clots have been here forever. Have blood clots been here like the way we're seeing them now? Absolutely not. And I have one of my funeral directors here in Morticians, and it would be great to get him to come up here and tell you what he's pulling out of bodies. He's our main mortician. He's the one who does the majority of the embalmings for the funeral home. And you should hear his story because it needs to be heard.
Well, maybe I'll put it to the commissioners right now if you have any questions. And if you're interested in exploring that phenomenon of the blood clots, we'd be happy to bring Mr. Mike's associate that works with him, who apparently is quite knowledgeable on this. It's getting late, but is that your wish, commissioners? Okay. Are there any questions of Mike at the moment? And then I'll let his colleague come up and talk just on the blood clots for 3 or 4 minutes. Any questions from commissioners on that for this witness? Okay. Thank you very much, Mike. We'll bring Mike McIver.
Hello.
Could you give us your name? Spell it for us, please, and then I'll do the oath with you.
Michael McIver. M-I-C-H-A-E-L.
And
M-A-C-I-V-E-R.
Okay. And you live in Winnipeg?
I currently live in Winnipeg. Yes.
Okay. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during this testimony?
I do.
Okay. Could you tell us about your experience with these blood clots that apparently were unusual that you guys were seeing?
Well, I've been a funeral director for over 40 years and embalmed thousands of bodies. And basically, there's two types of clots. There's an ante-mortem clot, which is a white fibrous clot that occurs prior to death. And then there's the post-mortem clot, which is a red jelly-like clot. And I've been seeing a high preponderance of these white fibrous clots since the COVID thing. And at the offset of COVID, I consider myself a critical thinker and try to disseminate the information as I see it. And right at the offset, Theresa Tam was giving me some information that seemed to be conflicting, and then soon after that, the message was politicized. Prime Minister Trudeau was up there, Pallister government was up there, and I become highly suspect of some of the information that was being presented to us, the public at large. And so I started to look at, in terms of my profession, at what I was seeing in the way of COVID. And I was seeing, these white fibrous clots. Over the years, I've seen them occasionally, but almost with every single embalming, I would see these large clots. And I brought Mike in, and we have video footage of this. And, I don't want to be disturbing or anything, but part of my job as an embalmer is to facilitate the removal of clots. And usually that's relatively simple. I use pressure and it removes the clots and these sorts of things. But because of the size of these clots, I have to use a new technique of embalming, a restricted style of embalming that expands the vascular system to facilitate the removal of these clots. And I lack the scientific reasoning to explain why this is, but I seem to see a strong correlation of, from the COVID thing to these clots, and I can't explain why. But I thought there would be an interesting adjunct to, the strong testimony that's been presented here today. And God bless each and every one of you who've suffered through this. And as a funeral director, I've seen many. And as Mike just testified, we've seen people suffering because of the, I would say, the ineptitude of the government. The government was elected, they're an extension of us, the people, and they should be operating on our behalf and not be a dictatorship and, telling us how things are.
I don't want to get too far afield here, but I think it's fair to say then, from what you're saying, is that you've practiced for 40 years as a mortician, and you have not seen the severity and numbers of these clots.
That's correct.
Except when COVID hit. Is that fair?
Shortly thereafter, especially I've seen reports of the various clots in Europe, with the AstraZeneca thing and this and that. And so I started looking to see if I could physically or visually see clots myself. And sure enough, almost everybody I was embalming that was affected with the COVID. And shortly after the vaccine implementation is when I seen a higher preponderance of the clots.
Okay. I think I'm going to ask for questions from the commissioners now. It's getting late, so.
I just want to be clear about your testimony. Are you saying that you started to see these clots in 2020 before the advent of the vaccines?
Well, just prior to 2020, St. Boniface Hospital had a high respiratory, they had a high incidence of flu, and they had this unknown thing circulating. It wasn't defined as COVID at that point. And then a few months later, in around the end of March of 2020, they put down the restrictions and all those sorts of things. And then shortly thereafter, they implemented, they fast-tracked some of these vaccines. And I think AstraZeneca was one of the first, and there was a lot of, especially in Europe, they seemed to purport that there was a lot of, people suffering strokes and heart attacks and all these sorts of things. And so it was shortly thereafter where I started seeing more incidents of these clots. And all the bodies at the various hospitals, the Health Sciences Center, St. Boniface, and all the rest of them, they had the bodies clearly marked with a magic marker, COVID plus. And so, of course, I'd be practicing aseptic techniques, protecting myself in the eventuality if I got stabbed or something with a needle or these sorts of things. And I was very vigilant in observing, what was happening, with the body. And, of course, you try to minimize your work area to prevent contamination of the area and these sorts of things. And as Mike alluded to earlier, we didn't see, the danger. Initially, there was a large fear factor. You're kind of apprehensive about, and especially since I have suffered 33 heart attacks, I got blood cancer and all these sorts of things, and probably have a greater propensity towards catching something if ever. And I didn't catch anything, and I soon thereafter lost my apprehension of and trepidation of going into the prep room. But it was shortly thereafter that I started noticing these clots, and I called Mike in, and he started photographing and videotaping what I was seeing. Right. And it's too graphic for the screen here or the public, but in the future, if something ever does come of it, I just wanted to present this information as an adjunct to what's already been presented here today.
Mike, I've just talked to Sean here, and he has 3 photographs that came out of the Toronto hearings. And we'd just like to put this up and just ask you whether the ones you were seeing were similar to these.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was seeing. And those are what we call ante-mortem clots. And basically the body, when it suffers a vascular injury, the body goes through hemostasis. It wants to prevent the body from bleeding out. So the liver kicks out an enzyme that reacts as a catalyst to the thrombin that's circulating through your blood. And it converts the fibrin into, which is a liquid protein, into a string-like protein, and that forms a patch to plug up the vascular damage. And sometimes if too many, excuse me, white blood cells and plasma get built up in there, it starts backing up and forming an extra large clot. And for the number of clots, I can't surmise that everybody that suffered COVID is suffering some form of vascular accident. No. You know, they talk about maybe some sort of heart damage or these sorts of things. So, and again, I lack scientific reasoning to explain it.
Can you recall even the month that you started seeing these?
That would probably be more towards May, June, because we were kind of restricted. And
of which year? May, June of which year?
We were restricted in what we could do at the funeral home originally. You know, they limited, you know, the capacity of the funeral to like 5 people at one point. And then Mike was getting very frustrated with the rules and regulations and seeing all the heartache and heartbreak out there, where he just said, let's just do it. You know, to pardon a better term, the hell with these government officials and their
I'm going to press you one more time. Was it May or June of 2021 or 2022 or 20?
Yeah, it would have been in around 2021.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any more questions from the commissioners? Okay, well, thank you very much then.
Well, thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Chus Crosby is my name. I'm the commission administrator. I have a Queen's Counsel. I'm from St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. And commissioners and everyone in the audience and out there, we've heard very compelling testimony today, but you may recall that in the opening remarks of counsel, he talked about hatred. Well, we've certainly heard the theme of hatred throughout the testimony of the folks who testified before this commission today. People might wonder why this is an inquiry into the truth, because oftentimes we hear of inquiries which are inquiries of truth and reconciliation. But this, I submit, cannot be an inquiry of truth and reconciliation until the perpetrators of the hatreds and, I believe, the crimes we've heard about today come to terms with what they've done. There are apologies, there is true reconciliation, and there is accountability, which may often include, and for many people, those in leadership positions must include, answering to the criminal law. Can I have the slide that we made available a little earlier? In this country, we have something called hate crime. Section 319, sub 2 of the Criminal Code of Canada says, everyone who, by communicating statements, willfully promotes hatred against an identifiable group is guilty of an offense. So what is hatred? It's not defined in the code. Rather, it's defined in case law from the Supreme Court of Canada. For example, Keegstra, written by Chief Justice Dixon in 1990. Hatred is an emotion that, if exercised against members of an identifiable group implies that those individuals are to be despised, scorned, denied respect, and made subject to ill treatment on the basis of group affiliation. You see before you an editorial or opinion piece that was published in the Toronto Star on August 26th, I think it says 2021, and it goes like this. If an unvaccinated person catches it from someone who is vaccinated, boo-hoo, too bad. I have no empathy left for the willfully unvaccinated. Let them die. And it goes on in that vein. We can get into the reconciliation phase of this commission if and when the authorities in Toronto, the police and the prosecutors, lay charges for this act of hate speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mr. Crosby. We will be adjourning our first day of the Winnipeg hearings of the National Citizens Inquiry. Every time we have a full hearing day at the National Citizens Inquiry, I tell people that your life will never be the same. And I think those of us that have watched this online and have experienced it personally feel that way. And I just thank all those brave Canadians that have been willing to tell their story. I have to tell you that as with every set of hearings, we've had a number of witnesses withdraw, even just today, and it's because of fear of repercussions. Some for fear that they will lose their jobs, some for fear that there will be backlash from their friends and family. And so here we are in mid-April 2023 in Canada, where a lot of us still do not feel that it is safe to simply share our story. And that is the ultimate of silencing, when we're not free to even just tell others what our experience has been. So that's why this is so important. We're going to continue tomorrow. We're going to continue marching across the land, and we're going to continue telling our stories. Thank you.